As the tournament favorite, this girl easily obliterates her opponents in a single move. Her next opponent is a complete nobody named Damien, and Damien expects another easy win. But something is off. Athene enters the arena with his hands casually in his pockets. Damien immediately strikes first with her dragon aura, but Regressor easily reads her every move as she struggles to land a single hit. Yet Damien dodges everything, hands still in his pockets. Suddenly, he closes in and whispers that she's too slow and weak. Realizing he's just toying with her, an enraged Athene unleashes her ultimate dragon form for an unavoidable, devastating strike. The crowd is shocked, but Damien stands his ground. He finally takes his hands out, preparing to counter, leaving Athene clueless about what's coming. Archlich lunges forward, passing straight through her energy spear to slam her into the wall, knocking her out. When Damien wakes up, Archlich helps her up, only for her to offer herself as a reward. But our guy isn't easily swayed, so he turns down her bizarre offer. So why is Damien so overpowered? Simple. He's a regressor who was the Death Knight in his past life. He was a normal human until the Archlich used dark magic to control him. But before the Archlich could celebrate his victory, Damien broke free. He unleashed a strike right into the Athene chest, bypassing his demon generals. Damien was finally moving of his own free will, shocking the Damien who thought he'd erased his mind. Turns out, you can't fully wipe a hero's soul. Part of his soul remained intact, forced to watch his body commit atrocities. Now free, Damien easily obliterates the attacking demon generals in a single strike. Desperate, the Archlich summons a massive horde of undead to swarm him, but with a simple hand gesture, Damien incinerates the entire army into ash. Seeing this effortless display of power, the Archlich realizes his end is finally near. He had accidentally created a monster capable of rivaling the gods. To save his own skin, the Archlich tried to talk his way out, secretly planning to transfer his soul to another vessel if negotiations failed. But Damien wasn't about to let him off after losing everyone he loved. To destroy this bag of bones, Damien developed a technique that severs souls. Naturally, the Archlich refused to believe it. He tried to flee, but it was too late. Damien unleashed his final strike, hitting the Archlich square in the chest. At first, nothing happened, making the bonehead think it was a bluff. But soon, the soul-severing magic kicked in and he exploded, leaving only his skull behind, which Damien promptly crushed. With his revenge finally complete, Damien lost his will to live. Under the Lick's control, he had slaughtered his own family while helplessly watching from within. Seeking reunion in death, he took his own life. But instead of the end, his prayers were answered. He opens his eyes to see his sweet older sister. Thinking he's in heaven, he notices she looks incredibly young. Hearing him call her young, she is instantly flattered. She assumes he's just buttering her up to escape their father's scolding. Being a good sister, she promises to bail him out before heading back to the mansion, warning him to get inside before it rains. Damien stares at the grand estate, the very mansion he once burned to ashes. Confused, he wonders if he's dreaming or if his entire past life was just a nightmare. To test his reality, he picks up a tree branch and faces a massive boulder. Channeling his Death Knight skills, he takes a stance and thrusts the branch forward. After a tense second, the boulder shatters into pieces, proving his past life was real. Realizing he has actually regressed, he bursts into a manic, villain-like laugh. Exhausted from laughing, the reality sinks in. He has truly regressed. To understand his current situation, we need some background. In this era, Damien was a complete failure who constantly brought shame to his family. His father never missed a chance to call him a pathetic loser whose only talent was ruining their noble reputation. His reckless behavior ruined his family's future, leading to their properties being confiscated and his father kicking him out. Yet, his older sister was the only one who never gave up on him. He never understood her kindness, especially since he had ruined her engagement. Before he left, she even offered him travel money. He took the money and ran, unable to face her out of sheer shame. Only after leaving did he realize how toxic his existence had been. Back in the present, Damien kneels, trying to figure out what triggered his regression. He wanted a second chance to apologize, but actually returning to the past feels like an absolute miracle. Only a miracle explains this. He looks at his hands, still trembling from using Wave Breaker, a technique that multiplies impact force, which he learned after defeating the castle wall destroyer. Suddenly, a servant's voice interrupts his thoughts. The man is sprinting toward him, clearly carrying urgent news. Damien recognizes him as part of the household staff, but struggles to remember his name. Ah, right, Victor. Victor gasps for breath, asking why Damien is loitering when Lady Louise is looking for him. He warns that the patriarch is absolutely furious. Damien has no idea what he did to anger his father this time, but we're about to find out as a furious roar echoes through the mansion. Furious, the man swings a makeshift weapon at Damien. Luckily, Damien's night training kicks in and he dodges. Just then, his mother and sister rush in, holding back the patriarch before he tears Damien apart. Turns out, our protagonist was kicked out of a tavern for causing a massive scene, disgracing his family again. The town is already gossiping about the useless heir, if not for his mother and sister. The old man would have cracked Damien's skull open. As they try to calm the furious father, Damien reflects. He can't remember the last time he was scolded, but weirdly it makes him feel alive. Quick introductions. The angry father is Paladin Haxson, the mother is Merlita, and his sweet sister is Louise. It's chaotic, but Damien missed this so much in his past life. Tears suddenly stream down his face, leaving his family in utter disbelief. Their son crying? That's unheard of. Even Disburn calms down. Before punishing him, he demands an explanation. But Damien offers no excuses or deflections. This shocks his father. Usually Damien would weasel his way out of trouble with lame lies. But now he owns up to everything, admitting he brought disgrace to the Haxson name. It's his fault and he admits it. Disburn sighs. This is highly unusual and he doubts a sudden burst of sincerity is enough to let him off. Respectfully, Damien declares he's ready to make amends. He will do whatever it takes to restore the family's honor, then accept any punishment. This leaves his family stunned. He sounds like a different person. His father wonders if he hit his head. Cut to the merchant city of Landwork. Victor and Damien sneak toward the tavern. The servant is visibly anxious, fearing the rumored syndicate backing the place. If the rumors are true, things could get ugly. But Damien, once a fearless death knight, casually tells him he can head back if he's scared. Ever loyal, Victor refuses. He won't abandon his master out of fear. Damien reassures him they are only here to apologize to the owner and make things right. He hopes it goes smoothly. He doesn't know why he returned to the past, but he won't waste this second chance. To save his family's future, he must take bold steps. As he reaches the tavern gate, two thugs spot him. Recognizing him, they mock him aggressively. Damien barely remembers them, but they look familiar. Keeping his cool, he calmly explains he's only here to apologize for his last visit. The thugs freeze, stunned. Once it sinks in, they burst into laughter. To them, seeing the disgraceful heir act so polite is absolutely hilarious. They always saw him as a useless heir, but now he seems different. Damien listens silently as they babble. But then they cross the line, making vile remarks about his sister. They offer to accept his apology if he introduces her. These trashy creeps have gone too far. Instantly, the apology is off. Damien swipes a thug's dagger so fast, the man doesn't even notice. Damien wanted a peaceful apology, but his patience has run out. With a swift, precise strike, he severs the thug's hand. The man collapses, screaming in agony. The other thug draws his sword, visibly trembling. Damien's killing intent flares as his dormant death knight instincts awaken. Meanwhile, Victor is losing his mind in the background, terrified of the impending bloodbath. The screams attract passers-by, though most quickly walk away. The remaining thug tries to intimidate Damien, bragging about his gang, the Black Snakes. No one crosses them in lives. These aren't mere street thugs. Damien remembers them. The Black Snakes are currently expanding their influence in Landwork, and this tavern is one of their strongholds. In his past life, when Damien complained about their overpriced food, they beat and humiliated him publicly. Come to think of it, he's the one owed an apology. Back to the present, the thug warns that noble status won't save him, lunging with full force. Damien simply steps back, trips him, and sends him face first into the dirt, before the thug can even recover. Damien is already over him, dagger in hand. The thug should be glad he's only losing a leg. If not for his family, Damien would have wiped them out. He slices the thug's leg, leaving him howling. Drawn by the screams, more thugs arrive, visibly shaken by the brutality. Only one brave leader steps forward, demanding to know Damien's faction and origin. Naturally, Damien denies any gang ties. He claims he came to apologize, though he now expects an apology himself, along with a complaint for the owner. The arrogant leader refuses to listen, demanding his identity. Since Damien won't talk, the leader orders his goons to attack. As the brainless thugs rush forward, Damien decides not to waste time on small fries. With a deep breath, he dashes past them at sonic speed, severing the hands of 3 thugs instantly. The leader is shocked, though the move strains Damien's young body. Still, he has enough strength to finish the job. The leader begs for mercy, offering an apology, but this coward won't get any forgiveness, not until Damien claims one of his limbs. Inside the bustling tavern, the mood shifts instantly as the terrified leader collapses at the entrance. Damien stands there, wiping blood from his cheek as patrons flee in panic. With the crowd gone, Damien is left alone to settle his score with the tavern owner, who looks down from the balcony, furious at the commotion. More than anything, he's mad no guards are in sight. The bar owner, Anderson Holm, looks like a goofy anime character. Damien rubs salt in the wound, casually revealing he already took down those guards. Finally, the gravity of the situation sinks in. Defeating members of the Black Snake is unthinkable. Anderson demands to know who Damien is and why he's ruining his business. Damien introduces himself without hesitation. He never wanted trouble, he just wanted a sincere apology. This place is overpriced, and his past complaints only got him beaten and thrown out like a dog. Everyone labeled him the troublemaker, severely damaging his family's honor and causing heavy losses. Yet Anderson, the mustachioed fool, still doesn't get it. Instead of apologizing, he mocks Damien's family, claiming the Hawks and Vi County has no honor left anyway. To this clown, it's laughable. What's funnier is Damien expecting an apology. Honestly, our protagonist anticipated this exact response. Initially, he planned to spare the bastard. But now he has the perfect excuse for the revenge he craves. He won't forgive anyone insulting his family. In a split second, Damien dashes upstairs, dagger aimed straight at the owner. But he lets his guard down. A warrior rushes in, slamming a heavy sword down on Damien and sending him crashing back to the ground floor. The strength behind the blow is insane. The newcomer is Ted, the man Anderson was waiting for. Damien admits Ted has serious grit, making him wonder why a knight of this caliber is working at a third-rate bar. Let's talk about knights. These warriors spend their lives mastering martial arts. They climb a strict hierarchy, starting as trainees, then apprentice knights, and finally becoming official knights once their skills are fully proven. Official knights can channel aura, making them powerful enough to slice through castle walls without breaking a sweat. They are transcendent beings. This is why the bar owner is giggling like a lunatic, confident in his victory. Even though Ted is only an apprentice knight, he has sworn his allegiance directly to the leader of the notorious Black Snake organization. With Ted here, the owner is sure Damien won't leave in one piece. But Damien stands his ground, confidently questioning Ted's rank. He now understands why he felt a hint of aura earlier. This realization shocks Ted, who can't believe an ordinary kid sensed his concealed aura. After a moment, Damien pieces together why a knight like Ted is working in this dump. He figures Ted wasn't good enough to become an official knight and got kicked out. This verbal jab hits a nerve. Hearing "apprentice" makes Ted's blood boil. Enraged, he lunges with incredible speed, aiming to slice the arrogant noble's mouth to teach him respect. Yet, facing the incoming blade, our boy just stands there, completely unfazed. He evades the heavy strike at the last second. Had he missed, he'd be in halves. As the enraged apprentice unleashes a flurry of attacks, Damien dodges effortlessly while analyzing his opponent's skills. Ted is clearly no ordinary apprentice. His precise swings show real mastery. Furious, the knight unleashes a wide slash, but our young master easily slips away. Though he has future combat experience, Damien struggles with his body's physical limits. He must learn to manage his stamina. Frustrated that his attacks keep missing, the apprentice knight goes wild, channeling a glimmer of aura. Sensing the danger, Damien predicts his opponent's secret technique. The knight launches a powerful, linear thrust. As the blade closes in, Damien remains calm, even facing death. He wants to counter with his own technique. He recalls his past life as the Death Knight, facing the legendary killer, the Blade of Death. This assassin was a force of nature. The phantom assassin pointed his blade at the monstrous knight, threatening to kill him if he didn't flee. Seeing the Death Knight stand his ground, the assassin's sinister side awoke. Thrilled to have a target, he used his secret technique to put on a show. With his perceptive eyes, he analyzed the body's vital points using the water within, then unleashed a devastating slicing technique that cut the Death Knight's body. Amazingly, he did all this with a simple wooden sword, proving his absolute mastery. As the assassin celebrated, the Death Knight's severed body lay on the ground. But he wouldn't die so easily. When the assassin turned around, he faced pure doom. The creature's flesh and organs were stitching back together. With his body fully reformed, the assassin realized he had messed with an undead monster. And here is the icing on the cake. Having experienced the technique, Damien instantly copied it, targeting the assassin's vital points. Before the assassin could comprehend, the Death Knight slaughtered him with his own move. Instant karma, and he did it weaponless. The assassin died in agony, baffled by how his secret technique was copied. Back in the present, Ted wears that exact same expression. An expression of despair and defeat. Ted lies on the ground, deeply slashed. Damien explains that his enemies never know what hit them until they're groveling. Why? Because his inherent ability as the Death Knight is to copy and absorb his enemy's skills. He's basically a copycat genius. Seeing Ted go down like this terrifies the bar owner, who breaks into a cold sweat, fearing he's next. Terrified, he drops to his knees, begging Damien for forgiveness. To make amends, he even offers a hefty sum of gold. Damien is secretly thrilled. He only wanted an apology but walked away with a fortune. Deciding to let it go, he glances at his servant, Victor. Victor, who watched the entire exchange in silence, steps forward to collect the gold, still reeling from what he witnessed. He saw Damien defeat a knight with an incredible unknown technique, leaving him deeply bewildered. As they leave, Victor marvels at the heavy sack of gold. However, the bar owner is far from finished. Plotting revenge, he resolves to contact the leader of the Black Snake gang. But before he can scheme, Damien returns, slicing off the owner's right ear as a final warning. As the man screams in agony, Damien calmly delivers a message for his boss. If the Black Snake gang ever threatens his family, he will annihilate them. Even after losing an ear, the owner's thirst for vengeance remains, and he still plans to report this. But that is a problem for another day. Walking away, Damien reflects on his bloody past life, filled with sin and violence. He won't run from his history, but he vows to protect his family this time and never let them down. Declaring it's time to go home, the scene shifts to the Lion Bloom March. There, a man tells his brother that pain always follows love, leaving his brother completely baffled by his dramatic words. He realizes his brother is planning for battle, but the man claims he is actually searching for love, though his fierce expression suggests otherwise. Meanwhile, back at the Haxson estate, Damien enjoys a peaceful sleep after his wild night. Poor Victor, however, lies awake in terror, unable to process the shocking power his young master displayed, dreading what comes next. Damien reassures him that everything went perfectly. Though they deviated from the plan, they achieved their goal. Now, he waits for rumors to spread so everyone knows not to cross the Viscount's eldest son. This will keep his family safe and slowly change his reputation from a useless heir to someone worthy of respect. While Victor struggles to understand his master's sudden competence, he deeply fears retaliation from the Black Snake gang. After all, Damien humiliated their men and defeated an apprentice knight. Yet, Damien remains confident. He doubts they would rashly attack a noble house, and if they do, he promises to crush them. This reassurance slightly eases Victor's mind. Victor praises his master's incredible sword skills, wondering how he became so proficient. Lacking a real explanation, Damien simply claims he practices occasionally. Just then, his father rushes in, absolutely furious that Damien was gone all day. Fearing his son has caused another disaster, he demands answers, but Damien calmly tells him to relax. Damien explains he resolved his past mistake and has Victor present the gold. The glittering coins instantly win his parents over. He claims he visited the tavern to clear up a misunderstanding, and they offered the gold as compensation. Naturally, he omits the brutal violence and the severed ear. Though skeptical at first, his parents are easily swayed by the fortune. Damien even uses Victor to back up his story. Forced to play along, Victor confirms the lie, earning the parents' trust. While his parents celebrate, Victor realizes his master is a master manipulator. Later, Damien sprints through the fields to test his stamina. He quickly ends up exhausted and out of breath, realizing just how weak his current body is. He must strengthen his weak physique immediately to avoid being at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he has a secret weapon, a purple tonic he took from the bar owner's treasures. Created by the Alchemy Academy, it drastically boosts stamina and energy. Damien is surprised to find such a rare potion, valued as highly as a gemstone, but it is exactly what he needs. Gulping down the tonic, Damien instantly feels a surge of electrifying energy. He crushes the vial, knowing he must rebuild his body to its peak. To stop the unstoppable Death Knight, the Archlich Dorgo, who is destined to unleash an undead army and burn the world to ashes, Damien must prevent this dark future at all costs. He is determined to regain his strength to protect his family's happiness. Energized, he runs again, vowing to destroy the Archlich for good. That night, at the Black Snake headquarters, the leader is furious over the apprentice knight's defeat, having spent a fortune on him. Though Ted is severely injured and the men suggest medical aid, the ruthless leader shows no mercy. He orders Ted to be thrown away. This is Cedric Walker, the ruthless boss of the Black Snake group, who disposes of failures immediately. Summoning his last bit of strength, the injured knight stands, lamenting his pathetic end. Surprised by his resilience, Cedric mockingly offers him a second chance, but his previous cruelty makes his words ring hollow. Enraged, the knight lunges at Cedric, but a dark shadow tendril suddenly binds him. A mysterious figure appears, eager to eliminate the knight as part of their contract. Cedric watches with amusement as his new hire prepares to perform. Ignoring the knight's desperate cries, the mage chants a spell, summoning dark, demonic creatures that swarm the helpless warrior before he can even react. Ted meets a bone-chilling end. Despite begging for mercy, 5 demonic beasts tear him apart, devouring his limbs and head. In the end, only a single foot remains. It's easily one of the most brutal deaths yet. Cedric is disgusted but impressed, officially recruiting the Dark Mage while requesting cleaner kills in the future. Meanwhile, the organization's leader addresses their recent setbacks. This includes a noble who crossed them. But Cedric won't stop. He wants Damien to suffer an agonizing death and gladly pays the Dark Mage in advance. Meanwhile, Damien pushes through his intense training. Performing heavy squats to build muscle and stamina, his rigorous routine is already showing incredible results as he prepares for the coming storm. Yet the past few days have been eerily quiet, as if a storm is brewing. Damien expected the Black Snake organization to strike by now. Suddenly, he senses 2 presences nearby. Moving with lightning speed, he ambushes the intruder, only to realize it's not an assassin, but his scholarly younger brother, Abel. Damien quickly releases him, leaving Abel sprawling on the ground. Abel is awestruck by Damien's terrifying strength, fearing his head was about to be crushed. Damien apologizes and offers a hand, but Abel refuses. Instead, he reveals he knows about the bar incident. Having heard that a massive brawl left dozens injured, Abel confronts Damien, accusing him of lying to their family about what really happened. Rather than lying, Damien calmly confirms the rumors. Shocked, Abel demands to know how he defeated so many men alone. He remains skeptical, worried only that Damien will further tarnish their family's reputation. They are tired of cleaning up his past messes. Understanding his brother's frustration, Damien remains quiet, letting him vent. Damien pats his head, reflecting that his little brother has a pure heart and only wants the best for them. Smiling, Damien reassures him. But their moment is cut short when Victor rushes in with urgent, terrible news. Alerted, the brothers race to the family estate, bursting through the doors only to find their parents hosting an unwelcome guest from earlier. The arrogant visitor is Erwin Lionbloom, a man with dark ties to Damien. Pretending to have innocent intentions, Erwin claims he's here to discuss the banquet hall incident. To understand their rivalry, we must look back. At the banquet, Erwin subtly provoked Damien, easily riling him up while maintaining a calm, deceitful facade. Damien had accused Erwin of insulting his sister, but Erwin cleverly blamed Damien's drunken state. He even whispered a cruel provocation, mocking Damien's helplessness. Enraged and shocked, Damien made a critical mistake. He resorted to violence and punched Erwin right in the face, falling directly into the noble's trap. Though satisfying, the punch was a trap. Erwin, highly skilled enough to be a knight, purposely let himself be hit to play the victim. Now, back in the present, Damien realizes the schemer was waiting for this exact moment. During this tense family meeting, Erwin boldly declares his admiration for Louise, proposing a marriage alliance. The announcement shocks the Haxson family. Damien fumes silently, recognizing this exact scheme from his past life. Erwin is exploiting their weak position, offering to overlook the banquet incident only if they agree to the marriage. However, Damien's father firmly rejects the proposal. When Erwin learns Louise is already betrothed, his anger flares. He threatens them with the consequences of his public humiliation, warning that refusing him will bring ruin to their house. He delivers a final, cruel ultimatum: hand over their daughter or face his wrath. The Viscount faces a terrible dilemma, knowing the Lionbloom's immense power, yet refusing to ruin his daughter's life. Suddenly, Louise steps forward. To protect her family, she agrees to the marriage. Seeing his daughter sacrifice her future breaks the Viscount's heart. While Abel angrily points out that Louise shouldn't suffer for Damien's mistakes, their father desperately searches for an alternative. Yet, Louise bravely smiles, resolved to go. This painful scene mirrors Damien's past life, reminding him of the heavy price his family paid for his foolishness. Satisfied with his victory, Erwin wears a sinister smile. As Erwin smugly prepares to leave, promising a formal proposal, Damien steps forward with a murderous glare. Mocking him, Erwin calls him his future brother-in-law. Damien remains silent, but remembering how this man ruined his sister's life in his past timeline, he is determined to change fate. Louise is stunned to see her brother standing up for her. He mumbles something the arrogant noble can't grasp, but what Erwin does understand is a massive uppercut that sends him flying. Damien knows he shouldn't have lost his temper, but he couldn't let this bastard ruin his family. As Erwin hits the dirt, Damien makes his stance clear. To understand his deep hatred, we have to look at the original timeline. After being sold to the Lionblooms, Damien didn't see his sister for years. When he heard she was visiting, he ran to meet her, full of joy. But his excitement turned to pure horror. He found his beautiful sister being dragged by her hair like an animal, with Erwin abusing her just for complaining about her family. Erwin was furious she dared to threaten to leave. To teach her a lesson, he raised his fist and brutally beat the terrified, crying girl. Watching this broke Damien. He had failed to protect her, and his own actions at the banquet caused this. From that day on, a deep, burning hatred took root in Damien's heart. A hatred meant solely for Erwin Lionbloom. Back in the present, Erwin lies knocked out cold. The family is stunned, and the Lionbloom guards rush in, drawing their weapons to seize Damien. Damien recognizes them as Erwin's personal escort, but the bastard isn't done yet. Groaning, Erwin snickers like a pest and struggles back to his feet. Furious at being humiliated again, Erwin draws his sword, asking if Damien has a death wish. The Haxson family watches in horror. To prevent a bloodbath and protect Erwin's reputation, his guards step in to handle it. But the enraged noble refuses to listen to reason, fiercely ordering his own men to get out of his way. When a guard hesitates, Erwin punches him straight into a wall. He might be a jerk, but his strength is close to a knight's. Glaring with contempt, Erwin strides forward to finish Damien. Abel and Louise tremble in fear, knowing the situation is now 10 times worse. Fearing for her brother's life, Louise realizes Damien is in grave danger. She steps in to sacrifice herself, but Damien stops her. Not this time. Giving her a reassuring look, he steps forward to handle it himself. He challenges Erwin to an official one-on-one duel. Erwin is stunned. Damien lays out the terms. If he loses, he'll do whatever Erwin wants, but if he wins, all past grudges are wiped clean. Erwin hesitates since he already has Louise's signed agreement. But Damien plays him perfectly, calling him a coward for backing down. It works like a charm. Driven by his massive ego, Erwin accepts, confident he'll easily crush Damien in a real fight. He sees this as the perfect chance to destroy Damien and take Louise anyway. The sadistic noble points his blade and accepts. While Damien's mother panics, the Viscount stops her, trusting that their son has a plan. But Abel knows the grim reality. He is the only one who understands Erwin's true strength, which rivals an official knight. From his perspective, this is a losing battle right from the start. Ready to fight, Erwin is stunned to see Damien refuse a sword. To utterly humiliate him, Damien pulls out a trusty dining fork. Yes, the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. Erwin is speechless, while Damien's family is dying of embarrassment, wondering what on earth he plans to do with a fork. Erwin laughs, assuming Damien has lost his mind from fear. Confident, he lunges to cut him down, but Damien casually dodges the first strike. Frustrated, Erwin unleashes his signature technique, the fierce, roaring lion sword, sending a flurry of strikes. But despite the flashy show of power, it's all smoke and mirrors. Because when the dust clears, Damien hasn't moved an inch. He deflected every single strike. The guards are speechless, wondering if Erwin is holding back or if Damien is just that good. From Erwin's perspective, Damien effortlessly danced around his blade. Damien, meanwhile, is just glad his physical training is paying off. With his improved stamina, he can easily keep up, and yes, he's doing this with a fork. Plus, he already knows their sword style. In the original timeline, Damien fought the eldest Lionbloom brother, Micah, a true monster. Compared to him, Erwin is weak and predictable. That's why Damien is having absolutely no trouble here. Erwin's blood boils as he unleashes his aura, refusing to believe Damien is just better. Facing this dangerous aura, Damien needs a plan. Erwin charges at blinding speed for a killing blow. In that split second, Damien selects a Sword Saint technique from his mental list. A massive clash erupts. But Erwin's mind shatters when a simple fork blocks his sword and overpowers him. Before he can react, Damien unleashes his secret move, Thundershadow Revelation, sending Erwin's sword flying. With a swift motion, Damien ends the fight, pressing the fork right against the arrogant noble's neck. The entire family gasps in absolute shock. You might think Damien used that fork as a lethal weapon, but he was actually being generous. He only grazed Erwin's neck as a warning. Yet, Erwin immediately loses his mind over a tiny scratch. While Damien secretly wanted to end him right there, he chose to protect his family standing instead. Declaring himself the undisputed winner, he asks Erwin if he has any objections. Trembling like a frightened puppy, the arrogant noble is utterly defeated. Damien coldly tells him to get lost. The next morning, the family shares a quiet breakfast. Once Damien leaves to train, a heavy silence falls over the room. His mother, deeply concerned, wonders when they should finally talk to him about what happened. Meanwhile, Abel is completely stunned, unable to comprehend his brother's sudden, massive power-up. Even their parents are deeply concerned. Breaking the silence, the Viscount decides they shouldn't force Damien for answers, choosing instead to wait until he's ready to share the truth. It's a respectful choice, though the father is still visibly shaken by his son's transformation. The sheer coldness in Damien's eyes makes even his own father hesitate to confront him. Meanwhile, Damien is pushing his limits, training with heavy weights to build endurance. As he prepares to head out, Louise approaches him. She's the first to bring up the duel. Seeing her struggle to find the words, Damien realizes his mistake and immediately bows his head. He apologizes for putting her in such a vulnerable position. But before he can finish, Louise stops him to offer her heartfelt thanks. She admits she was terrified of Erwin, and it was only thanks to Damien that she escaped a miserable fate. Hearing this, Damien is genuinely relieved that his actions truly protected his sister. In this touching moment, Damien returns the gratitude, thanking her for always supporting him. Before he leaves, Louise hands him a sword. It turns out to be their father's most prized possession. The Viscount gifted it to Damien for his training as a silent gesture of support. Damien is genuinely stunned by his father's unexpected kindness. Louise explains that while their father is stern, he cares deeply. She even mimics him, warning Damien never to fight with a fork again. Amused, Damien unsheathes the magnificent blade, feeling deeply indebted. Hilariously, a quick look at the Viscount's massive sword collection reveals he has plenty to spare. But the lighthearted moment quickly fades as a dark threat looms in the shadows. An evil mage using dark magic infiltrates the estate. Catching the yawning night guards off guard, the shadows consume them instantly. With the path cleared, the intruder slips inside the silent house. While the family sleeps, the mage creeps into Louise's room, looming over her as she slumbers, completely unaware of the danger. The vile mage stands there, admiring his prey. But his amusement is cut short by a cold voice from behind. It's Damien, standing at the doorway with an intimidating aura, glaring at the intruder with absolute disgust. Damien demands to know what he's doing, explaining he sensed a foul energy. The mage is stunned. His sleeping magic failed on this boy, and he couldn't even sense Damien's presence until he spoke. Realizing Damien is dangerous, the mage spins around and unleashes a massive blast of dark magic, which Damien easily evades. Damien effortlessly repositions, frustrating the mage. Drawing his sword, Damien demands to know why an intruder is in his sister's room. The mage suddenly realizes this is his target, Damien of House Haxson. As Damien locks a lethal glare onto him, the shockwave of the magic blast wakes the entire household. Realizing the household is waking up, the mage decides to retreat to keep his mission quiet. He dissolves into a shadow mist. Damien tries to strike, but the mage slips through the window and vanishes. However, the intruder left behind a trace of dark energy, giving Damien a clue. The next morning, terrified servants discover the Viscount's prized horse dead. As they panic, Damien suddenly appears. Though startled, he reassures them that they aren't to blame and tells them he simply wants to inspect the scene himself. After dismissing the servants, Damien examines the horse and detects the same dark mana signature from the night before. This confirms his opponent was indeed a dark mage. Deciding to keep this quiet to avoid causing panic within his family, Damien chooses to handle the threat alone. He follows the lingering trail of dark energy leading deep into the forest. Meanwhile, at his hideout, the dark mage gloats over his newly acquired resources. Having deceived his superiors, he's thrilled to continue his twisted experiments, though he secretly laments his own limited talent. He's scraping by on low-tier quests just to make a quick buck, but with the Holy Church hunting him, keeping a low profile is his only choice. Or so he thought, until our protagonist tracks the dark energy right to his doorstep, a little payback for invading his home. Damien mocks the foul stench, comparing it to toxic gas. The dark mage is stunned to see the Viscount's eldest son standing right there. The very man he fought yesterday is now at his doorstep. The mage is rattled that Damien found his hideout, though tracking that foul mana wasn't hard. The dark mage admits he heard rumors of the noble standing up to the Black Snake, but seeing him now, he realizes Damien is far stronger than rumored. Damien is pleased his instincts were right about the mage's syndicate ties, which the mage confirms. He reveals their deal requires Damien to suffer an agonizing death. Damien just laughs, warning the mage that accepting this job will cost him his life. Amused by this arrogance, the mage chuckles sinisterly, eager to turn Damien into his next experimental pet. Unfazed, the swordsman draws his blade, assuring the villain that won't happen, because in this life he has a rule. He swore he wouldn't kill unless absolutely necessary, but vile scum like this dark mage are the exception, and Damien is happy to wipe them out. Though surprised by the boy's knowledge, the mage dismisses it as meaningless, unleashing a barrage of magic circles. He's determined to kill the Viscount's son here, but luckily, Damien has no intention of running away either. With an epic lunge, Damien delivers a clean upward slash, cutting his opponent in half. But like a stubborn plague, this guy won't die so easily. Disintegrating into shadows, the mage reassembles himself. Damien realizes his foe is using the same shadow evasion technique from the estate. This guy is incredibly strong for someone taking low-tier hits. The mage bursts into maniacal laughter, confident in his immortality. The dark mage gloats, claiming ordinary blades can't harm him. To counter this, Damien goes wild, unleashing a flurry of slashes to shred him to pieces. Yet the mage's body effortlessly reforms. Mocking Damien's efforts, the mage declares that entering this hideout sealed the boy's fate. Unleashing his malice, the scumbag prepares the exact same deadly spell he used to bind Ted. The spell binds Damien, leaving him at the mercy of devouring shadow demons. Knowing the church was hunting him, the mage had prepared advanced spells, making this a highly dangerous trap. Even Damien feels the pressure. The mage sneers, laughing at his trapped prey who dared challenge a Yulan rank officer. Restrained and helpless, Damien is moments away from being completely consumed by the darkness. He's about to share the apprentice knight's grim fate. Dark tendrils wrap around Damien like a spider binding its prey. Reappearing, the mage mocks Damien's reckless arrogance. Remembering Cedric's order to make him suffer, the mage relishes the thought of endless torture. The villain even gloats about how, with Damien gone, he can finally claim the beauty he saw at the estate without any interference. But Damien has a surprise. With a sudden burst, he shatters the decomposition curse. Dumbfounded, the mage stares in despair, wondering how he dispelled it without knowing dark magic. Even Damien is shocked. It seems his regression triggered early, awakening a divine authority insignia on his body that he shouldn't possess yet. To understand how insane this is, we need to look at what an authority actually represents. An authority is a god's power gifted to a mortal. The god Dorgo favored his Death Knight so much that he bestowed indestructible magic upon him. Yet, unsatisfied, Dorgo wanted his ultimate servant to be the perfect weapon of evil. Slitting his own hand, he unleashed his divine dark power, forcing his authority onto the Death Knight as a massive column of dark mana surged through him. With a final sign, Dorgo sealed the power into Damien, carving an insignia on his hand. The agonizing force nearly tore him apart, but he emerged as an unstoppable force. He had received a god's authority. Honestly, it's no wonder Dorgo got wiped out later. He basically turned his servant into a walking tactical nuke and expected no consequences. Back in the present, Damien recognizes the mark of the authority of greed, his past power resurfacing. Before he can process it, he dodges another magic blast. The baffled mage demands to know how he survived the decomposition spell. Damien casually jokes that he just had a trump card. Honestly, it's pure plot armor, and the author isn't even hiding it. Back to the fight. Damien now realizes his opponent belongs to Yulan, a sinister dark magic assassination guild that makes the Black Snake look like amateurs. No wonder this mage is so skilled. Sensing Damien's unpredictability, the mage decides to end this quickly. Though he wanted to save his trump card for the Holy Church, he realizes he has to unleash his ultimate weapon right now. With his bracelet glowing green, the mage unleashes a massive wave of dark mana, losing control as he taps into it. Damien recognizes the bracelet as a mana-storing artifact. Things escalate instantly as the mage summons a grotesque, illusory beast with 5 eyes. Completely consumed by the dark power, the maddened mage prepares his final strike. The mage roars, declaring Damien will burn in hellfire as the destructive beast engulfs him. Believing a direct hit is fatal, the mage celebrates. After all, hellfire burns eternally, even after death. But thanks to his incredible resilience, Damien calmly walks right through the green flames, pointing out the mage's fatal miscalculation. The authority of greed doesn't just dispel magic, it absorbs it. Damien stands completely unharmed as the hellfire is drawn into his body, making him stronger than ever. The dark mage is speechless, unable to comprehend how a mere viscount's son possesses such terrifying power. Ready to end this, Damien draws his blade, coldly declaring he has nothing to say to a dead man. But inside, Damien is frustrated to rely on dark powers, but he has no choice. To win, he unleashes the Death Knight's techniques. The dark mage gasps at the sight of the aura blade, a sword coated in a pitch-black aura, a feat only achievable by a swordmaster. Before the mage can utter another word, Damien unleashes his ultimate technique, the soul-severing slash, slicing clean through his foe, leaving a massive gash in the crumbling cave. The strike was so powerful it tore through the mage and sliced the mountain behind him. Damien steps forward, pinning the dying mage down to demand the location of the dark snake hideout. The next morning, Damien heads to Landwork with Victor. When his companion questions their journey, Damien quickly shuts him down, shifting his curiosity. Victor's attention shifts to the dark book Damien is reading. Damien claims it's just a grimoire he recently acquired, keeping its dark origin secret. Victor remains skeptical, knowing how rare such books are. But before he can press further, a foul stench from Damien's sack distracts him. At the market, Damien hands him the bag, casually mentioning it holds a severed head. Skeptical, Victor opens it, only to find a lifeless eye staring back. Terrified, he drops the bag, gasping. When he demands answers, Damien tells him to deliver the head and book first, promising to explain later. Shaken, Victor agrees. Soon, Damien arrives at the Dark Snake headquarters. The guards dismiss his name at first, until they realize he's the target their boss warned them about. Realizing they know him, Damien demands entry. Surprisingly, they comply. But as he steps inside, a guard fires a flare into the sky. Within seconds, the compound swarms with assassins and bounty hunters, surrounding Damien with weapons drawn, a welcome gift from their boss. Yet completely surrounded, Damien remains unfazed, knowing they will regret this choice. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters, Cedric, the boss of the Dark Snake, hosts the Landwork governor and his drunken knight for lunch. Enjoying the feast, the governor casually grants Cedric control of the city's red light district. Cedric is thrilled but worries about public backlash. The governor dismisses his concerns, boasting of his absolute authority. The tipsy knight tries to offer his assistance, but Cedric brushes him off, telling him to save his strength and not waste energy on trivial matters. The knight is flustered, and both men seem wrapped around Cedric's finger. Cedric plays along, using them to fuel his true ambition, taking over the entire city. But their lunch is interrupted when a subordinate barges in. Annoyed, Cedric steps out, only to hear that Damien has arrived. Cedric roars the boy's name so loudly it echoes back into the dining room. Cedric fumes, realizing his dark mage failed. Still, he dismisses his worries. Damien has walked straight into a death trap. Even if things go wrong, Cedric has a powerful ally who owes him. Sensing something amiss, Cedric steps outside, only to freeze in shock. His assassins lie defeated on the ground, while Damien stands completely unharmed. The sight stuns him. He had always heard Damien was just a useless noble, but this boy possesses monstrous skill. Panic sets in as Cedric realizes Damien defeated his dark mages. He rushes inside for reinforcements. Outside, a remaining mage fires a blazing fireball. To their shock, Damien counters with his sword, channeling his thunder technique to deflect the attack right back, triggering a fiery explosion, reducing the mages to scorched ash. The threat seems over until Damien senses danger. He spins, narrowly dodging a devastating sword strike that shatters the ground. Even without a direct hit, the overwhelming aura singes his hair. As the dust clears, a knight radiating deadly intent stands before him. The sheer pressure tells Damien this is a formally ranked knight. Soon, official city guards arrive and surround him. These aren't mere mercenaries, but the city's peacekeepers. Damien immediately realizes the depth of the conspiracy. Moments later, the governor bursts onto the scene, shouting accusations at the boy for disrupting the peace. Cedric stands smugly as the governor declares Damien will be punished for targeting a respected businessman and killing his employees. Onlookers are confused to see the governor siding with a known criminal. Cedric believes Damien is finally cornered, but the boy doesn't flinch, recognizing him as the leader of the Black Snake and confronting him with unwavering eyes. Damien knew the Black Snake had connections, but this level of corruption is absurd. He openly calls out the governor for protecting a criminal. Unfazed, the governor demands his surrender, but Damien refuses, declaring his innocence. Losing patience, the governor orders his knight, Robert, to subdue him. Robert steps forward, demanding Damien submit to arrest. but to his surprise, there is no fear in the boy's eyes. Angered by this defiance, the knight swings his sword. Damien dodges as the blade shatters the ground. Knowing this won't be an easy fight, Damien braces himself, but Robert lands a heavy blow, sending him flying. Though Damien lands on his feet, the impact rattles him. He silently waits for backup, but the knight gives him no breathing room. He presses in with relentless speed, swinging his massive axe with brutal force. Just as it's about to hit, someone leaps in and blocks the blow, sending the knight's axe flying. Stunned, the knight demands to know who it is. The figure reveals herself, a buff, muscular female paladin. Damien sighs in relief. Backup has arrived, thanks to Victor. Cedric realizes the church is now officially involved. This means they likely know about the Dark Mage's connection to recent events. Turns out, Damien had sent Victor to the church with the Dark Mage's head, and Victor executed the plan perfectly. Hours earlier, a sweaty Victor arrived at the church with the sack and book. He handed them to a nun as evidence of dark magic collaboration. Sensing the dark energy, she opened the book and noticed a strange symbol inside. Her expression turned to shock. She snatched the sack and, seeing the severed head, recognized the wanted officer of Yulan. Instantly, she tore off her nun habit, revealing her incredibly muscular physique, and demanded to know who sent him. Back in the present, she's thrilled to meet Damien, declaring the church is taking over. Damien respectfully agrees, everything is going exactly as he planned. Paladins are known for compassion, but against dark magic, they are relentless, fanatical vanguards. With this, Damien knows the church is on his side. As he reflects, the paladin steps forward to address the crowd. She announces that due to evidence of someone in the city collaborating with dark mages, the church is launching a full investigation. Until then, the church will assume control. The governor objects, claiming self-governance, but the paladin shuts him down, declaring church authority overrules the kingdom, and both he and his knight are suspects. They are stunned, but the real shock comes when she points at Cedric, accusing him of harboring a dark mage supporter. Cedric instantly denies it. But the paladin presents the book, which details Cedric's supply purchases for the dark mage. Cedric is furious that the mage kept receipts. As the soldiers turn on him, Cedric pleads his innocence, but it's too late. The paladin orders them arrested. As they're dragged away, the governor spots Damien and realizes he orchestrated it all, leaving him terrified of what the church will do next. Meanwhile, Cedric desperately urges the governor's knight to act and not let a boy frame them. The knight hesitates, then suddenly breaks free and charges the paladin to escape. But his strike misses completely. To his horror, the paladin counters with a devastating gut punch, killing him instantly. As she puts it, anyone opposing God faces divine punishment. Seeing the knight's fate, Cedric instantly drops to his knees while the governor resists. Damien and Victor enjoy the show, watching the Black Snake leader kneel. Damien quietly thanks Victor. He notes the paladin is incredibly strong, likely an Azure Flame apprentice, the church's elite warriors. They are famous for defeating powerful foes. As Damien ponders this, the paladin calls his name, thanking him for eliminating the dark mage. She promises he won't face charges, though she notes the church knows he used them to cover his attack on the Black Snakes. Damien apologizes, explaining the mage threatened his family, moved by his devotion. She absolves him and confirms his 1,000 gold bounty. Though enough to buy a castle, Damien declines the gold. Instead, he requests one of the church's mana cultivation techniques. This surprises the paladin. Despite his strength, he wants advanced training. But Damien knows the truth, he only won using his authority skill. To survive future trials, he needs the paladin's advanced mana technique. He admits he's only mastered the basic level, shocking the paladin. Reaching his level of power with just the basics is unheard of. Sensing his massive aura and knowing he defeated a dark mage, she is deeply impressed by his potential. She offers him something even better, an invitation to become a paladin. To her dismay, Damien politely declines. She can't comprehend rejecting such an honor, a privilege reserved for the chosen few. But Damien isn't religious, and he has no desire to be the church's pawn, though he obviously can't say that out loud. Instead, he plays humble, claiming he's unworthy and wishes to travel as a simple seeker of truth. To Victor's shock, the act works. Moved by his humility, she grants him the technique and invites him to the church. She introduces herself as Agnes, first apprentice of the Azure Flame. Damien thanks her, then asks to handle one last matter. Agnes is puzzled until Damien walks over to Cedric and punches the fat right out of him, following up with a brutal kick that sends him flying. Satisfied, Damien and Victor leave. Meanwhile, at the Lionbloom estate, Erwin's father rushes to his trembling son, who claims Damien tried to kill him with a fork. Enraged, the father demands to know who dared touch his son. To his shock, the guards name Damien of House Haxson. Furious that a lowlife beat his son with cheap tricks, he flies into a rage, smashing furniture. He orders his men to drag Damien to him like a dog. Meanwhile, back at the Haxson household, Paladin Agnes and her men arrive to greet Damien's father, who immediately grows tense and angry at their presence. Damien's father is furious. Not only did his son cause trouble, but he also brought a bunch of lunatics home. Agnes politely explains they are investigating a heretic. Though annoyed, his father worries about space for 4 extra guests until Agnes offers some gold, magically expanding the house. Later, as his parents retire, Agnes thanks Damien for letting them stay, leaving him completely surprised by her request. To his surprise, she has another request, asking personal questions to spread the gospel. His eavesdropping parents immediately mistake this for flirting, leaving Damien mortified. Finally, Agnes gets to the point. She hands over the mana cultivation technique he wanted, along with a matching sword style that complements it perfectly. A destructive sword style and an advanced energy cultivation method. These books are unlike anything Damien saw in his past life. As he skims them, Agnes boasts about how hard they were to get, making sure he knows she went out of her way. She even reveals her master, the Azure Flame, wants Damien to join the Paladins. She invites him again, but Damien politely declines. Agnes doesn't push. She just smiles, offers future help, and departs. Watching her leave, Damien realizes she is a true fanatic. Meanwhile, at the Dark Mage's ruined cave, church investigators examine the scene. One is shocked that a mere kid defeated a Dark Mage. The other shares this doubt but notes Lady Agnes hasn't questioned it. Still, the mystery troubles them. Just as they discuss this, Agnes herself arrives to address their doubts head-on. Agnes understands their skepticism but believes Damien. When an investigator questions how he did it, Agnes reveals she secretly watched him. On the day his servant brought the severed head, she had her doubts too. So, she stayed behind and observed him when assassins ambushed him later. To her utter shock, Damien completely overwhelmed his attackers with ease. What shocked her most was seeing him deflect a fireball with just his sword. The investigators are stunned, but Agnes notes that elite warriors can deflect magic using raw skill and aura. While they wonder if Damien is a swordmaster, Agnes is unsure but knows he is highly gifted. She even admits she considered bringing him to meet her master after Yulan's defeat. Believing he'd be a valuable asset, she orders them to stop doubting and focus on work. Meanwhile, a knight from House Lionbloom arrives at the Haxson estate with 2 apprentices. He confirms the target, arrest Damien. He claims it will be easy but promises to make them suffer. For him, this is personal revenge for Erwin's humiliation. Just then, he spots a frail old servant walking by. After confirming the old man is from the Haxson household, the knight ruthlessly cuts him down. What did the poor old man even do? The knight claims it's disrespectful not to bow to their crest, ignoring that the man was likely blind. Remorseless, he orders his men to drag Damien out and slaughter everyone else inside. The knights charge forward, targeting Victor, who is casually sweeping by the front gate. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Agnes's team chats. She notes the cave collapse limited their intel, but praises their hard work anyway. Suddenly, something catches their attention and stops them dead in their tracks. Sitting on a nearby rock is a lone figure, calmly channeling magic in a mesmerizing display. Stunned, Agnes stares in disbelief, wondering how he is doing this. She realizes the destructive energy technique she gave Damien must be a cultivation method that, at its peak, lets the user freely absorb surrounding mana. What shocks her most is that he has mastered it to this level in just a few hours. Damien snaps out of his focus and sees Agnes and her team staring up at him in absolute shock. Agnes rushes over immediately. Calmly, Damien asks if their investigation is finished. He is highly pleased with the book, completely absorbed in its contents, while Agnes can only marvel at his unbelievable progress. Damien realizes Agnes wasn't exaggerating. This book is incredibly rare and hard to master. As a past-life swordsman, basic techniques bore him, but this cultivation method is a game-changer. It was designed to offset the massive mana drain of the destructive sword style. Fortunately, this technique is built differently. It gathers mana rapidly and can even draw in external energy, making it the perfect fuel for high-level combat. Suddenly, Damien and Agnes lock eyes, and time seems to stand still. The beautiful paladin blushes, but Damien breaks the silence, casually noting it's dinner time. He suggests they head back, but out of nowhere. Damien senses a sudden wave of bloodlust. His instincts scream that trouble has arrived. Without wasting a second, he tells Agnes he has an urgent errand and dashes off, leaving her stunned. He moves with incredible speed using minimal mana, showing flawless control. Agnes is left wondering just how deep his power truly goes. Meanwhile, at the Haxson estate, Knight Lavender mercilessly beats Victor, landing a brutal punch to his stomach. Victor collapses, begging for mercy, but the knight keeps striking him. Garak and Ulpis stand by, thoroughly enjoying the cruel display. Victor's cries of pain fall on deaf ears. Suddenly, Viscount Paul rushes in, demanding the knight stop. Garak instantly recognizes him as Paul Haxson. Paul cradles the battered, unconscious Victor. Furious, the old man demands to know why knights are assaulting civilians, especially when House Lionbloom has committed far worse crimes. What Victor did is nothing compared to their sins. With that, Garak steps forward, announcing that Marquis Lionbloom demands Damien Haxson. He coldly warns them to hand over the young master, or their land will suffer. Though shocked by the scale of retaliation, Paul stands firm, calling it a bluff. He refuses to surrender his son, knowing Lionbloom would destroy their estate anyway. With a defiant smile, the old man looks Garak in the eye, refusing to back down. Gritting his teeth, Garak warns they will regret this, ordering his men to destroy everything until Damien appears. The Viscount begs them to stop, but a chilling voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, asking if these pests have lost their minds. Everyone freezes as a dark, purplish aura floods the area. Garak turns, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, clueless as to who possesses such monstrous energy. Meanwhile, Ulpis and Lavender are paralyzed, frozen stiff by Damien's aura. Damien calmly walks in and kneels beside Victor, checking his pulse. Seeing his battered servant, rage boils within him. In a sharp, controlled voice, Damien warns the knights they are lucky Victor is tough. Had he died, none of them would leave alive. Garak stiffens under the immense pressure, finally realizing who this terrifying presence is. It must be the infamous Damien Haxson, bold enough to defy the Marquis. Garak scoffs, dismissing him as a cocky madman who got lucky against a noble. Fed up, the blonde brute orders his minions to crush Damien's legs and force him to kneel. Ulpis and Lavender march forward in perfect sync, ready to strike. But in a flash, Damien prepares to make his move. Damien draws his blade, parrying their attacks with flawless precision. Sparks fly as steel clashes. Eager to test his newly gathered mana, Damien unleashes his destructive energy technique. He wastes no time, grabbing Lavender's arm and twisting it brutally, eliciting a scream of agony. With a powerful punch to the chest, he sends the knight flying across the yard like trash. Damien smirks, never expecting his test subjects to line up so willingly. Seeing his partner crushed, Ulpis rushes in, only to be met with a brutal kick to the chin that sends him flying. Damien isn't holding back. Garak, the Lionbloom knight, steps forward to face him. He is shocked by Damien's strength and immunity to their tricks. He never expected this supposed weakling to possess such overwhelming martial skill. Damien brushes it off, but Garak suddenly acts as if he has solved a grand mystery. To Damien's utter confusion, the blonde brute declares that Damien is actually an imposter, not the real Damien Haxson. Holding Victor, the Viscount is stunned by this absurd accusation. Even Damien looks disgusted that this brainless knight could come up with such a ridiculous theory. The brute keeps shouting, claiming Damien is a fake hired to sabotage House Lionbloom. He insists he won't fall for this trap. Damien finds the rant incredibly boring. Garak calls him an imposter sent to drag their name through the dirt, slowly reaching for his sword as he continues his delusional speech. Garak curses them for insulting the Lionblooms. Damien can only marvel at the knight's sheer stupidity, while Lavender pretends to be unconscious to avoid the fight. The Viscount calls out in worry, and Victor prays for Damien's victory. Garak draws his sword and charges, aiming for a decapitating strike. He acknowledges the impostor's skill, but believes his luck has run out, confident in his own plan. The moment Damien steps into range, Garak plans to split him in two. He swings his blade at Damien's neck, but Damien easily dodges with a smirk, realizing this opponent is a genuine knight, not a clown. Shocked that his attack was parried, Garak dismisses it as a fluke. Furious, the brute charges again, unleashing his full fury. This time, Garak unleashes a wave of fire, daring Damien to block it. Damien stands coolly, deflecting the flames effortlessly. He mocks the brute's slow speed, pushing Garak over the edge. Now it's Damien's turn. He draws his sword and dashes forward at blinding speed, aiming straight for Garak's forehead before the knight can even react. In a flash, Damien kicks Garak's face, sending him rolling like trash. As the brute struggles to breathe, Damien coolly states that was for Victor. Bleeding and cursing, Garak forces himself up and charges again, his sword blazing with fire. But even his ultimate technique fails to shake Damien, who meets the fiery strike head-on, blade to blade. The impact shatters Garak's sword into shards. Before he can react, Damien's blade slices clean through his shoulder. Screaming in agony and coughing up blood, Garak collapses. The Viscount and Victor watch in disbelief as Damien easily defeats an official knight. As Garak whimpers, clutching his wound, Damien rests his cold blade against the brute's face, threatening to end him. Terrified, the brute begs for his life. Damien coldly confirms his identity as Damien Haxson, telling him it is too late to beg after hurting his family and servant. Ignoring Garak's desperate pleas, Damien turns away, leaving the pathetic knight to his father and Victor, who look more than ready to finish the job. Garak, the Lionbloom family's official knight, limps away in shame alongside his sidekicks Ulpus and Lavender. Their battered bodies are the work of Damien Haxson, who even severed Garak's hand. Damien had unleashed his rugged servant, Victor, to beat them to a pulp. Still unsatisfied, Victor wanted to keep going, but Damien warned him it would kill Garak. Victor casually suggested just taking another limb instead. Garak looked ready to cry, dragging himself away like a terrified wreck. Damien enjoyed treating him like a toy, but Viscount Haxson stepped in, calling an end to it. Garak collapsed at the Viscount's feet, begging for forgiveness for his disrespect. However, Paul won't let it slide easily. The old man demands this gorilla's apology actually be worth something after all the chaos he caused. Paul points out that without his son's strength, their territory would have been wiped out, and the Marquis family would have tortured them. Garak slams his head to the ground, begging for mercy, but the Viscount's anger remains. With a glance from Paul, Damien sheathes his sword, claiming he never planned to kill this trash. He knows taking Garak's life would completely ruin their relations with House Lionbloom. Damien admits that alone, he would gladly fight the Marquis family, but he must protect his own household first. He is smart enough to know that if he sends these fools back like this, they will seek revenge. Dealing with this troublesome trio is becoming a headache. Suddenly, Lady Agnes runs in, demanding to know what is happening. Damien is completely caught off guard by her sudden appearance. But then it hits him, Lady Agnes could be useful. He quickly explains the situation, and she understands his concerns. Ready to back him up, she thanks House Haxson for defeating one of Yulan's executive officers, a historic feat. With this victory, Lady Agnes decides she can officially recognize House Haxson as an allied household. This brings Damien some peace of mind, not to mention. Viscount Haxson and Victor exchange knowing glances, realizing this plan could save them from a major crisis. Meanwhile, Damien puts on a charming, puppy-eyed look to win over Lady Agnes, asking if she can make it happen. Dazzled, she is ready to grant his favor. Deep down, this smooth talker was aiming for church protection all along. In the back, Paul and Victor watch his charms work like magic. Lady Agnes agrees without a second thought. Damien immediately orders that this be reported to House Lionbloom. He tells the three knights to inform their master that House Haxson is now under church protection, warning that any further aggression will face the church's full wrath. Damien shoots a deadly glare at the scumbags, giving a silent final warning before telling them to get out. Immediately, Garrick and his sidekicks, Ulpus and Lavender, flee for their lives, thanking Damien for his mercy. Victor mocks them, thrilled to see the brutes run with their tails between their legs. They can finally breathe a sigh of relief, but Paul warns that they must plan their next move. He decides to call a family meeting to discuss the situation further. Later, once all the high-ranking officials have gathered, the meeting begins with Paul addressing their growing feud with House Lionbloom. Abel, looking incredibly nerdy, asks why this meeting is even necessary now that they have church protection. He doesn't see the point of worrying. However, Louise steps in, pointing out that they cannot realistically expect the church to fully shield them or intervene when things get truly serious. Paul agrees with his daughter, explaining that the church avoids noble affairs to prevent political backlash. Furthermore, the Lionbloom family's true power runs much deeper than mere military strength. The Viscount knows they could easily crush a small family like theirs. Seeking the wisest path, he concludes that the most realistic option is to pay them off with a hefty sum to keep House Haxson out of trouble. Alternatively, they could seek protection under a high-ranking noble. Lady Agnes agrees that joining another great house is their safest move, but she suggests one more option. Without missing a beat, she proposes her favorite idea, making Damien a paladin. She claims that if he joins, it would solve all their problems at once. Damien's face says it all. He is done with this nonsense. He didn't expect this proposal during a serious meeting, but with everyone staring, he flatly rejects it. Paul respects his son's choice and drops the idea. However, Abel flinches, then suddenly slams the table, demanding his father's attention. He angrily questions why Paul accepted Damien's refusal so easily. Abel argues that Damien becoming a paladin would solve everything. In truth, he is trying to sabotage his brother to eliminate him as a rival. Damien sees right through him and is utterly disgusted. Noticing his expression, Abel snaps, blaming Damien for the entire feud and demanding he take responsibility. Since it is all his fault, Abel insists he must comply. Abel demands Damien become a paladin to fix this. Before he can continue, Paul silences him with a terrifying glare, reminding him to show manners in front of their guest. Paul knows Damien's actions triggered the feud, but he doesn't blame him entirely. He drops a bombshell. Lionbloom's second son had designs on Louise, and without Damien's intervention, he wouldn't have backed off. In short, Damien protected Louise when their father could not. Merelda and Louise comfort Paul, seeing his heavy burden. Then, the proud Viscount stands, walks over, and pats Damien's shoulder, telling him he did well. He is genuinely proud of his son for defending their honor and punishing those fools. This rare moment of warmth touches Damien's heart. Paul steps up, asking to act like a real father for once. But the butler interrupts with shocking news. A representative from House Gold Pixie has arrived. It turns out Damien used the family's wheat fields as collateral for a loan, and the deadline has passed. Worse, they've already sold the fields. Damien is stunned, never expecting his luck to run out so fast. Furious, Paul grabs Damien by the neck, cursing him. Just then, a man tips his hat to Damien. It's Alan Dameshie, the West Branch manager of Dash and Cash, flanked by his guard. It's been a while, but Alan is here on official business, arriving precisely on the repayment date. Alan smugly presents the contract Damien signed, reminding him of the collateral. He flashes a slick smile, calling the paperwork a mere formality to keep Damien at ease. But Paul snaps, declaring that a low-born debt collector could never seize land from a noble family like theirs. Damien finally remembers Alan was the one who manipulated him into signing the deed. Wondering how he fell for it, Damien asks for the total debt. Alan calmly replies it's 200 gold, which has ballooned to 300 with interest. Stunned, Damien stares in utter disbelief, unable to process the massive sum. Alan smugly tells him to read the contract. Damien can't even recall why he borrowed it, but he knows they don't have that kind of gold. Ruin is staring them in the face. His family will be thrown onto the streets to starve. As despair crushes Damien, Alan coldly declares that if the debt isn't paid today, the collateral land will belong to Dash and Cash. Damien protests, recalling Alan's promise that it was just a formality. Alan shrugs. Duke Gold Pixie ordered a strict collection on all debts, noble or commoner. He asks if Damien even has the money. Stunned, Damien admits he has nothing prepared. That's exactly what Alan wanted to hear. Feigning concern, he lounges on the couch, mocking Damien's poor choices. With a snap of his fingers, two massive bodyguards step forward, glaring at Damien. Alan takes control, knowing Damien is helpless. Collecting gold is nice, but his true pleasure lies elsewhere. Watching arrogant nobles grovel at his feet, Alan shivers with anticipation, eager to see Damien break. Meanwhile, back home, Merylda and Louise calmly sip tea while the Viscount paces frantically in a state of panic. Abel sulks in the corner, cursing his luck, as Merylda gently urges the Viscount to sit down. She warns him he'll wear a hole in the floor. Louise also tries to soothe him, but the Viscount is tearing his hair out over his son's disaster. Paul is losing his mind, knowing their future hangs by a thread. Yet Merylda remains perfectly calm, telling them to trust Damien and wait. Louise agrees, noting Damien always delivers. The Viscount counters that swordsmanship doesn't equal negotiation skills. But right then, Damien proves him wrong. He slams Alan's bodyguard face first into the floor with bone-shattering force. Alan freezes, a cold sweat breaking out as his confidence completely evaporates. Having flattened the first brute, Damien braces for his father's lecture about the damaged floor. The second guard lunges with his sword, but Damien effortlessly catches him by the throat. Glaring at the audacity of a commoner drawing a blade on a noble, Damien calls it self-defense. Now, he has the perfect excuse. Damien turns to Alan with a terrifying smirk. Stepping closer, he politely explains he can't pay right now. Terrified, Alan quickly agrees. But then Damien grips his shoulder, whispering that he'd like to settle the debt another way. A cold dread washes over Alan as he awaits his fate. The next day, Abel laments that violence triumphed over justice. While Merylda and Louise warmly wish Damien a safe trip, Abel dramatically begs the heavens for answers, earning a scolding from Paul. Still, the Viscount worries if this plan will work, while Lady Agnes expresses regret that they must part ways so soon. Damien thanks her. Agnes notes their investigation is almost done, wishing him a blessed journey. She hints at him changing his mind, but Damien firmly assures her his decision is final. With the luggage loaded, Damien bids farewell and climbs into the carriage, ready for the road ahead. Surprisingly, Alan tags along, promising a smooth journey. Pleased with this new attitude, Damien casually requests lobster for lunch. With Victor aboard, the carriage departs for House Gold Pixie. Upon arrival, the trio steps out to stretch their legs, standing before the grand, imposing gates of the ducal mansion. The Gold Pixie Dukedom, rumored to be the wealthiest, truly lives up to its name. Damien thanked his servant/loan shark, Orland Amici, for the comfortable ride. He could tell the man was fuming after being treated like a dog. With a fake smile, Orland Amici wished him well while cursing him inwardly. Now, Damien confidently strides in to request an audience with the Duke. Duke Adam Gold Pixie of the Apple Kingdom sized up the Haxson heir with discerning eyes. Damien, playing the part of a polite noble, didn't waste time. When asked about his sudden visit, Damien frankly admitted he owed a massive debt to the Duke's loan company with the deadline looming. Since he was broke, he proposed an alternative way to settle the bill. Instead of cash, he offered to represent the Gold Pixie Dukedom and defeat their rival, the Lionbloom family. The Duke was intrigued, while his advisors were shocked. Adam chuckled, realizing Damien had done his homework. Currently, the hottest gossip in the kingdom is a newly discovered gold mine on the border between the two rival families. This massive wealth has reignited their long-standing feud, pushing them to the brink. To settle this generational beef and claim the mine, they're preparing a duel between low-class knights. In Damien's past life, the Lionbloom family won an overwhelming victory thanks to their rising star. They used the gold mine's wealth to rapidly expand, while the Gold Pixie Dukedom slowly faded into obscurity. To prevent this future and clear his debt, Damien has a plan. Winning this duel would kill two birds with one stone, clear his debt and keep the Lionblooms in check. Duke Adam was intrigued by Damien's boldness, especially since rumors of him defeating the Lionbloom's second son and crushing a crime syndicate had already reached his ears. Damien's credibility was solid, and his timing was perfect. The Duke was struggling to find a suitable representative anyway. Damien confidently declared himself the only low-class knight who could defeat the Lionbloom heir, Michael, a renowned generational genius. While Michael is impressive, Damien is on another level. However, as he pitched himself, one of the Duke's knights objected, dismissing Damien's feats as mere rumors. He argued they should wait for Lady Chelsea, who was currently searching for a proper candidate. Middle-class knight Ernst Horwitz openly sneered at Damien. He urged the Duke to trust Lady Chelsea's month-long search for a champion instead of relying on a random kid. The Duke agreed, valuing his retainer's advice. Damien, annoyed by this skinny knight who looked like a chewed-up bone spat out by an orc, felt his patience wearing thin. He needed to act fast to save his deal. When the Duke asked him to defend his proposal, Damien decided actions speak louder than words. He boldly declared that rejecting him would be a massive mistake. To prove he was superior to anyone Lady Chelsea might bring, he challenged the skinny knight to a test. If Damien could block a single strike from this mid-class knight, it would prove he was the real deal. The bait worked perfectly. Horwitz was itching to teach the brat a lesson, and an amused Duke Adam gave them the green light. Soon, they faced off in the training grounds under watchful eyes. Victor arrived just in time to see his master mixed up in trouble again. Sensing the knight's murderous intent, Victor realized Damien's provocation might have gone a bit too far. As the match began, Sir Horwitz stood stiffly, offering Damien one last chance to surrender. Damien just yawned, telling him to hurry it up. With only one strike allowed, the mid-class knight channeled all his mana into his spear's tip, unleashing a terrifying aura. Sensing the massive surge of power, Damien realized he might have pushed the guy a bit too far. With a face twisted in rage, Horwitz lunged with lightning speed and lethal intent. It was an impressive charge, but Damien calmly raised his sword, confident he could block the predictable path. However, at the very last second, the spear tip snaked past his defense with a subtle, deceptive bend. It was a tiny adjustment, but it left Damien's chest completely wide open. Damien's sword shattered instantly under the force. With no blade to block the blow, the spear tore forward, piercing Damien's chest and drawing blood. The Duke gasped, and Victor's stomach churned in horror. Yet to everyone's shock, Damien didn't fall. Though clearly in pain, he managed to keep his balance and remain standing, defying all expectations. Horwitz couldn't believe a low-class knight survived his strike. Wiping away the blood, Damien grinned and asked the Duke if this was proof enough. Relieved, Victor rushed the stage, tackling his master in a tight hug that hurt more than the spear. Damien struggled to peel off his loyal servant, while the Duke stepped forward, thoroughly impressed by the show. Surviving that strike was no joke. Realizing he had a hidden gem, Duke Adam proudly announced Damien as the Gold Pixie representative. Horwitz tried to protest, but a sharp glare from the Duke instantly shut him down. Adam was in a great mood, and no one dared ruin it. Left in shambles, Horwitz could only stew in his defeat. Horwitz was certain his strike landed cleanly. In truth, Damien's power already far exceeds a mid-class knight. But since only low-class knights can enter the duel, he had to fake his level. To make his struggle look convincing, he secretly deployed a magic shield at the last millisecond, dampening the spear's force just enough to survive while putting on a good show. One wrong move, and Damien would have been in serious danger. Detecting light internal injuries, Duke Adam couldn't let his new asset break so easily. He opened his expensive subspace storage ring and retrieved an ornate box. Inside were 5 golden balance pills, rare treasures from the Alchemy Academy usually reserved for elite knights. The Duke generously gifted them to Damien to aid his recovery. These pills were also the perfect remedy for internal injuries. Damien accepted them gratefully, solidifying their alliance. The young baron's plan was moving smoothly. The next morning, after a night in a lavish guest room, Damien visited the training grounds. He was amazed by the pill's efficacy. His injuries had healed overnight. Looking around, he realized the Duke's estate was as grand as rumored. The facilities boasted top-tier equipment, making Damien glad he came. But as he admired the weapons, an arrogant, squeaky voice called his name. It was a short night standing on a platform just to look him in the eye. This loudmouth, Pavel Vermont, introduced himself pompously alongside his two sworn brothers. They were low-ranking knights of the Duke's household, looking for trouble. These three were also chosen for the upcoming match against the Lionblooms. Pavel claimed they were away training yesterday. Otherwise, they would have easily defeated Damien themselves. To Pavel, this duel was about family honor, and he warned Damien not to drag them down with mediocre skills. With a final warning, the short knight told Damien not to get in their way. Damien walked away, preferring to train alone. Still, he was curious to see his teammates' actual skills in action. Pavel signaled his brothers and assumed his immovable king stance, looking incredibly constipated. Opposite him, a lanky knight initiated his vermilion bird technique, which looked more like an awkward chicken hop. The two clashed wooden swords with zero impact, yet they looked dead serious. Unbelievably, this marked their 987th duel, and they took it very seriously. Despite their terrible skills, these guys acted like main characters. Breaking their stalemate, Pavel swung his sword wildly, forcing the lanky knight to dodge frantically. Once the swing stopped, the lanky knight seized his chance. Closing his eyes, he struck down, landing a clean hit right on Pavel's head. When he opened his eyes, he stood in absolute awe of Pavel's supposed genius defense. The lanky knight genuinely believed Pavel had blocked the strike with his forehead. Despite bleeding and crying in pain, Pavel insisted the match was a draw. As the third, heavier brother stepped up to spar, a dazed Pavel stammered that he just needed a quick break. With only a month left until the duel, their prospects looked grim. They honestly believed this foolish training would help them defeat the Lionbloom Knights. Shouting a cheesy chant, they raised their wooden swords, completely oblivious to their impending humiliation. Watching from the sidelines, Damien's expression grew darker. He had been so focused on securing his own spot that he completely forgot to consider the quality of his teammates. A sense of doom washed over Damien as he stared at these clowns. In his past life, he was a godlike warrior who brought ruin to the world, yet these three idiots made him feel utterly powerless. Meanwhile, the Duke was in high spirits, laughing about the previous night's events. After the trial, he had even offered Damien personal training under the legendary Jael Heinrich. But Damien had politely declined, preferring to train alone. The Duke found the young man incredibly amusing. When asked for an honest evaluation, Sir Heinrich highly praised Damien. He was the only one who noticed Damien using mana for a split second to block the spear, a feat requiring immense control. Still, their chances against Michael Lionbloom remained uncertain. With three duelists competing, the first team to win 2 rounds takes the match. Even if Damien wins, the others must perform well to secure victory. They were currently training under a mid-tier knight, which reassured the Duke. But to Damien, these local knights were a hopeless, incompetent bunch. Their stamina was terrible, and their so-called training was nothing but a joke. Their swordsmanship was all show and no substance. To avoid a stain on his record, Damien reluctantly decided to intervene. He called the three over, strapped heavy training weights onto his limbs, and challenged them to a spar. Pavel smugly volunteered to go first, praising Damien's guts. Damien just stared at him like he was an idiot. He had no time to waste fighting them one by one. He told them to attack all at once. Offended, the three threw away their wooden swords, foolishly believing they could beat him barehanded. Violating the chivalric code, they launched a synchronized assault. Damien didn't even flinch at their incoming fists. 5 minutes later, Pavel woke up flat on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling in utter confusion. Shaking off his daze, Pavel tried to piece together what had happened. Nearby, his 2 brothers were still knocked out cold. Just as Damien expected, they were utterly pathetic in battle. Meanwhile, Victor was panicking over his master's actions. Pavel could only recall launching their coordinated attack before everything went black, leaving him with only fragmented memories of the beating. First, Damien casually dodged the heavy's attack, then let the lanky one swing at empty air, losing his balance. With two swift chops to their necks, he easily dropped both goons. With his lackeys down, the arrogant shorty was left defenseless. He tried to sneak in a punch, but Damien caught him right on the chin, following up with another brutal strike. He unleashed a relentless barrage, breaking and dislocating every bone in Pavel's body until the boy blacked out. An outsider had effortlessly overpowered the pride of the dukedom's knights. What kind of monster could do this without breaking a sweat? Having beaten the three into submission, Damien demanded to know their instructor. A trembling Pavel stuttered the name of Sir Sebastian Vincennes. Damien couldn't believe a mid-tier knight trained these kids to be so pathetic. They'd be better off ditching him, but to avoid drama, Damien ordered them to spar with him daily after their official training. Pavel worried their instructor would take offense, but Damien reassured them. He was so skilled at delivering beatings, he could do it without leaving a single mark. Pavel felt his bones break during the thrashing, yet woke up without a scratch. Damien had learned this unique method during his past life. Long ago, a legendary reformer known as the Character Corrector traveled the continent. His method was simple. Misbehaving inmates were beaten for an hour straight. If they didn't learn, he doubled the time. Rumor says he once thrashed a criminal for 512 hours straight. Feeling pity for his bloodied targets, he devised a technique to inflict endless pain without endangering their lives. Through endless practice, he mastered this bizarre art, calling it "my kill." It was just one of many skills Damien acquired in his past life. Inflicting unbearable pain without leaving a mark is highly useful. Today, Damien made the trio face their own weakness. But they had a month to improve, and he would ensure they became useful. As the three dreaded the painful weeks ahead, the Duke's attendants suddenly arrived with urgent news. Damien was being summoned by Duke Adam immediately. Damien was summoned because Grand Duchess Chelsea Gold Pixie had returned from her travels. She paid respects to her father alongside a towering knight. No one was happier than the humiliated Sir Horwitz, hoping Chelsea would right yesterday's wrongs. Duke Adam indifferently asked if this was her chosen champion for the upcoming duel. With a confident smile, she presented the hulking warrior. The Duke remained unimpressed. The towering warrior stepped forward, introducing himself in a booming voice as Guillaume Blackwing, the wild beast. The retainers recognized the famous rogue knight. Tales of his exploits in the Archlich Kingdom's war were legendary, where he single-handedly wiped out an entire unit of low-tier knights. Rumor claimed he was unmatched at his level. Even the Duke had heard of the wild beast, and his interest was piqued. Chelsea proudly announced that Guillaume had pledged loyalty to her and would fight in the duel. She was confident he was the answer to Michael Lionbloom. While Lionbloom was a rising star, the wild beast was already a finished masterpiece. This would have been great news a few days ago, but now. Guillaume's arrival was now a headache. Sensing her father's hesitation, Chelsea frowned. To explain, Duke Adam introduced his own chosen representative. Damien Haxson arrived right on cue, looking calm and composed. Chelsea was furious. She had spent a month working tirelessly to secure a champion, only to find the position filled behind her back. She demanded her father replace the representative immediately to correct this mistake. The Duke remained neutral, promising to consider it. Furious at his hesitation, Chelsea scoffed. She had never heard of Damien Haxson and believed a renowned warrior should easily replace a nobody. While Damien disliked being dismissed, Guillaume stared at him with open mockery. Damien sensed a sinister vibe from the wild beast. The Duke calmly defended his choice, noting that Damien had easily withstood a full-power strike from Horwitz. The reminder visibly shook the defeated knight. Dropping all formalities, Chelsea accused her father of constantly undermining her. As she ranted about family treatment, Adam sternly warned her to watch her tongue. Catching herself, the Grand Duchess excused her outburst as travel fatigue. The deep-seated tension between father and daughter was obvious to everyone. Declaring the meeting over, the Duke dismissed them, promising a final decision soon. Suddenly, Guillaume burst into boisterous laughter. He rudely asserted that words were pointless in deciding a champion, offended by his disrespect. Guardian Knight Heinrich nearly drew his sword. Guillaume continued, arguing that the strongest should naturally represent the dukedom, suggesting they settle it right now. Though Chelsea scolded her knight for speaking out of turn, the Duke asked Damien for his thoughts. Honestly, Damien found these constant tests tiresome, but he knew a quick display of force was the fastest way to end this. Agreeing with the sentiment, Damien proposed settling the dispute without a full fight. He extended his hand, offering a simple test of grip strength to confirm a suspicion. Guillaume laughed, warning him he might lose an arm. Unfazed, Damien calmly replied that he would be gentle and merely dislocate the brute's shoulder. Offended by the provocation, the beast lunged at Damien's arm with pure fury. He moved with explosive speed, but in a flash, his massive body was flipped upside down. Damien used judo to easily slam the giant. Even old Heinrich was left speechless, while Horwitz's face fell even further. Lady Chelsea, watching closely, couldn't believe her eyes. But it happened too fast for her to comprehend. Sir Heinrich inwardly praised Damien's incredible skill. With his veteran eyes, he saw Guillaume strike first, only for the kid to turn the giant's raw power against him, tossing him like a sack of trash. His physical traits are great, but his technique is truly terrifying. Yet, instead of accepting defeat, Sir Guillaume quickly recovered, cursing Damien for humiliating him. Expecting this, Damien fanned the flames, mocking that he failed to dislocate the brute's shoulder. Blinded by rage, the beast drew his dual axes as dark mana surged. He took an offensive stance, ready to shred the boy. Lady Chelsea tried to stop her champion, but her voice couldn't reach him anymore. He charged, eager to split Damien's skull open. But before his mana could manifest, a dominant power suppressed him. Guillaume froze, realizing someone had intervened. While Damien stood his ground, the Duke's guardian knight unleashed his aura, furious at the outsider's audacity. Drawing a weapon before the Duke is a grave sin. The guardian coldly asked if he had a death wish. Guillaume's rage vanished under the old man's crushing mana. Damien was impressed by the pressure of a simple aura release, truly a high-class knight. Out of respect for Lady Chelsea, the guardian overlooked the offense just this once, warning it would be the last. Feeling the cold aura recede, Guillaume collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. With that settled, the Duke demanded attention. Deciding Damien should remain their representative, he was met with Horwitz's protests. Horwitz claimed Guillaume hadn't recovered from his travels, giving Damien an unfair advantage. Damien secretly regretted not slitting this toothpick's throat earlier. Horwitz whined that Guillaume is a weapon master and shouldn't be judged by a fistfight. This time, Lady Chelsea backed him, demanding an official duel instead of childish scuffles. Irritated by them moving the goalposts, Duke Adam slammed his desk, roaring at his daughter for being an incompetent brat. Shaken, Chelsea stammered an apology. The toothpick knight gritted his teeth in silence, as an awkward silence filled the room. Damien raised his hand. With a mischievous grin, he accepted Chelsea's proposal for a formal duel. Seeing his resolve, Duke Adam relented. Later, Victor nagged his master for taking an unnecessary risk instead of staying quiet. Ignoring him, they arrived at a workshop personally recommended by the Duke. Duke Adam added a condition too. The upcoming duel. Since Damien's sword was destroyed, he was to get a new one from the Duke's smithy. Honestly, Damien could beat Guillaume with a wooden sword, but free stuff is free stuff. Inside, Victor relayed the Duke's orders. Having been notified in advance, the blacksmith invited them straight to the arsenal. Inside was an array of high-quality blades. Even Damien, who had seen legendary weapons, was impressed. Among the glittering swords, one caught his eye. The owner explained it was commissioned by a knight who served the Duke but left mysteriously before it was finished. The blade was never claimed. Intrigued, Damien asked if it used resonant steel, noting it resembled the tuning fork blade of the sword maestro. The owner was shocked Damien wanted it, knowing resonant steel is incredibly finicky. Unlike metals that amplify mana, it repels mana to generate powerful waves. When asked for its name, the owner tried to remember. The knight had named it the Thousand League Sword. Weapon secured, Damien headed out, only to be stopped by Lady Chelsea's maid, Rebecca, flanked by guards. She politely requested a moment of Damien's time on behalf of the Grand Duchess. Naturally, Damien had no reason to accept such a suspicious invitation. But Rebecca insisted the Duchess held more cards than he thought. Figuring Chelsea wanted to win him over, and having his own questions, Damien played along. Rebecca led him to an exclusive noble restaurant run by the Duchess. She noted that Chelsea had cleared out the entire venue just for this meeting. Just to talk in private, the maid opened the gate, urging him inside. Curious about her offer to get him out of the picture, Damien entered, immediately hit by a hypnotic scent. Chelsea poured wine, a single hourglass on the table. With a bewitching smile, she invited him to sit. One whiff of that pink mist, and most would have folded on the spot. Sensing something off about this meeting, Damien sits down anyway and gets straight to the point. Lady Chelsea insists on sharing a meal first, but Damien refuses to waste time, demanding her offer immediately. Relenting, Chelsea makes her sole request. She wants Damien to step down as the family representative. Damien scoffs, accusing her of lacking faith in her own champion. Chelsea calmly claims she has full confidence in Sir Guillaume. She merely wants to save his strength for the upcoming duel with the Marquisate, rather than wasting it here. When Damien asks what he stands to gain from stepping down, Chelsea tells him to name his price. To her, he's just a country bumpkin easily bought with gold, fame, or cheap titles. She doesn't even bother hiding her sheer arrogance. Playing along, Damien notes he could get all of that from the Duke. Chelsea counters, asking if it isn't better to please the future Duke instead. As they speak, her eyes constantly dart to an hourglass. The moment the last grain of sand falls, a strange, bewitching aroma suddenly fills the room. She commands him to step down. Instantly, a wave of unnatural warmth washes over Damien. But instead of falling for this blatant charm spell, he flatly refuses. Chelsea is stunned that her magic failed on a mere country noble. Damien secretly enjoys watching her squirm. He had recognized the scent of mind-controlling black magic the very moment he walked through the door. This incense is designed to enslave anyone within an hour. Fortunately, Damien retained his dark magic knowledge from his past life. Thanks to his authority of greed, he harmlessly absorbs the toxins. Deciding to toy with her, he questions her panicked reaction. Flustered, the spoiled Duchess stumbles over her words, desperately doubling down on her promises of wealth. Bored of the game, Damien turns to leave. He has no use for her empty offers. Desperate, she asks what he actually wants. For Damien, the only goal is his family's happiness, a concept this spoiled brat cannot comprehend. Before walking out, he warns her to prepare Guillaume Blackwing well if she wants him to survive the duel. Dropping her polite facade, Chelsea resorts to threats. Since he cares so much for his family, she promises to utterly destroy the Hoxton household, erasing them from existence. But before she can finish her threat, Damien grabs her by the throat, slamming her onto the table. Her windpipe is nearly crushed in his iron grip. Even pinned down, she demands to be released, outraged that a commoner touched her. But threatening a former Death Knight's family is a fatal mistake. Hearing the noise, her guards burst in with drawn swords. Damien tosses Chelsea aside, snatches a table knife, and slits the guards' throats in a single, blinding motion. As the guards clutch their bleeding necks in panic, Damien walks away. He only cut them lightly. They'll survive if they use a potion quickly. He restrains himself from taking Chelsea's head right here. Simple violence would be far too merciful a punishment for her sheer stupidity. He'd rather watch her ruin herself than give her a quick end. As Chelsea gasps for air, her maid Rebecca rushes in to help. Ignoring Damien's clear warnings, the maid is consumed by thoughts of revenge. She screams for Mustang Fury, a fierce name that belongs to a surprisingly pale, doughy man. Chelsea furiously berates Mustang. He promised the charm incense was foolproof, yet it failed on Damien. Mustang suggests the boy might have a natural resistance to dark magic. Uninterested in excuses, Chelsea slaps him hard for the humiliation. Meanwhile, her champion, Guillaume Blackwing, is off drinking at a tavern to cool his head. Learning her champion is drunk before the big duel infuriates Chelsea. She demands to know if Guillaume can still win. Mustang reassures her. Guillaume is the pride of the Yulan organization, uniquely gifted in dark magic. He asks for patience, promising they are working to secure her the dukedom. Naturally, Chelsea threatens to execute them all if they fail. Unbeknownst to them, Damien is listening from the roof. Later that night, while Victor sleeps soundly on the floor clutching his weapons, Damien stays awake. He examines his new sword, flicking the blade as he softly whispers the name, Yulan. He studies the weapon with intense focus. A strange resonance hums from the blade. Damien realizes Chelsea is tied to the dark mages of Yulan, meaning Blackwing's power is pure dark magic. Flicking the sword again, a mischievous grin spreads across his face. Instead of warning the Duke, he decides on a much more entertaining plan. He'll simply show everyone the truth tomorrow. The next morning, Blackwing enters the arena fully armed. Watching from the sidelines, the three lackeys discuss the match. Pable admits that based on reputation, Blackwing has the clear advantage. Excitedly, they wonder if this means they will finally be freed from Damien's terrifying reign. Bitterly remembering the brutal beating Damien gave them, he's convinced Damien enjoyed every second of it. Pable shares that fear, secretly hoping Damien loses, yet dreading the outcome. With a heavy sigh, he admits he can't picture the hero losing. Just then, Damien steps onto the sparring grounds, fully energized. As the two fighters face off, Blackwing breaks the silence. With a cocky, sarcastic tone, he mocks Damien for not running away. Damien remains completely calm, brushing off the insult. Soon, the Duke arrives and takes his seat, announcing that the winner of this match will become the next representative. Looking at his daughter, he firmly demands everyone accept the result gracefully. Chelsea watches, convinced her warrior will win. The Duke tosses a white cloth, starting the duel. Blackwing draws two axes, spinning them effortlessly as he advances. Believing Damien made a fatal mistake, he grips his weapons and takes a battle stance, boasting he'll show them why he's called the Wild Beast. Mana surges through him as he charges at full speed. As the attack nears, Damien remains perfectly calm. He raises his sword, flicks the blade, and unleashes the same sound waves from the night before. The waves slam into Blackwing's axes. Startled, he backs off, but the sheer force still pushes him back. Chelsea and her maid stare in disbelief, and even the Duke is surprised by the unusual technique. Jael watches silently, seemingly recognizing the move. Feeling humiliated, Blackwing charges again, hurling insults and accusing Damien of using cheap sorcery. Damien doesn't even bother to respond. Instead, he unleashes even stronger sound waves. Driven by pride, Blackwing charges straight into the brutal impact. Blood pours from his body, and before he can recover, another wave strikes his face. Covered in blood and barely able to move, he stubbornly wipes his face and continues cursing. Deciding the game has gone on long enough, Damien raises his sword, channeling a massive amount of mana into the blade. He swings the blade. The powerful shockwave forces the dark mana hiding inside Blackwing's body right out. A horrific scream echoes as the crowd falls silent. Moments later, Blackwing vomits a foul black substance onto the ground. The Duke turns to Jael in shock, demanding answers, while Chelsea watches in disbelief. As Blackwing continues to retch, smoke rises from his body, and his arms visibly wither. Damien steps forward, calmly declaring that the truth is finally out. Looking down, he coldly calls him a fake knight. The Duke stands frozen, while Victor and the other knights are completely dumbfounded. Sheathing his sword, Damien explains that Blackwing used dark magic to boost his physical abilities. Panic spreads through the Duke's retainers as they stammer in fear. Amidst the chaos, Chelsea's maid quietly slips away from the grounds. The Duke asks Damien if he knew Blackwing's identity all along. Damien respectfully admits he did, explaining he stayed silent to uncover all the conspirators first. This revelation sickens the Duke. With a serious expression, Damien reveals that dark mages have infiltrated the household. To expose the mastermind, he names the person responsible for bringing dark magic here. It is none other than his own daughter. Chelsea is stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She desperately defends herself, claiming total innocence. The Duke covers his face in deep disappointment before his anger explodes. In a terrifying voice, he demands to know how such filth entered his household. Without hesitation, he orders his soldiers to arrest Chelsea and everyone connected to this conspiracy. Soldiers seize Blackwing while others surround Chelsea, urging her to surrender peacefully. Realizing capture means total exposure, she frantically orders her guards to protect her. In a foolish display of loyalty, her men draw their weapons and attack. Watching this reckless scene, the Duke sighs in disappointment. He calls upon his head knight, Jael, giving a direct order to capture Chelsea immediately. The old knight bows and accepts the command. He steps forward, releasing a powerful aura, and orders the guards to step aside. Just looking at him, they know they stand no chance. Yet they stubbornly refuse to yield, urging Chelsea to escape while they hold the line. Seeing their futile resolve, Jael sighs. Drawing his sword, he regretfully remarks how unfortunate this is as his blade leaves the sheath. He prepares a devastating slash. As Chelsea flees, she glances back. A wave of mana from Jael's sword cuts through her soldiers and races toward her. Instinctively, she ducks, screaming in terror as the invisible force slices off her hair. She opens her eyes, gasping for breath. Seeing her soldiers still standing brings brief relief, but she misses the thin lines on their bodies. A second later, the soldiers and their weapons split cleanly apart. Blood splashes her face as they collapse. Overwhelmed by Jael's terrifying presence, she spots Ernst and desperately begs him to save her. Unable to ignore her plea, Ernst steps forward with drawn weapon to protect the woman he adores. Damien watches, internally calling him an idiot. Jael warns Ernst that despite his status and the Duke's favor, protecting Chelsea will only get him killed. Realizing she isn't worth his life, Ernst hesitates, quickly drops his weapon, and surrenders. Soldiers immediately arrest Chelsea. She tries to plead her innocence, but the Duke cuts her off, calling her worthless. He declares her actions nearly ruined the family name. Looking at her with utter disgust, he calls bringing her into the family his greatest mistake. Though she continues to beg for mercy, the Duke refuses to listen. Fed up, the Duke orders the guards to drag her away. They gag her as she struggles, her muffled screams ignored by the pitying yet satisfied crowd. As she's dragged out, her eyes lock onto Damien, burning with blood-red rage. She silently curses him, but our protagonist remains completely unfazed. A few days later, we cut to a dark prison cell where a man is being brutally tortured. Bound in chains, the prisoner mutters that he was bewitched by a strange, incense-like scent. Realizing dark magic is at play, the old knight halts the interrogation. He suspects dark mages are pulling Chelsea's strings to control the dukedom. Sighing wearily, he wonders why she'd resort to this. Meanwhile, Chelsea lies in her solitary cell, her eyes still burning with pure hatred. Haunted by her father's harsh words, Chelsea feels pushed to the brink. All her life, she only wanted his acknowledgement, but received nothing but cold neglect. She can't understand why his disappointment was reserved solely for her. Just then, a guard leaves a plate of bread. Shaking with hunger, she reaches out and begins to chew, her mind spinning with dark thoughts. She vows to survive, no matter the humiliation, under the guard's murderous glare. Meanwhile, Damien finishes his training. Walking down the hall, Victor nods to him, signaling that the Duke requests his presence. Soon, red wine is poured in the Duke's study. Sitting across from each other, they share a quiet drink, and Damien compliments the rich vintage. The Duke smiles, offering some rare cheese to pair with his favorite wine. Damien accepts, keeping the atmosphere casual. But the mood shifts when the Duke sets his glass down, revealing he has asked the Holy Church to handle Chelsea's case. Damien raises an eyebrow, surprised the Duke is outsourcing the investigation. Rubbing his temples, the Duke admits none of the captured suspects were actual dark mages. Damien feels a pang of irritation, realizing the true mastermind escaped. The Duke explains he involved the church to avoid political friction. When Damien asks if Chelsea revealed any clues under interrogation, the Duke sighs heavily, revealing she didn't utter a single word, even under severe torture. Sipping his wine, the Duke hollowly admits Chelsea wasn't always this way. He bitterly recalls his youth, when he met her commoner mother on a hunting trip. When she later presented Chelsea, his arrogant younger self refused to believe the child was his and turned them away. Years later, curiosity led him back, only to find the mother had died of the plague. Leaving the little girl alone, pale, the Duke admits bringing her back went against his nature. Damien quietly suggests it was because of family. The word strikes a chord, filling the Duke with visible regret. He murmurs that perhaps her desperate desire for acceptance drove her to darkness. Shaking his head, he laments that she could have lived a simple, noble life. Shaking off his melancholy, the Duke apologizes for his drunken rambling. Suddenly, a panicked attendant interrupts them. Standing up anxiously, the Duke demands to know what is wrong. The attendant hesitates before delivering the shocking news. Lady Chelsea has hanged herself. The Duke freezes in horror. In the prison cell, guards stand paralyzed before Chelsea's lifeless, hanging body. Later, Victor walks with Damien, carrying laundry and nagging him about his habits. He complains about washing underwear separately and asks why Damien always leaves his socks inside out. Damien ignores the banter, his attention caught by a half-open door. Peering inside, he spots the Duke staring blankly into space, utterly lost in thought. 4 days have passed since Chelsea's death. Ruled a suicide, the case is closed, and she was buried in a plain, unadorned grave due to the disgrace. While the immediate crisis has settled, Damien senses this is merely the calm before the storm. Victor snaps him out of his thoughts, asking if he's listening. Damien simply smiles. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, a heavily intoxicated Ernst stumbles and collapses against a stone wall. Sobbing, he whispers Chelsea's name. A flashback triggers. A young, innocent Chelsea asks if her father will like the flower crown she made. Ernst shyly replies he doesn't know, having never received flowers himself. The young girl happily explains that flowers bring happiness, picked from the field where her parents met. Ernst smiles, assuring her the Duke will love them. Back in the present, consumed by grief, Ernst curses his inability to protect her. Punching his chest in agony, he screams in despair, letting out all his bottled-up anguish. As his breathing slows, Chelsea's maid, Rebecca, approaches. Recognizing her, Ernst's grief turns to fury. He slams her against the wall, choking her and blaming her for Chelsea's death. He calls her a dark mage who consorted with demons, but Rebecca gasps, begging him to help her seek revenge. Intrigued, Ernst demands to know what she means. Rebecca claims Chelsea didn't commit suicide, but died from brutal torture. Shaken, Ernst releases her. Coughing, Rebecca explains the Duke covered up the horrific torture marks to protect his reputation. Ernst realizes the ruthless Duke is entirely capable of such a cover-up. Rebecca admits she approached Chelsea with bad intentions, but Chelsea treated her like a sister. Swearing revenge on the dukedom, she touches the guard's hand. Suddenly, a hypnotic purple aura flows from her pendant. She demands his help, and the mist washes over Ernst, blanking his mind. Dropping his bottle, he mindlessly steps forward like a puppet, asking what he must do. Mustang steps out, relieved the enchantment worked on a mid-level knight. Rebecca smirks, explaining that everyone has a weakness to exploit. For Ernst, it was Chelsea. Rebecca cackles insanely at the knight's stupidity. He has no idea who actually killed her. She can't wait to see his face when he realizes the dark mages themselves orchestrated Chelsea's death. The maid asks Mustang if targeting the MC is necessary. Mustang insists they must, as a church spy confirmed Damien killed Agito. Damien interfered with their sacred mission, which is unforgivable. Calming down, he notes that since Damien and the dukedom think they've vanished, they'll be completely unprepared. It's the perfect chance to strike. Meanwhile, late at night in the dukedom. Our boy meditates, focusing on his mana, unaware that 3 attackers are lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, they charge with wooden swords, but just as they're about to strike, Damien vanishes. A second later, he reappears right above them, ready to counter. One attacker spots the shadow and tries to block, but the sheer force of Damien's strike is overwhelming. He crashes into a pillar, gritting his teeth. It's Pable, his anger masked by fear, while the other 2 back off in panic. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Damien calls them pathetic. He gave these low-class knights the freedom to ambush him, yet they still failed miserably. Dejected, the 3 bow their heads and apologize in unison. Pable braces for another beating, but Damien surprises them by ending training early. Confused, Pable claims they're happy, though internally he's shocked to escape a thrashing. Damien explains that with their match against the Marcos family just 2 days away, sparring is over. He wants them to rest and reflect on everything he's taught them. The other 2 exchange confused looks, wondering if Damien actually taught them anything besides how to get wrecked. Sighing, Damien realizes they missed the point. He explains that sparring wasn't just physical training, there was a deeper lesson hidden within. But as he looks around, only Pable seems to be deep in thought, actually trying to understand. Damien smiles, glad at least one of them got it. He then unbuckles the heavy weights he wore throughout training, leaving the knights speechless. Days later, at the Leafy Plains, the Duke's party rides out. Noting they're running late, the Duke asks Damien for his assessment of the enemy. Watching the approaching army, Damien notes they are highly equipped and formidable. And highly skilled, Damien adds. Instead of worrying, the Duke laughs, mocking the Lionbloom faction's lack of brains but praising their training. Soon, Yale reports that the Marquis wants a pre-duel meeting. The Duke confidently agrees. Meanwhile, in the enemy camp, a loud voice echoes inside a tent, demanding that Michael wake up. The Marquis kicks Michael's bed, telling him they must meet the Duke's faction. The lazy blonde complains and tries to go back to sleep. Furious, the Marquis snaps, asking if he realizes how vital his role is. Clicking his tongue, the Marquis heads out, threatening to confront Damien himself. Hearing Damien's name, Michael instantly bolts awake. He leaps up, asking why Damien is with the Duke. Learning Damien is their representative, Michael grins creepily, unsheathing his sword slightly. Later, they meet the Duke's party. The Duke dryly notes that showing up late is bad manners. The Marquis laughs it off, calling the Duke narrow-minded for sweating the small stuff. The two nobles exchange tense smiles, nearly coming to blows until Yale clears his throat. The Marquis tries to recruit Yale again, but the old knight firmly refuses. Turning his gaze to our boy, the Marquis asks if he's really Damien Haxson. As Damien confirms, the Marquis studies the man who humiliated his son and crushed his knights. Though angered, the Marquis feels strangely uneasy. Sweating, he wonders why a high noble like him feels threatened by a low-class knight. He realizes Damien has insane potential, maybe even matching Michael's. Looking over, he sees Michael staring intensely at Damien. Damien looks back, seemingly oblivious, as a dangerous grin spreads across Michael's face. Instinctively, Michael drops into a stance, hand on his hilt. Damien hears the blade shift but stays silent. Snapping out of it, Michael looks shocked as the Marquis grabs his arm, stopping him. Michael didn't even realize he'd drawn his sword. Yale breaks the silence, warning that drawing a weapon before the duel is completely unacceptable. The Duke adds that threatening a noble is a serious crime. The Marquis downplays it as competitive spirit, but the Duke coldly demands how he'll take responsibility. Unease sets in as the Marquis realizes Michael's body reacted on pure instinct. It felt like facing a dangerous beast. Sensing an opportunity, the Duke strokes his chin. Like a hunter setting a trap, he offers to let it slide. The Marquis grows suspicious, knowing the Duke never acts without profit. He's right, the Duke demands new conditions for the duel. With a sly smile, the Duke plots his next moves. Though furious, the Marquis accepts and orders Michael to withdraw. The Duke bids them a mocking farewell. Damien watches, reflecting on the Duke's sheer cunning. Once they depart, the Duke asks why Michael drew his sword. Damien merely responds with a knowing smile, internally impressed that Michael awakened his sixth sense so young. Later, the Marquis scolds his son for endangering House Lionbloom, but Michael interrupts, asking if his father noticed something strange about Damien. He explains that Damien anticipated the strike, remaining perfectly calm. With growing excitement, Michael admits he has never faced such an opponent, one who might actually fight him on equal footing. The Marquis sees a familiar spark return to his son's eyes, a passion long lost to boredom. Michael then casually asks about the unfavorable conditions the Duke added to the duel. His father laughs, confident of House Lionbloom's victory. Soon, the first duel is announced. As the knights step forward, the Duke asks Damien who should fight first. Before he can answer, Sebastian Vincenzo, a middle-class knight, steps up. With a confident gleam, he claims he is more qualified to choose. Damien glances at his trainees and realizes Sebastian is their instructor, though hidden anxiety masks his pride. Sebastian fears Damien might steal credit for his student's success. Indulging him, Damien asks which low-class knight should represent them. Sebastian proudly nominates his son, Fabian, who stands ready in polished armor. Even the Duke praises Fabian's rumored talent. However, Damien is surprised when the Lionbloom representative steps forward, a massive warrior who carries himself with absolute ease. The massive warrior casually combs his hair. Fabian drops into a battle stance, demanding his opponent's name and lineage. The man replies his name is Ronald, with no family name. Fabian sneers, mocking a commoner's ability to face Vincenzo techniques. Ronald simply laughs off the chatter. Enraged, Fabian lunges with a swift spear strike, but Ronald effortlessly evades the blow. The clean dodge infuriates Fabian, prompting a rapid barrage of strikes. Yet Ronald casually deflects every single blow, dismissing Fabian as pathetic. Overwhelmed by rage, the young knight channels a blue aura into his spear, lunging recklessly. But the move leaves him wide open. Ronald seizes the opening, unleashing a swift, red aura strike that severs Fabian's arm before he can even react. The severed limb flies as shock grips the battlefield. Sebastian falls into despair watching his son's devastating defeat. Ronald calmly sheathes his sword, declaring the screaming Fabian eliminated. A smirk plays on the Marquis's lips as Lionbloom claims the first victory. Though Fabian's wound is treated, the agony remains intense. Nearby, Damien watches the entire spectacle with complete indifference. To Damien, the outcome was entirely expected. Fabian was simply far weaker than anticipated. Sighing in disappointment, he looks away. Beside him, the furious Duke protests Lionbloom's brutality. He reminds Damien they have lost the first match and asks if he should step in. Calmly, Damien explains that even if they win now, Michael will fight in the final round, and only he can stop him. To ease the Duke's worries, Damien reveals he has already chosen their next fighter. The scene shifts to Pabel, the short-haired knight whose face is pale with fear. Damien chuckles, telling him to trust his training. Though Pabel shakes, his comrades cheer him on. The Duke doubts the choice, but Damien confidently insists that Pabel was trained specifically for this moment. All eyes turn to Pabel, who looks physically ill from terror. Yet Damien remains entirely confident. As Pabel enters the arena, the image of Fabian's severed arm haunts him. His opponent, Huey Salician, enters with a confident grin. With his morale shattered, Pabel stutters his own name. Huey openly expresses his disappointment that he isn't facing Damien instead. Channeling mana into his sword, Huey vows to end the duel quickly. Pabel tries to brace himself, but Huey lunges. To his own shock, Pabel instinctively blocks the strike, though the impact sends him crashing down. Huey offers a brief compliment, leaving Pabel wondering if it was mere luck. Huey attacks again in frustration, and once more, Pabel barely evades disaster. Rolling desperately, Pabel recovers on one knee as dust obscures his vision. Huey attempts a blind spot ambush, yet Pabel somehow blocks it. Huey is baffled, unable to comprehend how Pabel defends against unseen strikes. Backing away, Pabel is equally shocked, finally realizing why Damien was so confident. Watching from the sidelines, Damien smiles with pride. Pabel finally understands the purpose of his brutal training. Flashbacks show Damien relentlessly thrashing him while using Lionbloom's signature Great Lion Sword art. Having lost countless times, Pabel's body unconsciously memorized the style. Now, Damien realizes the knight can block these attacks with his eyes closed. As Huey strikes again, Pabel dodges effortlessly, recognizing every single movement. It is the exact style Damien used, only much slower. As Pabel effortlessly evades Huey's relentless attacks, he silently thanks Damien for the brutal training that pushed him past his limits. Gathering momentum, Pabel charges forward with burning determination. His powerful swing shatters Huey's guard, grazing his cheek. It is only a shallow cut, but it is more than enough. Huey's eyes widen in disbelief. The Duke clenches his fist in triumph, while Damien watches with a proud smile. Even the Marquis is stunned to see his champion fall. Accepting defeat, Huey collapses. Pabel holds his sword to Huey's neck, claiming victory. The Gold Pixie Knights erupt, chanting his name. For the first time, Pabel smiles confidently, realizing he did the impossible. With the second duel over, Gold Pixie ties the score. Now the decisive final match begins. Michael steps forward, an outcome the Duke anticipated. Aura flares around Michael as he prepares for the final showdown. Damien steps up to meet him face to face. Excitement gleams in Michael's eyes. This is the moment he's waited years for, believing he's finally found an equal. Damien just responds with a smug smile, as if questioning if they're even on the same level. Michael draws his sword, closing the distance instantly. Striking, he hopes Damien won't disappoint. Meanwhile, minutes earlier, Huey begged the Marquis for death as punishment. The Marquis refused, noting he did his best. Stroking his mustache, he proudly declares victory still belongs to House Lionbloom because his son is next. The knight departs. Once he's gone, the Marquis's confidence fades. Something about the duel bugs him. Huey is stronger than Pable, so why did he collapse so quickly? It's as if every move was predicted. He wonders if their sword style was exposed, but shakes it off. Meanwhile, Michael trembles before the duel, not from fear but pure excitement. His heart pounds. He's finally found the worthy rival he's sought for years. Heading to the arena, Michael vows to dedicate his victory to his father. The Marquis cheers him on from above. With a twisted smile, Michael enters the field. He recalls his childhood, dreaming of facing powerful warriors. But over time, that excitement faded. Every strong knight fell too easily. Victory felt empty and battles lost meaning. Without a worthy opponent, he was bored out of his mind. And he slowly began giving up on the sword. Then Damien appeared. Suddenly, his colorless world burst into flames, and excitement pumped through his veins again. Back in the present, Michael steps into the arena. Drawing his sword, he lunges at Damien, his blade flashing like lightning. At the last second, Damien effortlessly tilts his head to dodge. Michael immediately follows up with a massive downward slash. But Damien casually steps aside, swatting him away with a light punch and a sudden kick. Michael barely blocks, but the force sends him flying. Landing, he digs his limbs into the ground to stop, then lunges forward again. This time, he infuses his sword with aura. The blade flashes, seemingly piercing Damien multiple times. Passing through him, Michael turns around with confidence. That confidence vanishes instantly. Damien stands completely unharmed, hands still in his pockets. Michael's heart races with excitement. His instincts were right. Damien is on another level. Determined to go all out, he unleashes the full Lionbloom sword style. Aura erupts into a giant lion manifestation, shaking the air. The ground explodes and walls of earth rise around Damien. When the dust settles, the hero is still standing there, completely unscathed. Sweat drips down Michael's face. Frustrated, he demands Damien draw his sword and fight. Finally, Damien reaches for his blade. Michael smirks, confident he'll strike first. His sword descends with blinding speed, but things don't go as planned. In an instant, his blade shatters, and the next thing he knows, his head is cleanly severed from his body. With a single swing, Damien chops his head off like butter, sheathing his sword without a glance. Michael's head hits the ground, eyes fixed on the untouchable hero. Suddenly, the vision shatters. Michael snaps back to reality, kneeling before Damien. The Marquis is screaming from the sidelines, ordering him to draw his sword. Trembling, Michael instinctively reaches up to touch his neck. Cold sweat pours down his spine. The experience felt entirely real. He's convinced he just died. Terrified, he looks up at Damien, who stares back with frightening calmness. Damien quietly asks if he still thinks they're equals. Michael can't answer, words stuck in his throat. Crushed by overwhelming fear, he bows deeply and surrenders. Gold Pixie wins the final duel. Later that night, the Duke hosts a grand banquet. While the Gold Pixies party, the Marquis fumes. His knights try to speak, but one glare silences them. Once he looks away, they sigh in relief. The Duke approaches with wine, reminding the Marquis that everything is settled as he fills his glass. Pouring, the Duke teases that the winner should serve first. The Marquis grits his teeth, burning with rage. The image of his son surrendering without drawing his sword replays in his head. Boiling with humiliation, he forces himself to sip his wine. Watching from afar, Damien knows the Duke's generosity is just a show to humiliate the Marquis. Still, Damien achieved his goal. By winning the duel, he's ensured the Lionblooms will think twice before messing with the Haxson family. Yet his work isn't done. A soft cough sounds behind him. Michael approaches with 2 cups, awkwardly asking to join. He fills Damien's glass, expressing sincere admiration and respect. His genuine attitude catches Damien off guard. Michael admits he thought no peer could beat him, but now knows Damien is far superior. Damien smiles faintly, appreciating Michael's honesty and open mind despite the loss. Looking down, The blonde admits he doesn't fully grasp what happened, but felt Damien was on another level. Damien realizes the kid doesn't know how extraordinary he actually is. With senses surpassing normal humans, Michael had simulated the fight in his mind before it even began. That's where he saw the gap and felt true fear. Damien notes that instinct is what saved his life. Gazing at the night sky, the blonde youth realizes the world is far vaster than he imagined. Damien warns him that while his talent is rare, it isn't unique. At least 3 people in the Empire surpass him, so humility is key. The youth hangs on every word. Meanwhile, Damien recalls his own past arrogance. He once believed he was invincible until Arch, the man who later experimented on him, humbled him. When Michael jokingly asks if he still holds that pride, Damien confidently hints that he no longer worries about such things, as he's already at the peak. He advises the youth not to act arrogant until he reaches his level, a message Michael immediately understands. Just then, the Duke and Marquis approach. The Duke playfully notes how nice it is to see the youth bonding. Damien and Michael quickly stand to greet them. The Duke explains he has finished his discussion and reminds Damien of the pre-duel promise, access to the Marquis's vault. Laughing, the Duke points at the Marquis, joking that convincing such a stingy man required a second deal. The Marquis's face darkens with rage. Though he silently vows vengeance, he swallows his pride for the sake of the banquet. Stepping up to Damien, he offers an apology for his knight's actions. To Damien, the apology feels hollow, conveniently ignoring the Marquis's own son's involvement. The Marquis explains he cannot allow an outsider into the vault, offering a different reward instead. He presents a small box containing a magical ring from the White Tower. It features a dimensional storage space holding up to 100 kilograms. Damien's eyes widen. He instantly realizes this artifact is worth a small castle, making up for the broken promise. The reward is so valuable that Damien decides to let the matter slide. With a mischievous smile, he slips the ring onto his finger. Still annoyed, the Marquis offers further rewards, boasting of his family's legendary weapon collection. Nearby, Victor lies passed out drunk while Jael watches silently. Damien recalls that the Lionbloom family is one of the Apple Kingdom's greatest knightly houses, meaning their armory must be spectacular. Suddenly, he remembers a specific item the Marquis should still possess. Politely, he requests a bow. Surprised, the Marquis asks why he would want one. With a mysterious smile, Damien claims it's for his brother's wedding. At that exact moment, back at the Haxson Manor, Abel suddenly sneezes. He is currently holding a doll resembling Damien with a needle stuck in it, looking like a bizarre curse practitioner. The next day, the Duke asks Damien if he must leave so soon, mentioning a grand banquet being prepared in his honor. But Damien explains he has been away from home for far too long. Seeing his resolve, the Duke sighs, realizing he cannot stop him. Still, he asks Damien to stay just one more day and offers a nightly escort for the journey. Though Damien feels escorts are unnecessary, he accepts the Duke's goodwill. Bowing respectfully, he expresses his gratitude. Soon after, he sets off for the Haxson estate on horseback, accompanied by 2 low-ranking escort knights, while Victor travels on foot beside him. As they leave the Duke's territory, Victor relaxes, joking that the young master's troubles are finally over. Annoyed, Damien asks if he's trying to mock him. Victor then complains that walking is exhausting compared to their comfortable carriage ride. Hearing this, Damien notes that Victor has put on some extra weight during their luxurious stay, silently resolving to whip him back into shape once they return home. As evening approaches, the escort knights suggest setting up camp before sunset, and Damien readily agrees. Night falls over the forest. Damien and his portly guard sit by the campfire while the knights keep watch. Victor cheerfully announces dinner is ready, inviting the escorts to join them. One politely declines, stating they will eat later. Just as Damien prepares to eat, he suddenly pauses as a vivid memory flashes through his mind. He recalls the genuine emotion Pabel and the other knights showed upon his departure. Their tearful gratitude, Pabel grasping his hand, and their shaky smiles replay in his mind. The short-haired knight had sincerely credited Damien's guidance for his new strength. Though Damien had brushed it off, the 3 had bowed in deep respect. This memory leaves Damien stunned, bringing a proud, genuine smile to his face. Returning to the present, he looks at his current escorts, the smile lingering. Suddenly, both knights tense up. Exchanging silent signals, they insist on scouting the perimeter. Damien brushes it off, but they persist. Suddenly, a streak of purple light tears through the sky. A spear wrapped in dark magic pierces one knight's chest, pinning him to a massive tree. The knight coughs up blood and dies instantly. As Damien turns toward the corpse, an ominous voice echoes through the dark forest. The voice admits they didn't expect the Duke's escorts but dismisses them as mere low-class knights. The dark spear vibrates, ripping itself from the corpse and flying back to its master. The surviving knight recognizes the attacker and draws his weapon. It is Ernst, the middle-class knight corrupted by dark magic. Trembling, the escort asks why he's doing this. Before Ernst can answer, two dark mages emerge from the shadows, Rebecca and Mustang. The maid laughs, calling them annoying pests, and unleashes a bewitching fragrance. Damien instantly recognizes the scent and covers his nose, but the surviving knight isn't so lucky, losing consciousness as he drools. Noticing Victor is also succumbing, Damien acts fast, striking his neck to knock him out before the spell takes hold. Rebecca finishes her incantation and casually gestures forward. The bewitched knight clutches his head and horrifyingly snaps his own neck. Damien now stands alone amidst two dead knights and an unconscious Victor. Mustang notes how intriguing it is that Damien, a supposedly low-class knight, resists the scent, suggesting a unique constitution. Smiling, Rebecca lowers her hood, proposing they kill him and study his corpse. Damien can feel the immense pressure of their power. Ernst laughs coldly, declaring their long-awaited reunion has arrived. He vows to tear Damien apart as a sacrifice for Chelsea's grave. As Ernst raises his spear, Damien takes a battle stance, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He mocks the knight, reminding him how he once cowered before jail and is now blaming others for his own weakness. The taunt instantly enrages Ernst, veins bulging as he shakes with fury. Rebecca steps forward, coaxing the knight to direct his rage at Damien. Despite her smile, Damien's calm demeanor makes her uneasy. She warns that he has no idea who they are, but Damien just smiles. He instantly identifies them as Yulan's dark mages at officer rank. Stunned, the maid stammers, asking how he knows. Damien simply replies, "I just have good ears." Ernst charges his spear with dark mana and hurls it at Damien. The mages are sure it's over, but Damien doesn't flinch. Suddenly, an armored knight intercepts the strike at lightning speed. It's Sebastian, and he looks furious. Damien reveals he isn't alone, flashing back to how this trap was set. Before Damien left, the Duke warned him about Ernst's disappearance. Knowing Ernst wanted revenge for Chelsea's death, the Duke decided to assign a skilled guard to protect him. Just then, Sebastian Vincenzo walked in. With other middle-class knights away on missions, Sebastian was the only option. Sebastian accepted the job instantly. Back in the present, Damien smiles, realizing the Duke used Sebastian as a hidden bodyguard to lure out the dark mages. Ernst greets Sebastian with a twisted grin, declaring he won't let anyone connected to Chelsea's death live. Sebastian calmly asks what he's after. When Sebastian points out Chelsea took her own life, Ernst explodes in fury. Screaming in denial, dark magic wraps around him, consuming his mind. Rebecca and Mustang watch him sink into darkness. Ernst vows to kill Damien, the interrogators, and the Duke. Sebastian just laughs at his sheer madness. Realizing Ernst has lost it, Sebastian is offered a choice: abandon Damien and live. Instead, Sebastian's aura explodes, channeling energy into his sword. He refuses to yield to a traitor. Watching from afar, Damien approves of his resolve. Meanwhile, Ernst laughs, claiming things are different now. Sebastian senses the change. Ernst has surrendered to dark magic. Mustang proudly explains that Ernst sacrificed his life force for immense power, just like Blackwing. As Ernst raises his spear, the overwhelming pressure makes Sebastian grit his teeth. He realizes Ernst may have surpassed a standard middle-class knight. Ernst unleashes a devastating purple blast to obliterate Damien. But when the smoke clears, Damien stands completely unharmed, calmly assessing the damage. Sebastian also emerges unscathed, shocking the enemies. Though Sebastian acts confident and in control, deep down, he knows he is only buying time. Sebastian secretly signals Damien to retreat and get reinforcements. Trusting his judgment, Damien hoists Victor and vanishes into the forest. Panicked, Mustang and Rebecca give chase. Ernst tries to follow, but Sebastian cuts him off with a deadly strike that Ernst barely blocks. The clash sends both knights flying back. Sebastian roars as mana surges, while Ernst counters with waves of dark energy. As their battle intensifies, Damien races through the forest. Suddenly, sensing dark energy, he stops as Rebecca and Mustang drop down to block his path with creepy smiles. They mock him for fleeing with dead weight, but Damien just smiles. Gently setting Victor down, he calls them the real fools. He reveals he lured them away to fight at full strength without Sebastian watching. Now, he'll eliminate them both. His confidence briefly freezes them. Mustang laughs, stepping up to handle Damien alone. Dark purple mana explodes as his muscles swell and his clothes tear, revealing his monstrous tentacled form. He boasts that he is the captain of Yulan. Unfazed, Damien calmly identifies them as members of the Frenzy sect. Mustang lunges, sending Damien flying into a tree with a massive punch. Yet Damien gets right back up, maintaining his guard. Mustang laughs, mocking the rumors about him. Silently, Damien notes that Mustang possesses both immense destructive power and terrifying speed. Mustang's physical power already surpasses a middle-class knight. He attacks with tentacles, shredding the forest, but Damien dodges flawlessly. When Damien's back hits a tree, Mustang charges, thinking he's trapped. Instantly, Damien activates his secret technique, 10,000 flow insight, slowing down time. He effortlessly redirects the fist, smiling as he realizes the Duke's elixirs allow him to use this technique freely. Furious, Mustang unleashes a storm of tentacle strikes. This time, Damien doesn't dodge, he deflects them all with one hand, then reaches for his sword. Moving like a blur, Damien's blade flashes repeatedly, landing perfect strikes. Deep cuts cover Mustang's body as Damien lands gracefully. A second later, blood erupts from Mustang's near-severed neck. He stares in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend a low-class knight's immense power. But dark energy quickly surges, knitting his flesh back together as his regeneration kicks in. Mustang growls, admitting Damien is strong enough to defeat Agito, but claims his dark regeneration makes all attacks useless. Instead of worrying, Damien gets excited, thrilled he can finally go all out. Meanwhile, Sebastian and Ernst clash in the forest. Sebastian barely dodges a devastating spear strike that grazes his cheek, using the opening to back away and catch his breath. Ernst mockingly praises Sebastian for holding out so long. Feeling humiliated, Sebastian is disgusted to struggle against someone fueled by black magic. As the demon knight prepares his final strike, Sebastian steadies his shaking shoulders, focused solely on survival. He glances toward Damien's battlefield, praying for reinforcements. Meanwhile, back with our main character, Damien calmly flicks the edge of his sword. The blade hums softly. Scoffing at the bluff, Mustang gathers dark energy in his maw, challenging Damien to dodge. The mana swells like a dragon's breath before unleashing a devastating wave of annihilation. As the black explosion rushes toward him, Damien remains perfectly calm. He simply raises his sword, sending concentric ripples spreading from the tip. Pure energy collides with the blast, completely dissolving it. Horrified, Mustang watches as Damien leaps into the air. With ruthless precision, Damien's sword tears through Mustang's eye, splits his skull, and carves up his chest. As dark blood pours, Mustang's flesh desperately tries to regenerate, but before it can, our hero charges once more. Damien slices the demon to ribbons. Mustang collapses, groaning as his regeneration fails. Walking closer, Damien calmly explains that dark mana isn't infinite. Furious, Mustang demands to know how he knows this, but Damien dismisses him. Suddenly, the demon laughs, reminding Damien that he was fighting two opponents, and his focus was entirely on him. While distracted, Rebecca unleashes a seventh circle death spell. A giant reaper descends, its scythe coming within inches of Damien. Just as they celebrate his demise, the tattoo on Damien's palm ignites with a blinding purple light. The intense flare swallows the battlefield, burning the reaper to ash. Within moments, nothing is left. Pale with shock, the duo stares in disbelief. Damien looks at them with quiet disgust, finding their ultimate spell pathetic. Mustang stammers that it's a masterpiece capable of killing high-class knights. Damien laughs mockingly, noting how dark mages worship black magic like a god when it's just a parasite feeding on stolen souls. He decides to turn that very power against them. Damien's bracelet explodes with energy, wrapping Rebecca in darkness as she screams. Mustang watches in horror, realizing this power looks exactly like black magic. In a cold voice, Damien explains this isn't the magic they know. He then casts a ninth circle spell, pitch darkness, sending a line of black mana to seal them in a sphere. Inside, the mages panic at this impossible magic. Outside, Damien lowers his finger, compressing the sphere into nothingness with a cold smile. Later, Victor wakes up dazed. Damien glances over and gestures to his face. Confused, Victor touches his cheek, wondering what happened, only to realize a few seconds later that his face and hands are covered in black blood. Victor immediately overreacts, dramatically acting like he's dying. Damien watches the comedy show before calmly explaining it's just the mage's blood. Sheathing his sword, Damien realizes he forgot to question them about Dorgo. Reaching out, he releases a surge of black energy from his bracelet. Muttering that it's his only option, Damien sends dark energy into the mage's remains. Two eerie crystal spheres rise up. Pulling them over with telekinesis, he decides that since they wouldn't talk alive, he'll extract the truth from their souls. The trembling soul spheres hover before him, and with a gesture, he forces them to spill everything. Meanwhile, Ernst's spear impales Sebastian, sending him crashing into a tree. His armor shatters and he collapses, struggling to breathe. Ernst approaches, spinning his spear, coldly offering to end his life. Yet, the loyal knight remains determined, vowing to protect the Duke even at the cost of his own life. Just then, Damien arrives, praising Sebastian's efforts. Ernst laughs, claiming he was planning to hunt Damien next. Damien merely smiles, holding the soul spheres, knowing he can end Ernst in a single move. Furious, the possessed knight charges with his spear, but our hero doesn't flinch. Damien clenches his fist, shattering the soul spheres. Ernst's spear stops inches from Damien's face as he freezes, unable to move. While Sebastian watches in shock, dark mana explodes from Ernst's body. He screams in agony as his embedded mana gems crack, their energy violently ripped away. In moments, Ernst shrivels into a pathetic shell. Still, he glares at Damien, muttering death threats before collapsing. Damien chuckles, amused by Ernst's ignorance. He never realized the dark mage soul controlling him was the source of his power. Once destroyed, his magic vanished. Leaning against a tree, Sebastian asks how this all happened. Damien shrugs it off as a side effect of the vanishing mana. Sebastian struggles to stand, asking about his pursuers. Supporting him, Damien suggests they return to the duchy first. Back at the Gold Pixie estate, the Duke thanks Sebastian, but the knight credits Damien for his survival. The Duke then turns to express his deep gratitude to our hero. Damien calmly downplays his feat, noting the enemies weren't that strong. He explains that Ernst's mana was bound to the dark mage's survival. The Duke thanks him for protecting his family, hoping the victims' souls can finally rest. Damien knows he means Chelsea. With the matter settled, Damien announces his departure. But the Duke stops him, asking him to stay because someone wants to meet him. Just then, the door opens and Agnes walks in. Damien feels a bit awkward, but she greets him warmly. Later, as they share tea in the garden, they are secretly watched by the Duke and Victor, who are hiding in the bushes, bursting with curiosity. The Duke is amazed, wondering if such a delicate girl really belongs to the church. Victor confirms it, noting she knows Damien. Watching them, the Duke muses that looks are deceiving, mistaking their serious talk for romance. In reality, Agnes is questioning Damien about the dark mages, and he recounts the entire battle. Agnes finds everything makes sense now, though she's bummed she missed the action. She teases him about his history with dark mages. Damien smiles, admitting he didn't expect the church's investigator to be her. Blushing, Agnes shyly confesses she volunteered for the mission the moment she heard he was involved. She then asks if he identified their organization. Damien pauses, choosing to hide the truth to avoid complications. He claims they seemed weak and likely unaffiliated. Disappointed, Agnes wonders if they were linked to the Yulan group. Hearing that name instantly sparks Damien's curiosity. Damien asks why she's so invested in Yulan. Agnes grows tense, gripping her teacup. She explains she isn't hunting the group itself, but a specific rogue dark mage. When asked who, she angrily describes a mass murder of thousands, a global monster known as corpse play. Hearing that name, Damien freezes. He knows exactly who that is. Agnes, struggling to contain her leaking mana, explains that no one knows his true identity. His infamy began when an entire territory was overrun by undead overnight. When knights finally cleared the area, they discovered a horrific sight waiting in the town square. A massive symbol made of severed limbs spelled out "corpse play" in flesh. Agnes covers her mouth in disgust, realizing the massacre was just a sick announcement of his existence. Sensing her deep, painful connection to this hunt, Damien decides it's best to keep his own knowledge hidden. In truth, Damien knows him well. In his past life as a Death Knight, corpse play became one of Dorgo's top commanders, leading undead armies to slaughter humanity. Agnes's voice snaps him back to reality, asking him to contact her if he ever learns anything about the monster. With a sigh, Damien agrees. Standing up, he asks if the interrogation is over. Agnes smiles and thanks him. Damien accepts, then turns directly toward the bushes where the Duke and Victor are hiding. He loudly announces the talk is finished, asking if he can finally go home. Caught, the Duke steps out, brushing off dust while Victor grins. Admitting defeat, the Duke bids Damien a safe journey. Meanwhile, back at the Haxson estate, Louise stands waiting outside. Abel approaches, teasingly asking why she's out here again, explaining he came to check on her after she vanished. He teases that waiting outside won't make Damien return faster, but she insists she's fine. When Abel asks if she's really that worried, Louise admits she is, calling Damien a gentle young man. Abel's sweat drops, recalling Damien's brutal combat skills and highly questioning her definition of gentle. Instead of arguing, he watches her prey. Suddenly, Louise freezes, spotting Damien in the distance. Tears of joy fill her eyes. Soon after, Damien's parents stare in utter shock at a massive pile of gifts. The father can't believe it all came from the Duke, while Damien just smiles. Damien points to the massive pile of gifts, confirming they're all parting presents from the Duke. With his signature smile, he hands his father a book, gesturing to a nearby cart loaded with even more. He explains he bought them from the capital's trendiest bookstores. His dad stands frozen in disbelief, but as he inspects the books, his eyes sparkle, instantly recognizing several famous titles. These include Lady Delphinel's latest poetry and Baron Dalloch's newest novel. Next, he presents his mother with an exquisitely crafted cedar wardrobe. Her eyes light up, and seeing a matching rosewood table nearby makes her even happier. Finally, Damien turns to his sister Louise, revealing her gift, a magnificent grand piano crafted by the legendary artisan Buckley. Louise is left completely speechless. Blushing with joy, she rushes forward to hug Damien tightly. He assures her the soldiers will move it inside, but she keeps patting his head, showering him with praise. Meanwhile, Damien notices Abel looking away. He clears his throat and asks what's wrong. Abel stubbornly claims nothing is, but Damien gives him a teasing look, asking if he's upset about not getting a gift. Abel gets flustered, claiming he doesn't care. Damien just smiles, raises his hand, and makes the air ripple. Abel stares in disbelief at the strange phenomenon. Proudly, Damien explains it's a pocket dimension. He reaches in and pulls out a beautiful bow, presenting it as Abel's gift. After putting it back, Damien leans in close with a mischievous grin. He whispers that Lady Olivia Copperhead would love a gift like that. He teases that if his little brother is thinking of marriage, he's happy to help. Flustered, Abel panics and denies everything. Damien laughs, asking if he doesn't like her. Abel stumbles over his words but eventually lowers his head, quietly admitting she doesn't even know he exists. Damien smiles, claiming he already has a plan. He heard the Copperheads are hosting a martial tournament for their daughter's birthday, and Abel is going to enter to get her attention. Abel is stunned, pointing out that tournaments are for knights. Damien nods in agreement, confusing him further. When Abel protests that he can't fight, Damien just points a thumb at himself. and reveals he'll fight in Abel's place. Days later, in a River Cross tavern, knights gossip about the Copperhead tournament and its massive prize. One knight mentions that Damien, the eldest son of Viscount Haxson, is also entering. At a nearby table, a man and a woman react instantly to his name, while the knights continue to gossip about Damien's exploits. One claims Damien defeated Lionbloom's successor without even drawing his sword. Another calls it nonsense, but the first smugly adds that Damien is also incredibly handsome. Suddenly, loud laughter erupts from the nearby table. The woman laughs hysterically, pointing at the knights. Her fiancé finishes his drink, smugly commenting that the conversation is getting ridiculous. The offended knight confronts them, demanding to know if they're mocking him. Despite his friend trying to hold him back, Jackson remains completely calm. The woman explains it's a misunderstanding and they were talking about Damien, but the knight refuses to back down. That's when Jackson slowly stands up, his eyes cold. He asks if the knight was flirting with his fiancée. Before he can answer, Jackson's fist smashes into his face, sending him flying. Jackson sneers at them for looking at his woman. The other knights draw their swords. Jackson sighs, muttering that fools never know who they're dealing with, and calmly draws his blade as they charge. The woman watches with a bored yawn as blood splatters nearby. Within moments, Jackson defeats them. Crouching over one bloody knight, Jackson asks if he finally recognizes him. When the groaning knight asks who he is, Jackson's smile vanishes. Annoyed, he punches him again, drawing more blood before standing back up. He complains to Sophia that these idiots think Damien is more famous than him, the ogre slayer Jackson Cutter. Sophia hugs him, calling the men clueless before angrily kicking an unconscious knight. But inside, she's seething. She can't believe the worthless Damien has become so famous. A spark of hatred ignites. She is Damien's ex-fiancée, Sophia Russell. Back at the Haxson estate, the family gathers to say goodbye. His mother laments that he's leaving so soon, while Louise urges them to stay safe. Damien reassures them with a warm smile. Then, their father steps forward. He explains he approved this trip because it's a golden opportunity to bring honor to the Haxson name. Yet he admits he's uneasy about them traveling so far. Turning to Abel, he reveals Damien told him everything. He remarks that if he'd known about Abel's feelings for Lady Copperhead, he would have sent a proposal long ago. Flustered, Abel waves his hands in embarrassment. Paul tells them to return safely, and as they promise they will, his expression turns serious. He looks at Abel, reminding him not to forget their discussion. Abel stiffens, glancing at Damien in confusion, but quietly agrees. Paul pats their backs, sending them off. Moments later, Damien waves goodbye from the carriage window as his family waves back. The carriage slowly fades into the distance as their long journey begins. The carriage rolls through valleys and rocky roads toward Count Copperhead's territory. Inside, our boy sits next to Victor, while Abel reads opposite them. Victor glances at the two young masters, sweating over the hours of dead silence. Even our hero feels the awkwardness. Realizing this is his first trip alone with his brother, he has absolutely no clue how to break the ice. Finally, Victor breaks the ice, asking how Abel fell for Lady Olivia. Abel blushes instantly, demanding why he'd ask that. Victor holds back his laughter, teasing that someone had to start talking. Watching his brother squirm, Damien finds it hilarious. He realizes even in his past life, he never knew how Abel's crush started. Now curious, he leans back and coaxes his brother to tell all. With nothing else to do, Abel gives in. He explains it started 4 years ago at a noble gathering where he first saw Lady Olivia. She wore an elegant green gown that perfectly matched her brown hair, drawing everyone's eyes. To him, she looked like a masterpiece stepped out of a painting. Back in the present, Victor dryly points out that Abel basically just fell for her looks. Meanwhile, Damien is disappointed, expecting a deeper story. He recalls that in his past life, the Count brutally rejected Abel's proposal, driving his brother into isolation until he eventually died by Damien's own hands. Looking at Abel now, Damien feels a pang of guilt. He silently vows to change fate this time. Feeling Damien's intense, heavy stare, Abel shifts uncomfortably, wondering what's wrong. 3 days later, they arrive at the Copperhead estate, greeted by a massive birthday banner. Victor is blown away by the sheer scale of the event. Damien chuckles, noting the Count must have spent a fortune. As they approach, a guard stops them, demanding their names. Victor steps up, proudly announcing they are from House Haxson. The guard quickly checks his guest list for their name. The guard pauses, asking if he's Sir Damien Haxson. Placing a hand on Abel's shoulder, our boy confirms his identity and introduces his brother. Instantly, the man's attitude shifts. Bowing deeply, he introduces himself as Connor, the head butler, and guides them inside. Soon, they arrive at a massive guest tent. As Connor explains these are their private quarters, Victor looks around, amazed by the luxury. The butler politely leaves them to settle in. Abel praises the lavish room, assuming the Count is incredibly generous. But Damien knows better. In his past life, the Count was never this hospitable. He suspects the old man is just trying to use his rising reputation. Keeping his guard up, Damien tells the others he's going to scout the area while they rest. But Abel stops him, insisting on tagging along. When Damien asks why, Abel reveals he promised their father he'd keep Damien from causing trouble. Laughing it off, our boy steps outside, only to instantly collide with Sophia, sending her tumbling to the ground. From across the yard, Jackson spots them and rushes over in a furious rage. Jackson grabs Damien by the collar, barking at him to watch where he's going. But as he recognizes Damien's face, his anger falters. Our boy just stares back, completely unfazed. Sophia gets up, cursing her luck for running into him today. Forcing an uneasy smile, she greets him, saying it's been a long time. Damien just sighs and coldly asks, "Do I know you?" The pair freeze in shock. Sophia fumes, insulted that he's playing dumb. Unbothered, Damien grabs Jackson's wrist and effortlessly peels his hand off his collar. Just then, Abel and Victor step out. Abel instantly recognizes Sophia, leaving Damien genuinely puzzled. When Damien asks who she is, Abel gasps, reminding him that Sophia is literally his ex-fiancée. Sophia turns red with sheer embarrassment. She quickly looks away. While Damien seems unfazed, her face triggers a flood of bitter memories. He remembers a rainy night, being thrown out by guards while begging her to stop. Back then, Sophia coldly broke their engagement, holding Jackson's hand. She dismissed their betrothal as a meaningless promise made by their grandfathers, leaving him utterly devastated in the dirt. She had called him a worthless nobody from a minor house, completely shattering his pride. Jackson mocked him, claiming he was only sparing him for Sophia's sake. Enraged, past Damien lunged at the blonde jerk, only to be brutally beaten to the ground. Even as he lay bleeding, his eyes desperately searched for Sophia, hoping for a shred of pity. But she just stood there, cold and unmoved. Back in the present, Damien stares at them, a quiet anger burning inside. Trying to save face, Sophia laughs, claiming he's only playing dumb because he's ashamed of his pathetic past. Jackson joins in, mocking our boy for trying to act like a big shot now by ignoring his old connections. Jackson smugly offers a handshake. Damien smiles and takes it, only to instantly slam Jackson into the dirt like a ragdoll. Our boy mockingly apologizes for using too much force, secretly thrilled to have an excuse to thrash him. Furious, Jackson draws his sword. Damien's excitement peaks as he declares a simple rule: first one to bleed loses. Before they clash, a voice orders Jackson to stop. It's his master. The man remarks how impressive it is that a useless boy like Damien grew so strong. Sensing the man's immense power, Damien calmly asks if they've met. The master confirms they know each other well, then coldly dismisses Jackson, telling him to get lost. Jackson protests, utterly humiliated. But a single glance from the man silences him instantly. Forced to back down, he walks away muttering about revenge. As they leave, our hero teases them, asking if they're really just running away. The man pauses, glances back, and introduces himself as Jacques Noir, telling Damien to remember his name. Damien smiles, sensing things are getting interesting. Later, Jackson storms into his tent. Furious, he demands to know why he was stopped, insisting he could handle Damien. Before he can finish, his master grabs him by the throat, warning him not to draw attention. Jacques throws him down, coldly explaining that Damien would have killed him effortlessly. The blonde refuses to believe it, but his master warns that the boy is on a completely different level. The master declares their only focus must be the tournament. When Jackson asks why they are targeting Olivia despite his engagement, the master shuts him down, warning him not to question orders over personal matters. Jacques explains that winning and securing Olivia are essential for his goal. When asked what that goal is, he turns with a twisted smile, declaring his wish to reach the master rank, leaving Jackson utterly confused. Jackson mutters master rank in disbelief. But Jack doesn't linger. He puts on his hat and heads out to gather info on Count Copperhead and the other fighters. The moment he leaves, Sophia slips into the tent, worriedly noticing the marks on Jackson's neck. Though he claims he's fine, a deep resentment builds inside him. He silently curses his master for keeping him in the dark. He has no clue how winning relates to reaching the master rank. Frustrated, he swears to personally eliminate Damien once he advances. Meanwhile, crowds gather outside the arena, whispering rumors about our protagonist. Damien walks through them with a relaxed smile, completely unbothered. Victor points out that everyone recognizes him now, and Damien just grins, thoroughly enjoying the attention. Soon, heavy drums echo as Count Chester Copperhead announces the grand tournament for his daughter's birthday. Damien barely hears a word, his eyes locked entirely on Olivia. The Count promises fame and incredible rewards for the victors. The two-day event will feature both team battles and individual matches, with healing mages on standby to handle any casualties. He encourages everyone to go all out. With the first match starting in 2 hours, the crowd goes wild. Damien's excitement builds as he heads to the staging area. Meanwhile, Count Copperhead tells his daughter she could at least try to look happy. Olivia responds coldly, making it clear she never asked for this. To her, the tournament is just her father showing off his status. The Count brushes off her attitude, confident she'll enjoy the show. The first event is a team monster hunt. As the crowd cheers, Damien stands casually with his hands in his pockets. Jackson notices he's grouped with our hero and glares bitterly. Up in the stands, Sophia cheers enthusiastically. Brimming with confidence, Jackson brags that a monster hunt is perfect for him, blowing her a kiss. He acts like the arena is his personal stage. As the gates rise, 2 massive trolls burst in, sending the participants into a panic. One knight tries to rally the group, but a troll crushes him instantly. Blood splatters across the arena, with a single drop landing on Damien's cheek. Wiping it away, a dark look of excitement flashes across his face as he looks at the Count. Damien realizes the Count thrives on this chaos. The brutal, instant death of the knight shocks the audience. People recoil in horror, and a noblewoman screams as blood splatters near her. The crowd panics, struggling to believe a knight was killed so easily. Even Olivia is horrified, covering her mouth in shock. Next to her, Count Copperhead merely clicks his tongue in annoyance. He thinks it's pathetic the knight died so easily. Olivia demands to know why deadly trolls were released for a simple tournament. The Count calmly explains that the weak must be weeded out to find a true champion. Olivia objects, but the crowd's cheers for Andrew Graydon drown her out. The Count smiles, noting that the audience always craves blood and excitement. Down in the arena, Jackson charges a troll, sliding underneath to slash its leg before landing a punch. He strikes a pose, but the troll's wound regenerates instantly. Jackson realizes normal attacks won't work against such insane healing. Meanwhile, Damien watches calmly from a corner. Remembering the waiver he signed, he finally understands why it was required. Count Copperhead is just as reckless as the rumors say. The troll prepares to smash the ground. Jackson barely dodges, realizing solo combat is suicide. Suddenly, a female knight charges, blinding the beast with rapid strikes to its eyes. The enraged troll swings wildly, catching her with a blow. Though she blocks it, the sheer force sends her sliding across the arena. The troll targets her, leaving an opening. A spearman charges, slashing its legs and forcing it to its knees. Seizing the moment, the knight leaps to finish it, but the troll catches him midair. Before anyone can react, the knight is crushed to death. Jackson immediately exploits the opening. Fueled by adrenaline, he channels mana into his blade and swings in a flawless arc, severing the troll's head. As the crowd erupts in cheers, Sophia watches from above, proudly whispering his name. Standing over the beast, the exhausted blonde knight pants heavily, a smug smile on his face. He truly believes the world has finally witnessed his greatness. Raising his sword, he proudly declares his dream to become the strongest knight. But his triumph is cut short as the shadow of a second troll looms over him. A massive fist crashes down. He barely blocks it, but the impact sends him flying across the arena. Trembling and cursing his own carelessness, Jackson struggles to stand, only to hear a familiar voice. Our protagonist casually sighs, realizing it's finally his turn to act. Hands in his pockets, he steps forward, prompting the troll to charge in a murderous rage. Jackson watches from the dirt, calling him a fool for committing suicide. But as the giant fist closes in, our hero doesn't even flinch. Right before impact, he unleashes his secret technique, myriad flow insight. With one smooth motion, he effortlessly redirects the blow. Leaping onto the troll's head with one hand still pocketed, he draws his blade and splits the beast clean in half. The terror-slaying sword technique lives up to its name, painting the arena in a crimson spray. While Jackson stares in absolute shock, the crowd erupts into wild cheers for our hero. Even Count Copperhead joins the applause, realizing the rumors about this kid are true. Damien casually flicks the blood off his blade, splattering a humiliated Jackson before storing it in his subspace. While the crowd roars, Jackson fumes on the ground, his pride shattered. Later that night at the banquet, the noble ladies fall silent, whispering excitedly as the doors open. All eyes lock onto Damien and Abel as they enter, dressed in stunning attire. Abel asks where he got these clothes, and Damien calmly mentions the famous boutique Moonlight Wave. Though the price leaves Abel speechless, Damien tells him not to worry. The noblewomen openly swoon over our hero, praising his sharp looks and naming him their top candidate. This attention infuriates Jackson, who still smarts from his earlier humiliation. He looks to Sophia for comfort, but her eyes are glued to Damien, wondering if he was always this handsome. Suddenly, the announcer silences the hall as Count Copperhead enters with his daughter. The Count welcomes his guests, praising the knight's bravery and promising an unforgettable final match. Next, the Count reveals the grand prize. Walking to a flaming brazier, he shocks everyone by thrusting his hand directly into the fire. He pulls it out completely unharmed, laughing off their concern. He credits the mysterious orb in his palm. Damien instantly recognizes the treasure from his past life, but he isn't the only one staring at it. Jacques also watches from the crowd, his eyes locked on the spirit's heart. The Count explains the orb protects against fire and regulates temperature, declaring it the winner's prize. Damien smiles, realizing the Count has no idea of its true, immense value. The prize just became irresistible. With a snap of the Count's fingers, the music resumes. As the gift-giving begins, a young noble presents a cosmetic potion from the Michu school. The Count is unimpressed but polite. Next, Charlie of House Zion offers a rare 7-colored crystal necklace. Though the Count feigns admiration, he secretly notes his treasury is already full of them. Watching from the crowd, Damien realizes the real battle has begun. These basic gifts clearly aren't impressing the Count. Then, Jackson steps forward. Despite his self-proclaimed reputation, the Count doesn't even recognize him. Swallowing his pride, Jackson presents a legendary vitality elixir, promising endless energy with a single sip. For the first time, the Count's eyes light up with genuine interest, making Jackson's confidence soar. The Count praises the elixir and promises to remember Jackson's name, leaving the blonde knight secretly celebrating. As Jackson steps down, he passes Damien on the stairs in tense silence. Damien ignores his glare, focusing on the Count, who beams at the sight of our hero and praises his recent feats. The brothers bow respectfully. Damien humbly downplays the Count's praise. Nearby, the Count's daughter, Olivia, sits in complete boredom. Noting how hard she is to please, Damien announces that he and Abel brought a gift specifically for her. Intrigued, the Count watches as Damien opens a rare spatial storage tool, wondering what the young hero could possibly offer. Damien pulls out a curved wooden bow. While the Count stares in confusion, unable to see anything special, Olivia leans forward, her eyes wide with shock. For the first time tonight, she is utterly captivated. The surrounding guests whisper in confusion, seeing only an ordinary wooden bow, completely unaware of its true nature. The Count's face falls, assuming it's a disappointing gift. But before he can speak, Olivia leaps up, excitedly declaring how incredible the bow is. Her reaction leaves her father speechless. Smiling at his successful plan, Damien nudges Abel to hand the bow over to her, completely stealing the spotlight in the banquet hall. Olivia pulls back the bowstring with all her might. Damien smiles, pleased that the rumors of her love for hunting are true, proving that winning someone over requires knowing what they value. Testing it, Olivia marvels at its incredible elasticity and asks if it's made from a minotaur's horn. Damien confirms it, adding it was forged from the herd leader's horn. Hearing this, Jackson freezes. Jackson realizes Damien is talking about a beast that even a mid-tier warrior would struggle to defeat alone. Meanwhile, Olivia spots an inscription inside the bow. Reading the name August, she stammers in disbelief, hugging it tightly. She asks if it was truly crafted by the legendary blacksmith. Hearing the name, Count Copperhead bolts upright in shock. Damien calmly confirms it, prompting the Count to snatch the bow, demanding verification. August is the finest blacksmith in the Apple Kingdom, whose creations fetch astronomical prices. The Count admits he never expected to receive such a treasure. Olivia quickly snatches the bow back, hugging it possessively, and sincerely thanks Damien. However, the hero redirects the praise. Pointing to Abel, he reveals that his younger brother was the one who went a great lengths to secure this legendary gift. Olivia turns to the younger brother, asking with admiration how he pulled off such a feat. Damien nudges Abel, suggesting he tell her the story himself. Olivia eagerly agrees, keeping her eyes on him. With the Count's permission, Damien calls his brother forward. Abel stumbles over his words but gathers his courage, approaching to greet her in a trembling voice. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hall, Jackson's master steps forward, warning him that their plans have gone awry. Glancing at Damien, he realizes the hero's abilities far exceed his expectations, threatening to let the Haxson brothers win both the tournament and the Count's daughter. Frustrated, he orders Jackson to follow him. Jackson obeys, telling Sophia to wait. As they depart, Damien lets out a knowing smile. The next morning, our group heads toward the arena. Abel notices Damien's weird look and asks why he's staring. Damien teases him about how smooth and confident he was with Olivia, noting their great chemistry. Abel freezes, his face turning bright red as he stammers that he's perfectly capable of talking to girls. Damien and Victor burst out laughing, joking that they'll wait for good news. Abel awkwardly thanks him, making Damien spin around in playful suspicion. Abel clarifies he's grateful for the opportunity. Damien jokingly draws his sword, asking if he's really his brother, adding that looking out for family is only natural. A warm smile spreads across Abel's face as he catches up. Soon, the second match begins. Damien launches forward with a flying punch, the sheer force shattering his opponent's sword before crashing straight into his face. The impact sends his opponent crashing into the wall, unconscious. The crowd erupts, chanting Damien's name as he secures his spot in the finals. While Abel cheers, a hooded girl watches from afar. She approaches Abel and pulls back her hood, revealing herself as Olivia. Before he can speak, she warns him that his brother is in danger. The scene shifts to the previous night. Inside the estate, Olivia hums happily, thinking back to her pleasant conversation with Abel. Suddenly, a maid informs her that the Count has summoned her. Surprised by the late-night call, she goes to see him, only to be shocked when her father demands she marry Jackson. Olivia immediately rejects the idea, telling her father not to say such ridiculous things. She protests that she has never even spoken to Jackson. Meanwhile, Jackson inwardly curses his master for dragging him into this absurd proposal without warning. Olivia continues to press her father, demanding to know how he could make such a life-altering decision without her consent. Count Copperhead listens to his daughter's protests in heavy silence. Staring at the table, the Count sets down his glass and coldly states that, as the eldest daughter, her marriage is his decision. Olivia demands to know his logic, and he bluntly replies it is about profit. He explains that Jacques promised to support House Copperhead after the marriage, pointing out that only 2 major houses in the western region possess mid-tier core forces: Gold Pixie and Lion Bloom, Teaming up with Jacques would grant House Copperhead that same power, along with secret weapon and cultivation techniques. Hearing this, Jackson is shocked and furious that his master never shared these secrets with him. Olivia's arguments crumble. Sinking into her chair, she bitterly accuses her father of selling her off. The Count glares at her, annoyed. He warns her to watch her mouth. Jacques asks if the proposal is accepted. The Count admits the terms are tempting, but Jackson is a nameless knight, and marrying him would damage their reputation. Jacques understands and calmly assures him his disciple will win the tournament. When the Count hesitates, pointing out that Damien is also competing, Jacques remains completely unfazed. Jacques insists they can win if the Count does him a small favor. The Count warns he won't do anything unreasonable. With a sinister smile, Jacques asks him not to interfere, even if Damien dies. Olivia tries to protest, but stops when she sees her father actually considering it. After a heavy pause, the Count sips his wine and quietly agrees. Back in the present. Olivia stands before the brothers, apologetically explaining everything, now understanding the danger. Our hero realizes Jacques is far more dangerous than he thought. Count Copperhead is acting just like in his past life, doing anything for his family. Still, the hero refuses to run. Abel is stunned, calling a fight against a middle-class opponent suicide. But with a faint smile, his brother reveals he has a plan, telling them to focus on the tournament. Hands in his pockets, he walks onto the field. The remaining fighters huddle, staring at him. Drums beat to signal the start, then fall silent at the Count's command. Noticing Olivia's empty seat, the Count grows irritated but quickly smiles, announcing the final match. There can only be one winner, and the last one standing will be champion. Bowing to the crowd, the Count declares a rule-free free-for-all, secretly apologizing to our MC as the only way to ensure Jackson's victory. As the drums roll, our hero stands calmly, instantly recognizing this as a dirty setup. The moment the match begins, every fighter draws their sword and points it right at him. Up in the stands, Jacques smiles coldly. Jackson stands back, frustrated, but knows he must eliminate the strongest first. Drawing his sword, he charges with the crowd, but Damien just smiles, unmoved. Flashback to the night before, inside a tent, the blonde guy angrily protests his master making decisions without him, especially regarding the marriage. But in the next second, his master strikes him down, ordering him to shut up. Coughing in pain, Jackson curses him internally. Jacques coldly demands absolute obedience. When Jackson argues he already has Sophia, his master dismisses her as useless, telling him to dump her. He reveals he only allowed the pursuit to secure Viscount Russell's backing, now that he has the manuals and elixir. The Russell family is now useless. Jackson asks in disbelief if his interest in House Copperhead is just as calculating. His master admits it without hesitation. He plans to control the Count and expand his influence. It's all for his ambition. Still, Jackson begs him to reconsider, insisting his feelings for Sophia are real. Jacques coldly points out Sophia dumped Damien and could easily dump him too, noting how her attitude changed once Damien became famous. He hands Jackson a ring that triggers a mana rampage, ordering him to use it on signal. Once the hero goes berserk, Jackson must kill him, realizing his master won't listen to reason. Jackson pretends to comply, taking the ring. Back in the present, the knights launch a coordinated attack, yet our hero stands still, smiling. Without taking a single step, he effortlessly slips through the barrage, dodging every strike with flawless precision. Suddenly, another knight charges from behind, thrusting a sword straight at Damien's back. At the last second, Damien leaps up, landing on the knight's head to spring even higher. Twisting midair, he delivers a crushing elbow strike that shatters the knight's helmet, sending him crashing down. Damien lands smoothly in a fighting stance as the crowd erupts, with Abel and Victor cheering his name. Chuckling softly, our boy turns to face the remaining knights. He casually gestures for them to bring it on, mocking their reliance on numbers. Jackson scowls, baffled that Damien is dominating without even drawing his sword. As a knight mutters that Damien is a monster, Jackson wonders if he has already surpassed the low class. Suddenly, a female knight charges, boasting the swordsmanship of House Alter. Another knight charges from behind, shouting of glory. Damien finally draws his sword from his subspace ring, mocking their glorious group attack. Both knights strike simultaneously, but Damien's blade flashes with incredible speed. Meeting both attacks head-on, his secret art activates. It twists the impact, bending their arms agonizingly. As they scream, Damien relentlessly raises his sword again, disarming them both. The female knight is sent flying. Shaking and unable to hold their weapons, they can barely stand. Calmly, our boy reminds them they signed a waiver before the tournament. Then, he moves. In a flash, he vanishes, reappearing as the knights collapse behind him. He casually calls it an unfortunate accident. The arena erupts, chanting Damien's name. Abel proudly boasts that's his brother, while Count Copperhead watches in shock. Damien turns to Jackson with a smile, noting he's the last one left. Jackson grinds his teeth, then suddenly pulls a pill from his ring. Sneering that Damien's arrogance ends here, he swallows it. Damien wonders what it is as the effects hit instantly. Jackson's heart races in agony. Damien's eyes narrow as he senses a bizarre, unfamiliar mana pattern, turning to trace it. He traces the flow to a fallen knight, who screams as the strange energy invades his body. To Damien's horror, the mana spreads, infecting every single fallen knight. As a creepy aura rises from Jackson, Damien realizes the energy is eating the knights from the inside out. Jackson grins wide, letting out a low chuckle. He explains that this is a mana rampage, a phenomenon where one's internal mana goes wild, causing massive depletion and severe, crippling bodily damage. Hearing this, our MC coldly asks if this is the power of the gemstone Jackson just swallowed. The blonde guy steps forward, bragging it's a trump card from his master that triggers a mana rampage in everyone nearby, growing increasingly thrilled. Grinning, he taunts Damien for talking too much, getting right in his face and sneering that he'll soon be crawling like a worm. Thick, foggy energy erupts from his body, swallowing the arena. Yet, seconds pass and Damien doesn't even flinch. Suddenly, our hero bursts out laughing, his expression turning into a smug smirk as he asks if this pathetic trick was really his best shot. Since he's clearly cheating with black magic, Jackson furiously denies it, demanding to know why Damien is unharmed. Before he can finish, Damien delivers a brutal kick that sends him flying backward, coughing up blood. Jackson bounces across the ground and crashes into the arena wall. Walking over, our hero looks down with a smile, noting it's a shame such cheap tricks don't work on him. Even the master is baffled, wondering if the hero is immune to mana rampages. Sensing his gaze, Damien realizes the Count and Jack are plotting his demise, even sacrificing their own disciple. Seeing an opportunity to ruin them both, Damien smiles. Suddenly, the blonde guy lunges with a furious downward slash. Our hero effortlessly steps aside, letting the blade shatter the ground where he just stood. Jackson instantly spins for another strike, but Damien leaps back to create distance. Screaming in rage, the blonde guy charges again. Damien simply smiles, telling him to learn his place. With a clean upward swing, Damien unleashes a massive shockwave. The blast hits Jackson instantly, disarming him and engulfing him in raw mana as he screams in agony. A massive explosion shakes the arena, kicking up thick dust. Jackson crashes to his knees, gagging as dark mana leaks from his body. The crowd freezes in horror. As Jackson collapses unconscious, Damien stands calmly amidst the spreading dark fog. Panic erupts in the stands, with spectators screaming to report this forbidden magic to the Holy Order immediately. The Count breaks into a cold sweat as his butler panics, warning that the Holy Church will find out. Gritting his teeth, the Count orders his men to stop the match and silence the crowd. Meanwhile, Damien calmly sheathes his sword, muttering that everything is going perfectly to plan, glancing over at the Count's empty seat. He scoffs, noting the rat has already fled. Elsewhere, the Count hurries to his carriage, cursing Jacques and hoping his ignorance will protect him. But just as he steps inside, Damien's voice echoes behind him, asking where he's running off to. Startled, the Count tries to play it cool, nervously asking what the matter is. Damien tilts his head, saying there's no point in playing dumb. Terrified, the Count warns him to stay back. In a flash, Damien knocks out the guards and smashes his fist right next to the carriage door, splintering the wood. As the Count shrieks in terror, our smiling hero asks him once again what he thinks. Realizing he's cornered, the Count agrees to talk. Back in his room, he furiously demands if his daughter is behind this. She calmly admits she told Damien everything. Enraged, the Count screams that she's lost her mind. Suddenly, Damien stomps his heel hard onto the table, coldly reminding the Count that he is still speaking. Drenched in sweat, the Count stammers in fear, asking how bad it is. Damien scoffs, warning him that church investigators will easily link him to Jacques' assassination plot. He asks what the church will do when they discover forbidden black magic was used. Panicking, the Count desperately denies it, claiming he had no idea Jacques would go so far, and that he never suspected black magic. Damien scoffs, asking if the church would ever believe that. Desperate, the Count begs for mercy, pleading not to be reported. Damien indifferently points out that even if he stays quiet, Jackson will talk. He then chillingly asks if the Count has ever heard of the church's brutal torture methods. The Count turns pale. Narrowing his eyes, Damien offers a way out, claiming his church connections can protect him. Shocked but hopeful, the Count asks if it's true. Damien smiles, saying it is, for a price. The Count desperately agrees to any condition. First, Damien demands that the Count formally approve the relationship between Abel and Olivia. Surprised, the Count quickly agrees. Next, Damien demands to be declared the tournament winner. The Count nods, asking if that's all. Before Damien can answer, Olivia cuts in, calmly demanding 300 gold coins as compensation for viscountship. Shocked by this outrageous demand, the Count screams in disbelief while Damien stares at her, genuinely surprised by this unscripted demand. However, he quickly backs her up, calling it an excellent addition. Grudgingly, the Count agrees, but Olivia isn't done. She demands half of his territory be transferred to her name before the year ends. Damien is utterly stunned by her boldness, while the Count scowls, demanding she repeat herself. He slams his hand on the table, screaming in rage, but she calmly reminds him she's the sole witness to the whole ordeal. Speechless, the Count bitterly accuses her of robbing her own father. Without hesitation, she proudly admits it. She's taking what's hers to escape this suffocating family forever. As the Count stammers in shock, she points out she was only ever treated as a tool. But now she's turning the tables and making him her tool. Grinding his teeth, the Count demands how she dares go this far. Meanwhile, Damien watches in awe, realizing Olivia is far more terrifying than he expected. Turning to our hero, she asks if there are other conditions. Damien assures her this is plenty. She turns back to her father, stating that if he has no objections. His silence means consent. The Count trembles with rage, utterly powerless. Days later, a holy knight interrogates the Count. Surprisingly, Damien steps in to defend him, declaring Count Copperhead completely innocent. Confused, Holy Knight Thomas points out that Jackson already confessed to conspiring with him, hiring him to take Damien's life. The Count frantically defends himself, claiming the conspiracy is a lie. He only wanted the duel rigged, knowing nothing of their sinister plans. Squeezing the Count's shoulder, Damien backs him up, claiming the Count secretly warned him to avoid the duel beforehand. Thomas, however, remains highly skeptical, prompting Damien to smile. He reasons that if the Count wanted him dead, he wouldn't have warned him. Sweating coldly, the Count quickly agrees, claiming he would have stopped the black magic himself. Damien then puts on a solemn, holy act, swearing to God they are telling the truth. Moved by this, Thomas declares Damien's words must be true. Since Lady Agnes trusts him completely, Damien laughs awkwardly, repeating those words in his head. With the case officially closed, the Count is cleared. But just as he relaxes, Damien grips his shoulder, reminding him to keep his promise. A week later, they head back. Though annoyed by his brother's constant yapping, Damien is pleased everything went according to plan. A week later, the church wraps up its investigation, declaring Jacques a wanted man. While the Count is cleared, Olivia cuts ties with him completely to leave with Abel. Damien notes that while Abel won Olivia's heart, he secured a different kind of prize. He pulls out a glowing red orb. Even without an official ceremony, he made sure to claim his reward. Smiling, Damien notes the Count had no clue of its true value. It's a spirit heart, an ultra-rare item formed when a high-ranking spirit dies. If absorbed, it grants a massive boost to mana and spirit power. Gripping the orb tightly, Damien feels a surge of excitement, realizing this heart is infused with powerful fire spirit abilities. This will rapidly restore his past life power. Meanwhile, a furious Jacques stalks their carriage. As everyone sleeps, Jacques sneaks up and draws his sword. But Damien, perched high in a tree, remarks that his neck was getting stiff from waiting. Instantly, the branch beneath him is sliced clean through. Dropping down with excitement, Damien smiles. Damien playfully notes that middle-class fighters really do have fast reactions. Jacques demands to know if Damien knew he was being followed. Holding up the red orb, Damien smiles, admitting he knew from the start that Jacques wanted this item. Spotting it, Jacques demands the spirit heart. Damien scoffs, saying it's only natural for the tournament winner to have it. Jacques asks how he knew. Damien explains it was simple. If Jacques only wanted a marriage alliance, he wouldn't have resorted to black magic. His true target was always the prize. Hearing this, Jacques raises his sword, declaring this works out perfectly. With the church everywhere, sneaking back in would have been tough anyway. But following Damien was the right move. Now he can just kill him and take it. Damien sneers, inviting him to try. Drawing his sword, he challenges him. Jacques instantly unleashes a twisting slash. Damien blocks the multi-angle onslaught until Jacques thrusts directly at his eye. Damien quickly forms a circular guard to block the lethal strike. But the force still pushes him back. Noticing a torn sleeve, Damien realizes Jacques is a top-tier middle-class fighter with zero wasted movement. Jacques is also surprised a low-class fighter blocked him, but declares Damien has hit his limit. Stepping forward, Jacques creates multiple clones of himself, all speaking in unison. They ask if he's impressed, boasting this technique took a lifetime to master. All their blades are simultaneously real and fake, blinding Damien's senses. The clones surge forward, unleashing the false true mirage sword technique. Unfazed, Damien lightly taps his blade, channeling massive energy into it. A moment later, an overwhelming power erupts from his blade. With a massive surge of energy, Damien wipes out all the clones instantly. As the dust clears, only the two remain. Terrified, Jacques screams that it's impossible, panicking as he recognizes the exact technique that blocked Jackson's blade. Damien just mocks him. Damien mocks him for making a fuss over a basic sword art. Jacques is furious that his life's work is called trivial. With a smirk, Damien asks if that's how it's really used, then copies it perfectly. Jacques watches in horror as thousands of Damien's clones manifest. Terrified, his entire body begins to tremble. He demands to know how Damien copied his mirage sword. Damien casually replies he just tried it out. This shatters Jacques' lifelong belief that he was a genius. Clutching his chest in pain, he can't accept being defeated so effortlessly. He recalls a past encounter with a true genius whose indifference forced him to change. To stand on equal footing with real geniuses, he spent 10 grueling years searching for elixirs and techniques just to reach middle class. Gripping his sword, he asks how Damien can copy his life's work so easily. But as he fumes, Damien casually walks past, cleanly slicing his neck in one swift motion. After the kill, Damien walks away, muttering about needing sleep, but turns back to loot the body first. A month later, Olivia is washing her own clothes. The maids anxiously rush over, insisting she shouldn't do chores. Olivia calmly says she can handle it, but a voice nearby tells her to leave the chores and rest. Olivia turns and greets her mother, who is heading out to visit the stable master's pregnant wife. Excited, Olivia suggests bringing some healthy food. Her mother happily agrees and invites her to tag along. Smiling, Olivia joins her, and the two chat warmly. Meanwhile, Damien and his dad watch them from a window. His dad remarks that managing the territory is much easier now thanks to Olivia. Damien agrees, noting how grateful the servants are. His dad recalls their shock when they first met her, a count's daughter who brought half a territory and declared she'd marry Abel. In just a month, she's become part of the family, even helping them silence their snobbish critics. The dad then tells Damien it's time he finds a wife too. When Damien says it's too early, his dad pulls back a curtain to reveal a board of marriage prospects, explaining that offers are pouring in. Still, Damien rejects it, telling him it's too soon. As his dad starts lecturing him about family, Damien decides to jump out the window to escape. Outside, he mutters about the sudden topic. Staring at a dark stain on the ground, he reflects that ordinary happiness is a luxury. As a former Death Knight, he slaughtered countless people. Even if forced, he destroyed families and feels he doesn't deserve happiness. Vowing to get stronger and kill Dorgo first, he pulls out a book. It's a new mana cultivation method he got from Jacques. Unlike normal methods, it doesn't require sitting down to absorb mana, though its principles are complicated. Though it absorbs less mana, combining it with his current methods and the heart of the spirit will quickly restore his past power. Just as he plans to train, Victor announces a visitor, Agnes, who apologizes for dropping by. Damien responds awkwardly and whispers to Victor to say he's out next time. Turning to her, he asks why she's here. Agnes hesitates, then asks for a difficult favor. They've located the dungeon of corpse-play. Having tracked the necromancer down, she grips Damien's hand and asks for his help to end him. Later, Damien sneaks out of a window, dropping to the ground. Suddenly, he hears Victor asking where he's going so early. Damien awkwardly claims he's just exercising, but Victor calls him out, knowing he's sneaking off for Lady Agnes's request. He asks if Damien is really joining the dangerous subjugation. Realizing he's caught, Damien admits it. Victor earnestly begs him not to go. Victor warns that a necromancer's dungeon is too dangerous, and the Viscount would never allow it. Damien smiles, saying that's why he's sneaking out, and asks Victor to look the other way. Frustrated, Victor blocks his path with a broom, declaring he won't let Damien walk into a death trap, and tells him he must not go. Before Victor can finish, Damien chops him on the neck, knocking him out. He props Victor against a wall, dusts off his hands, and reassures him he won't lose to corpse-play. With a dark smile, Damien adds it's the perfect chance to sever one of Dorgo's limbs. Telling Victor to cover for him with his dad, then leaps away. Hours later, he meets Margetta, a second-class paladin. Noting her massive build, Damien politely shakes her hand, but her grip is incredibly strong. He realizes her strength easily matches a middle-class knight. She admits she might sound a bit rude. She didn't expect him to show up, especially since this dungeon was made by corpse-play. But Damien couldn't refuse Agnes, sharing her grudge against necromancers. Margetta teases Agnes, glad she chose well despite knowing nothing about men. She then draws her sword, sighs, and hands it to Damien. Our boy accepts it blankly, asking what it is. Unsheathing it, the blade glows with a dazzling light, shocking him. Margetta smiles. It's a holy sword. Forged from rare metal by dwarven masters and blessed by priests, its divine power instantly clears his fatigue. He's amazed. Margetta laughs, revealing Agnes begged their master to give him a proper reward for joining the subjugation. She teases that giving a holy sword to an outsider means Agnes is head over heels. Blushing, Agnes kicks her, telling her to stop talking nonsense. Shyly, Agnes thanks Damien again for coming. Our boy calmly says it's no big deal and asks for details on the current situation. Agnes promises to explain inside the carriage. As they set off, she recalls the recent disappearances in the Nofri Mountains. Knights sent to investigate noticed their guide dog trembling in terror. Suddenly, an agonizing voice echoed through the forest, crying out in pain. A massive creature emerged, its body covered in human faces. Back in the present, Agnes says local soldiers found the dungeon. Damien finds this highly suspicious. A master like corpse-play wouldn't leave traces so easily. Margetta agrees with his assessment. Headquarters suspects a trap, but they're still sending the squad. Agnes clarifies they aren't being reckless. Elite members from 3 orders are gathered. Damien wonders why they need him with so much manpower. Agnes confesses she's the reason. She begged to join despite her master's warnings. Margetta adds that without Damien, she wouldn't have let Agnes go. Damien nods, but secretly he knows how this ends. In his past life, this squad was wiped out. The sole survivor revealed the truth. There was a traitor among them. Soon, they arrive at the camp. Damien observes the highly trained knights. Even low-class paladins are here, proving the order is going all out. Margata calls him over, and they enter the main tent, where she cheerfully greets everyone. Gamel of the swirling blizzard order complains she's late. Margata teases him about his wrinkles, making him even angrier. He snaps that this rude behavior is exactly what he expects from the Scorchers. Margata warns him to watch his mouth. She won't tolerate disrespect toward her order. As they bicker, Damien learns Gamel is a second-class paladin. It's clear their orders despise each other. Suddenly, a woman enters and demands they stop fighting. Sanus of the dazzling Agony Order tells them to save their rage for the Black Mages. She asks who Damien is, and Margata proudly introduces him. Gamel freezes, realizing he's the knight who defeated a Yulan executive. Dionysio objects to bringing an outsider. Margata defends Damien's associate status, but the knights dismiss him as a mere mercenary, questioning the danger of bringing him along. Agnes clenches her fists in anger. He warns that outsiders might be spies. Margata slams the table, but Sanus agrees he's a risk. Gamel demands to know Damien's motives for joining. Damien stays quiet, choosing his words carefully to earn their trust. Before he can answer, a scout rushes in. A flesh golem has been spotted. Nearby, a child's voice cries out for his mother from the horrifying beast. As knights panic, a blast of blue energy strikes the monster, making it howl in pain. The monster screams, asking why they're tormenting it, and warns them to back off. With a sudden strike, it sends a knight flying, roaring that it will kill him. Before he crashes, the giant girl leaps in and catches him, telling him to pull himself together. Gamel rushes forward, warning Margata to look ahead as the monster releases an eerie blue miasma, instantly withering all surrounding plant life. Shocked, the girl screams that it's poison, ordering everyone to shield themselves with holy power. The squad complies instantly. Gamel curses, noting the poison's extreme strength, and tells them to focus on defense. But then he freezes in confusion. Right in front of him, Damien is pushing back the deadly miasma using nothing but his own aura. As Damien steps forward, the monster growls, asking if he plans to hurt it too, and repeatedly tells him to stay back. It immediately fires thousands of poisonous needles, but Damien keeps moving forward. Just as the monster swings, Damien pierces its hand with his sword. He coldly asks Gamel if they wanted to know why he's here. While Gamel stares in shock, Damien explains that a dark mage named Agido once cursed his family estate and tried to kill everyone. After surviving that, simply killing one dark mage isn't enough. He drives his blade deeper, piercing the monster's core and freezing its hand instantly. Damien declares he won't stop until every last dark mage is wiped out. Meanwhile, in a dark room filled with skeletons, the dark mage Delrint stares into a huge mirror. Two furious allies yell at him for exposing their hideout to the Holy Knights, but Delrint simply mocks them, saying he's just following his master's orders to crush the kingdom's military. When one asks if his master even talks to him, Delrint warns them to watch their mouths. Suddenly, a shadow grabs both allies, slamming their heads into the floor. Delrint orders Kite to drag them away for a dark ritual. Staring at a glowing purple orb, he eagerly plans to turn a holy knight's corpse into his ultimate masterpiece. Using magic threads, Delrint reanimates a monster. But checking his magic orb, he's shocked to see Damien casually destroying its hidden core with a single blue energy strike. Realizing Damien isn't even a holy knight, the dark mage is thrilled, deciding the youth will be the perfect material for his ultimate masterpiece. The next day, Gamel stands on a rock, laying out the battle plan and assigning squads to lead the charge. Protect the middle and guard the rear. Damien thinks it's a smart strategy. Meanwhile, Agnes complains about being stuck in the back. Dionysio tells her to save her energy, praising Damien's combat skills from yesterday, though he admits he still doesn't trust an outsider. Damien shrugs it off. As they argue, Damien smiles, thinking that finding a traitor inside the order might be just as fun as hunting the dark mage. He asks Agnes if they should get moving, wondering why she hates her enemies so much. Later, the blonde Guy and Gamel charge forward, slicing apart a frozen monster. Damien watches, fascinated by their magical snowstorm powers. As snow falls, he's impressed, since even he can't replicate this unique authority. While lost in thought, Sanus approaches, noting that the blended snowstorm is one of the strongest sects within their order. She notes that while the ability is overkill, they might just be showing off after seeing him fight. Damien glances back, saying he doesn't mind. Sanus continues, complaining that the knights kill monsters too quickly. She'd rather make them suffer first. Hearing this, Damien realizes she truly is a disciple of Radiance. She adds that seeing him fight yesterday, she could tell he deeply hates dark mages. She invites him to join her fanatical squad, but he declines, done with holy knights. However, she reveals that joining might solve his limited mana capacity. Intrigued, he listens as she explains that each knight receives power based on faith, which grows with every heretic killed. Tempting as it is, Damien still declines, claiming he isn't worthy. Internally, he knows he can solve his mana issue once he absorbs the spirit's heart. As they talk, the giant girl teases Agnes that she might lose her man. Meanwhile, the short-haired girl blushes, wanting him even more. As Damien stares in confusion, she starts flirting and opening her shirt. Having never felt a woman's touch, Damien draws his sword and slashes. While everyone stares in shock, it's revealed he was actually aiming for an invisible monster sneaking up behind her. Hearing its screams, the girl turns in surprise, noting the monster can hide its presence. Damien stands ready, noting its armor is tougher than expected. Before he can act, she waves her book, and a powerful force stops the monster instantly. Still smiling, she asks him not to interrupt her preaching. Damien is shocked she can suppress a powerful flash golem with just a book. Just then, Agnes and Margata rush over, reporting an attack from behind. They tell Sanaz to return to her position. Before leaving, Sanaz laments cutting their chat short and tries to recruit Damien into a scripture program. Agnes watches unhappily while Margata checks if he's hurt. Damien offers to help, but she confidently says she and Agnes can handle it, noting Agnes needs to blow off steam. The white-haired girl steps forward, gathering blue energy around her fists. Watching her, Damien recalls she is the greatest disciple of the Azure Flame. She charges ahead, releasing blue energy that slices through the monsters before blue flames burn them to ashes. Among the 5 great saints, the Azure Flame is the strongest. After the battle, the group argues over how to clear the cave, debating whether to stick together or split up. Bored of the endless discussion, Damien is offered food by Margata, but her brother arrives with meals he prepared. He reluctantly offers one to Damien before leaving with a resentful look. As they eat, Margata reminds Damien their real target is the corpse puppeteer. Damien asks why she hates him. Hesitating, she reveals she survived the village he destroyed, where her brother hid her away, ordering her to stay silent. That was the last time she saw him. By the time the Holy Knights arrived, her village was reduced to ashes. Learning that corpse play caused the tragedy, she vowed to become a Holy Knight. Hearing this, Damien realizes the depth of her painful past. Soon, Margata returns, ending the meeting. The force splits into 5 groups, with Gamel ordering everyone to move fast and support each other. He declares this is Yulan's final day. Suddenly, the ground cracks, sending everyone plunging into a massive abyss beneath the mountain. While others panic, our boy calmly hops across falling rocks to control his descent. He realizes the entire mountain is a hollowed-out trap. With a cold smile, he thinks corpse play has dug his own grave. Landing safely, he spots Dionysio nearby. The guy quickly uses divine power to heal. Seeing this, our hero compares holy knights to cockroaches for their stubborn survival. Annoyed to be trapped with Damien, the short-haired knight curses his luck. Damien casually suggests they split up if he hates it so much. But as he turns to leave, the knight grips his spear, rushes forward, and thrusts it at an invisible monster nearby. He warns Damien not to let his guard down in a dark mage's dungeon. Surprised, Damien asks why he's helping since they dislike each other. The knight admits he still hates him, but says if Damien dies, Agnes will be heartbroken, and that's reason enough to keep him alive. Damien teases him about liking her, making Dionysio flustered and angry. Seeing this reaction, our boy can't help but compare him to his brother. Suddenly, a massive, red-eyed beast attacks from above. Damien pulls him out of harm's way just in time. In the dust, they face a human-like flesh golem made by corpse play. The blonde knight strikes with divine power, but his energy vanishes upon impact. Shocked, he gets punched straight into a rock wall by the golem. Dionysio realizes his divine power is gone. Damien steps in, slicing the monster open to find a strange orb, a magic artifact from his past life. He hands it to the blonde knight, telling him to give it to the Order. This artifact is neutralizing their divine power. Remembering how the Order failed to counter this in his past life, Damien knows they can prepare much sooner this time. Dionysio grows more respectful as they venture deeper. Soon, they run into Sanis, who greets them cheerfully, but Damien notices she is holding Gamel by the throat. Dionysio is horrified. Meanwhile, Agnes and Margata recover from their fall only to find most of their knights dead. Before they can react, a man appears, introducing himself as the mastermind, Corpse Play. The very target they came to kill. Agnes is furious facing the man who destroyed her village. Meanwhile, Sanis claims Gamel betrayed them, but Dionysio refuses to believe it. Damien notices something off. If they had fought, the area would be ruined, yet Sanis is spotless. Realizing the truth, our boy exposes her as the real traitor. Smiling, she admits she can't fool him. She punches Dionysio away, declaring the Order has grown soft. To her, heretics must die, and she will restore the Order's glory. She plans to rule a rebuilt order once everyone dies here, framing it as a failed mission. Her followers attack, but Damien sweeps them aside instantly, putting his sword to her throat. Shockingly, it barely scratches her. Smiling, she asks if he really wants to fight, unleashing her power of dazzling pain. Her authority stacks enhancements up to 30 times, boosting strength, sharpness, and density. As Sanis unleashes heavy strikes, Damien dodges, recalling his fight with Radiance, a great saint who used this power on a grander scale. Sanis mocks him, asking why he's only dodging instead of using his famous anti-magic technique. Damien retorts that her boosted attacks are too predictable. However, redirecting them with insight of all flows drains his remaining mana rapidly. Seizing the moment, Sanis smashes the ground, slamming him into a wall. Confident in her victory, she declares playtime is over. Left with no choice, Damien decides to take a massive gamble. He absorbs the spirit heart he was saving, unleashing a burst of red mana. Sensing danger, Sanis rushes to finish him, but Damien redirects her strike and kicks her away. Since his sword can't pierce her defense, he decides to overpower her with brute force. He knows it was a close call, any slower, and he'd be dead. Mana restored, Damien prepares to end the traitor. Meanwhile, Agnes and Margata struggle against Corpse Play. Agnes watches in horror as Kite chokes Margata. Moments earlier, Corpse Play ordered his servant to attack. Their holy magic was useless against the beast. Overpowered, Margata shielded Agnes, screaming at her to run. Agnes hesitates, but Margata urges her to find backup. Corpse Play smiles, trapping her with monsters on all sides. He promises not to kill her, but hints at turning her into a puppet. Horrified as Margata falls, Agnes is certain this man is the real Corpse Play. As he closes in, she clenches her fist, steeling herself. Facing death, Agnes tremblingly accuses him of murdering her brother. Surprised, the villain mocks her, claiming he's killed too many to remember. But when she names her village, it clicks. Agnes reveals she's a survivor, demanding to know why he slaughtered everyone, including her holy knight brother. Instead of remorse, the monster bursts into laughter, calling the coincidence absolutely brilliant. He recalls the paladin who fought bravely, only to become his test subject. As Agnes stares in horror, he explains they aren't random killings, they're parts of his masterpiece. He then asks if she wants to meet her brother. Unmasking the monster, Agnes gasps. It's her brother's face, but his soul is gone. She breaks down in tears, which only fuels the villain's sick excitement. He gleefully recalls how her brother struggled, destroying every golem before surrendering to save the remaining villagers. Unable to bear their screams, the knight gave up. Smiling creepily, the villain boasts about his remarkable material, proudly showing off his creation. But Agnes, fueled by pure rage, cuts him off, swearing she will never forgive him. Ignoring her, he orders the golem to seize her. But as Agnes vows vengeance, a brilliant energy erupts from her body, revealing a cross-shaped mark on her forehead. She has unlocked the stigmata, a divine blessing of overwhelming power. Even Corpse Play is awestruck, thanking God for delivering such premium material. This rare divine favor grants her unbelievable strength. Armed with this divine power, Agnes declares she will never forgive this monster. Corpse Play only grows more thrilled, laughing at her defiance. He casually calls it the second round of interviews and orders his beasts to attack. But Agnes charges forward, obliterating the monsters one by one in bursts of blinding light. Her punches unleash dazzling streaks of light. Amused, Corpse Play marvels at the stigmata's incredible divine power. Mid-battle, Margetta is thrown, but Agnes catches her instantly and moves her to safety. Just then, Kite charges at high speed as Corpse Play boasts that they are about to face the very power he bestowed. Agnes charges, landing a massive punch. Corpse Play is caught off guard as her divine power refuses to fade, rendering his magic tool useless. He notes that stigmata users are incredibly rare, which explains the lack of data. As he checks for survivors, the cave suddenly violently shakes, raining boulders and plunging the battlefield into chaos. Corpse Play shatters the falling boulders while the girls look on in confusion. Suddenly, Damien appears from above, holding a blood-drenched Sanis by the collar. He tosses her to the ground, explaining she betrayed them, so he personally took her out. This shocking revelation leaves both Agnes and Margetta completely stunned. Damien notices Agnes's transformation, realizing she unlocked her stigmata. Dionysio confirms Sanis's betrayal, while Gamel stares at Agnes in awe. Damien calmly tells Gamel and Agnes to escape while he handles Corpse Play, but Gamel trembles, saying escape is impossible. Annoyed, Damien asks what staying behind will achieve. Unable to argue, the knight helps carry Sanis out. Corpse Play smirks, mockingly asking who allowed them to take his subject. He orders Kite to unleash his full power, and Kite transforms into a horrific monster with the aura of a high-class knight. Shocking everyone, Kite immediately launches a devastating punch at Agnes. Gamel shouts a warning, but Agnes counters with a powerful punch, cracking the ground. She urges them to flee while she holds Kite back. Seeing her strength, Damien smiles, realizing he doesn't need to intervene. Agnes then asks him to let her handle this fight alone, when he asks why. Tears streaming down her face, Agnes reveals that Kite is actually her brother. Damien freezes in shock, realizing the sick truth, and pure rage flares up inside him. Meanwhile, Corpse Play finds this hilarious and orders Kite to capture them alive. Sensing a chance, Gamel urges everyone to run, pleading with Agnes to escape too. Their escape infuriates Corpse Play. He crushes a bizarre egg with a human mouth, summoning a horse, and orders Kite to drag them to the sewing room. Confused by this madness, Damien tries to give chase, but Kite blocks him. Instantly, Agnes steps in, delivering a brutal kick that buries Kite's face into the ground. She tells Damien to go. He nods and dashes off. Kite roars in fury, but Agnes holds him back with a barrage of punches. As he pushes forward, she plants her feet, blocking him with her entire body. Pouring in all her strength, she silently apologizes to her brother, fearing she may have arrived too late. Elsewhere, Corpse Play chases Gamel's group, but Damien drops from above with blinding speed. With one strike, he severs the horse's legs, sending the villain crashing. Damien steps on his chest, pressing his sword to his neck. Completely cornered, Corpse Play isn't scared. He's thrilled that the hero actually bypassed his flesh golem. Hearing this, Damien pauses, then demands to know who gave him the magic tool. Suddenly, a giant spider attacks from behind. He effortlessly dodges, continuing his interrogation midair, asking where the flesh golems came from. Corpse Play smiles wickedly, amused by his reaction, and mockingly asks if the undead surprised him. He mockingly asks how he moved so many corpses without a trace, then proudly reveals his subspace magic tool. As more monsters emerge, he brags about his endless supply of puppets. Damien silently observes, instantly recognizing the subspace bag. He calmly decides he just needs to kill him and take it. Corpse Play smugly calls Damien a future masterpiece and orders his beasts to capture him alive. Taking a stance, Damien feels his enhanced mana, realizing he can finally unleash his true power. Channeling energy into his blade, he prepares to use the full strength of the 1,000 Miles sword art for the very first time. Locking eyes with the monsters, Damien unleashes his ultimate technique. A devastating strike sweeps away every single beast with a mountain-shaking roar. Corpse Play stands frozen in disbelief. Casually flicking his sword, Damien mockingly asks if that was his big surprise, suggesting they resume their little Q&A session. For the first time, genuine fear grips Corpse Play. Realizing Damien's power is overwhelming, he anxiously notes his transformation is unstable, but he has no choice. Damien boredly remarks that his opponent has one puppet left. Desperate, Corpse Play admits he never thought he'd have to resort to this final method. Corpse Play's body distorts, transforming him into a hideous beast. Meanwhile, Agnes battles her mutated brother, Kite. She blocks his powerful claws with her shield, getting slammed into a wall. Refusing to yield, she charges again with dual weapons. Kite lunges with a roar, but her speed allows her to easily evade the strike. Her mana-infused fist strikes his thick hide, unleashing a blast of blue light that sends Kite crashing into the wall. Suddenly, Kite's distorted voice calls her name, freezing Agnes in place. Realizing her brother's consciousness is still trapped inside, begging her to kill him, Agnes hesitates in sheer anguish. Closing her eyes, Agnes makes her decision. She unleashes a barrage of strikes to destroy the golem, her sorrow deepening as she realizes these final words are just lingering pre-death thoughts. The monster collapses, still calling her name. Approaching him, she softly whispers she is there, as he begs one last time. Understanding his unbearable pain, Agnes weeps for her brother. As Kite's strength fades, he slumps onto her shoulder, thanking his little sister. Overwhelmed with childhood memories, Agnes breaks down. He apologizes and urges her to live bravely. Sobbing, she promises she will live a good life. He gently pats her head before his body fades away, leaving Agnes weeping in the empty cave. Meanwhile, Damien watches Corpse Play's monstrous transformation in confusion. He wonders if humans can truly fuse with flesh golems, a form he never saw in his past life, likely because the creator never needed it. Corpse Play conjures a massive magic sphere, obsessed with capturing Damien. He fires multiple magic streams, but Damien swiftly dodges. Analyzing the attack pattern, Damien recognizes it as magic from the School of Ruin, realizing Corpse Play must have harvested other dark mages for his golems. Without hesitation, the beast charges, smashing his massive hoof into the ground. As dust billows, his smug grin vanishes when Damien bursts through the smoke. Charging straight ahead, Damien delivers a clean, decisive slash. Severing his shoulder, the arm falls, but regenerates instantly. Damien realizes frenzy magic is also at play. Corpse Play attacks violently, pushing him back, and demands Damien surrender to become his material. As a massive wave of magic is unleashed, Damien grips his blade, while Corpse Play laughs maniacally. He boasts of being the ultimate masterpiece of dark magic. Activating his glowing bracelet, Damien scoffs at Yulan's fools who don't even understand the basics. Corpse Play freezes in shock, realizing Damien is channeling dark magic. Terrified, he demands to know who Damien truly is. Unmoved, Damien summons a massive magic circle, promising to show him true dark magic. Staring in disbelief at the ominous energy, Corpse Play panics and attacks, desperate to stop the spell. But his strike hits an invisible barrier. Terrified, he watches as the surrounding dark mana begins to disperse. Corpse Play wonders if Damien has a similar artifact, but quickly dismisses it, demanding to know what he really is. Meanwhile, Damien keeps chanting. Suddenly, countless chains erupt from the magic circle, binding Corpse Play instantly. He tries to laugh it off as a simple spell, but panic sets in as he realizes he can't move. Damien slowly approaches, calmly explaining that it's not just his body, but his mind that is sealed too. Trembling in horror, Corpse Play asks who he is to wield such dark magic. With a flick of Damien's finger, the villain is slammed face first into the dirt. Damien coldly demands Dorgo's location. Stunned, Corpse Play asks how he knows that name, wondering if Damien is another contractor. The hero raises his finger again, demanding a straight answer. Struggling, Corpse Play laughs, claiming no contractor would betray their master. Damien coldly threatens to kill him and interrogate his soul directly. The villain sneers, calling it typical dark magic, but reveals his soul is under a self-destruct restriction. If anyone questions him about Dorgo, his soul will instantly obliterate itself, leaving Damien with absolutely nothing. Damien thinks the man is insane for cursing his own soul. Corpseplay grows strangely excited, boasting that Damien can't learn anything, so he should just kill him. He regrets not making Damien a puppet, but dying for his master is an honor. Damien grinds his teeth, promising death, but not by his hands. Confused, the villain looks up as countless vengeful souls suddenly appear. Damien explains these are the souls of his victims. Usually hidden by dark mana, they are now visible because his power is sealed. This is the ultimate punishment for dark mages, being devoured by vengeful spirits. Terrified, Corpseplay shakes and begs Damien to stop, pleading for a quick death instead. But the hero's mind is made up, showing no mercy. He watches as the spirits swarm and devour the man who tormented them. Meanwhile, in a dark room filled with bones, a girl sits silently inside a magic circle. Back to the battlefield, Corpseplay's screams echo as the spirits tear his flesh and his consciousness fades. Showing no emotion, Damien walks over and severs his head with one clean strike, ending his misery. The spirits whisper angrily, dissatisfied that his suffering was cut short. Ignoring them, Damien impatiently notes he must make this look like a holy order kill. He needs to erase all traces of dark mana before the paladins return. Sealing his power back into his bracelet, a cunning smile spreads across his face as a new plan begins to take shape. Deciding his work here is done, Damien cleans up and enters the hidden room. The air is damp and rotten, with skulls on the floor and corpses hanging from chains. The spirits follow him silently. Realizing this is the research lab, he wonders why they won't ascend. Then his eyes land on a central mirror, the magical tool used to communicate with Dorgo. Damien touches the mirror, hoping to trace Dorgo's location, but nothing happens. The link was cut long ago. This raises suspicions. Dorgo valued Corpseplay enough to make him a general, so abandoning him seems odd. Damien wonders if Dorgo cut ties himself, or if this happened because he defeated Yulan too quickly. Frustrated, he smashes the mirror, cursing the meticulous Dorgo, but the shattered glass reveals a hidden door. Intrigued, Damien pushes it open, hoping for another mana storage bracelet. Inside, he spots a map on the wall and grabs it. Suddenly, two glowing eyes glare from the shadows, and a figure lunges at him. Reacting instantly, Damien punches the attacker, sending it flying. It's a half-human, half-beast hybrid. Damien is surprised it can move after its creator's death. Noting its instant regeneration, he realizes why it has no scars. As he studies the creature, he's intrigued to find it possesses self-awareness and can even cast magic circles on its own. He theorizes that the soul's obsessions merged into one consciousness, an accidental creation. Though intrigued, Damien notes that undead are still undead and prepares to put it down. Suddenly, two spirits step in front of the creature protectively. Startled, Damien demands to know what they are doing. A spirit calls him Sir Knight, explaining the child hates her creator. She begs him to take her, promising her power will be useful against dark mages. Damien lowers his guard slightly but keeps his sword raised, asking if they are related and what her name is. The spirit whispers, Mia. Suddenly, two flashes of light cut the air, shattering the chains around Mia's neck. Still wary, Damien warns that if she ever attacks humans or proves useless, he will kill her himself. With no objections, he heads out, declaring his work done. Later, Dionysio and Gamel return with reinforcements to find Damien and Agnes holding the puppet master's head. Shocked, they wisely choose not to ask questions. They are amazed Damien defeated such a foe unscathed, but he deflects their questions. Meanwhile, the traitor Sanus reaches the church court, and the injured giant lady is recovering. Everything goes smoothly. The church's core forces, wiped out in his past life, have survived. Soon, the reinforcements prepare to head back, and Damien joins them. Before leaving, Damien thanks Agnes. Seeing him off, she offers him a ride in her carriage, but he politely declines, needing to make a detour. When she asks if he's heading home, he awkwardly admits he snuck out, so his dad is likely furious. He plans to wander a bit until things cool down. After a brief chat, he departs, thrilled that Agnes awakened her stigmata. This stigmata will be a massive help against Dorgo. Bidding farewell, Damien resolves to eliminate as many dark mages as possible. Meanwhile, at the Yulan stronghold, mages panic over their master's death. Suddenly, an explosion blasts the wall open, and Damien steps through the smoke. He holds a grotesque, mouth-like relic, absorbing dark energy. Mia stands beside him, looking displeased, as the mages recognize her as their master's former test subject. Damien orders Mia to charge, declaring it's time to exterminate some rats. Later, tavern patrons gossip about a rogue dark mage hunting his own kind. They call him Wood-Chopping Victor because he cleaves mages like firewood. Right on cue, the real Victor walks in, casually announcing he's there to pick up some luggage left under his name. Instantly, the tavern erupts in panic. Patrons scream and flee, leaving Victor utterly baffled and alone. Shrugging it off, he gathers the luggage meant for his young master. Suddenly, a cloaked figure approaches, asking if he is indeed Victor. Victor hesitantly confirms his identity, prompting the stranger to bring up the infamous woodchopper title. Victor casually replies that he is indeed good at chopping wood. Enraged, the man attacks, but Damien swiftly intervenes, slicing him in half. Damien teases Victor about his newfound popularity and asks how he's been. As they leave, Victor complains about this notorious wood-chopping Victor ruining his name. Damien nervously agrees, silently apologizing since he is the real culprit. Damien asks if his father has calmed down. Victor says he's fine, though he constantly stares out the window holding a weapon, meaning he's still furious. Victor then delivers major news. Damien's sister is marrying Sir Ballad Hugo. This hits Damien hard, as he was the one who ruined her love in his past life. Hearing this, Damien immediately heads back. However, sensing dark mana from a passing girl, he pauses, deciding to stay one more day to clear out the remaining rats. That night at a fortress, Mia eliminates several dark mages. Damien investigates their stash and finds a box belonging to Dorgo. He's thrilled. He has been hunting for this for 3 months. Slicing it open, he finds his demonic sword, Erebus. In his past life, Dorgo sought to restore this blade by gathering its fragments. Though smaller now, the sword suddenly glows, seemingly recognizing Damien as its master, a feat that previously took him 6 months. Before he can process this, a girl ambushes him from behind, sending him flying. She asks if he's the infamous wood-chopping Victor, warning his days are numbered. Recognizing her, Damien orders Mia to stand down. She's out of her league. The girl is surprised he knows her. He reveals she is Slaw, an archmage and executive of Pandemonium, the continent's largest dark mage syndicate. Damien knows he's not ready to face her yet. Damien hesitates to use Erebus in such tight quarters. Suddenly, a blue-haired kid wakes up nearby, complaining about the noise. Confused, he asks where he is and who Damien is, even teasing Mia. He then spots Slaw, casually calling her a lizard. Slaw is horrified. She had kept him drugged and asleep for an entire month. Yet he woke up anyway. Damien realizes this kid is Karl Hopper, the legendary mercenary king. In his past life, even as a Death Knight, it took Damien a week of brutal fighting to defeat him. Slaw quickly casts a binding trap, hoping to subdue Karl before he fully recovers. The trap ensnares him, but Karl shatters it instantly. Karl lunges, calling her an annoying brat, and utterly wrecks her in seconds. Damien isn't surprised. Karl is one of the world's 3 transcendent beings. Stepping on the defeated Slaw, Karl admits he only humored her because she was pretty. He then turns to Damien, demanding his identity, before laughing as he recognizes him as Damien Haxson. The honorary knight. Damien explains he was hunting a dark mage and things escalated. Karl laughs, realizing he almost killed his savior. Despite his youthful look, Karl is a 72-year-old grandmaster and commander of the Fafnir mercenaries. When Damien asks how he got captured, Karl chuckles, admitting he knew Slaw was a dark mage but tagged along because she was pretty. He just wanted to have some fun. Damien laughs nervously, wondering why Dorgo targeted the mercenary king and how Erebus fits in. He wants to search Slaw's soul memories, but can't risk it with Karl watching. Suddenly, cloaked mercenaries arrive, calling out to their commander. Karl laughs, teasing that they only show up after seeing his lightning. Damien offers to clean up the mess. But Karl refuses, insisting his savior shouldn't do grunt work. Instead, he promises to send treasures from his vault straight to Damien's home. Meanwhile, in his lab, Dorgo finds inspiration in these events. When a servant reports Slaw's failure and death, Dorgo shrugs it off. She would have made a fine death knight, but he can always find another. Hearing the demonic sword also vanished, Damien freezes. Walking with Victor, he reflects on his failed attempt to search Slaw's sealed soul. Victor cheerfully chatters about the upcoming family reunion, but Damien only dreads his father's wrath. Victor reassures him it's just tough love, but Damien knows their current gifts won't cut it. They need something truly impressive to appease his old man. Just then, chatter about the Hellion tournament catches his ear. Held every 4 years in the Helios Empire, it gathers the continent's finest knights to compete for immense wealth and national glory. Unfortunately, the Apple Kingdom's high-class fighters exceed the age limit for their divisions, leaving them out of the running. But for Damien, this might be the perfect opportunity. Damien stops dead in his tracks. He's found the perfect peace offering. Declaring they need a grander gift, he decides they're heading to the Helios Empire. Conveniently, an express carriage passes by, and Damien flags it down, leaving Victor scrambling to keep up. Meanwhile, through a communication mirror, a mysterious voice asks Gray about the demonic sword wielder's progress. Gray reports his strength is steadily rising and has already reached the high-class level, yet the voice finds this progress far too slow. Gray defends that rapid growth would invite suspicion, but he's coldly dismissed. The ultimate goal is perfecting the demonic sword. By devouring the blood and souls of its victims, this growth-type weapon transfers their talents to the wielder. Even a talentless hack, like the speaker's own son, can reach the peak. Solely because of this sword, his son became a high-class knight. The voice promises that completing the next mission will grant Gray an audience with a higher being. Overjoyed, Gray swears on his life to succeed and begs for orders. The command is chilling: drown the Hellion tournament in blood. Without hesitation, Gray vows to obey his master, the Lord Weapon Master. Arriving at the Helios Empire, Damien confirms he's been here before. He and Victor split up, planning to meet at registration. On his own, Damien is cornered by an excited Michael, who boasts about training hard to reach the middle class. Damien completely ignores the chatter, focusing solely on signing up for the tournament. Michael hopes for a rematch, but Damien casually drops a bomb. They're in different divisions because he's already a high-class knight. Michael freezes in shock. Weren't they both low-class just recently? Damien dryly notes he was already middle-class back then. As Michael chases him, a mysterious figure watches from the crowd. Meanwhile, at the arena, Victor wonders why there's no Master Class division. Damien explains that reaching Master Class takes decades, meaning most masters exceed the age limit. Victor worries about the powerful contestants, but Damien assures him the barrier will keep spectators safe unless a masterclass fight breaks out. Just then, Michael enters the arena as the rules are announced. 100 knights from across the globe in a massive battle royale. Last one standing wins. Eager to prove himself, Michael wonders if Damien's rival is present. As the match begins, he charges, taking down multiple opponents instantly. Victor is impressed, thinking Michael will dominate the ordinary class. Damien agrees, but notes not everyone here is ordinary. Right on cue, a girl named Rachel challenges Michael, claiming he's the only one worthy of sparring with her. Michael charges, but the next scene finds him utterly defeated in the waiting room. He laments his loss, realizing she coated her body in mana, a high-class technique. It was a completely one-sided beatdown. Damien knows Michael never stood a chance. The girl he faced was actually one of humanity's strongest soldiers in her past life. Known as the Sword Queen, her specialty was the full-plate aura. As Damien ponders this, the Emperor arrives, signaling the real show is starting. It's time for the high-class division, featuring only 6 elite participants, including Damien. While Victor and Michael cheer him on, another competitor panics. Forced to enter by his father, the sheer pressure of the strong crowd is overwhelming him. Seeing famous figures like Damien only fuels his panic. Desperate to make his father proud, he places a bizarre blade over his eye. In the arena, the high-class fighters dominate, with Damien easily securing a semi-final spot in one strike. Walking back, he notices the nervous guy also won. Strangely, the guy lacks any real combat sense, yet somehow possesses high-class power. A masked girl approaches Damien, asking how he's doing. Confused by the unfamiliar name she gives, he watches as she unmasks, revealing herself as Agnes. She quickly silences him, admitting she snuck out without permission. Though she claims she's here to test her skills, she actually came for him. Damien casually suggests they travel back together after the tournament, as he needs to visit her order. Agnes blushes, misinterpreting his offer as a date proposal. Realizing her match is starting, she awkwardly heads to the arena, her mind completely occupied by the date. Her opponent, a strong knight named Athene, mocks her mask and threatens to deduct points for being boring. Agnes realizes she needs to focus. She can't afford to embarrass herself in front of her crush. Silently, Agnes unleashes a barrage of kicks. Her opponent excitedly awards her 20 points for the fierce opening. Damien notices Agnes altered her style to hide her identity. Moving with blinding speed, Agnes effortlessly evades every strike, earning more arbitrary points from Athene. But as Agnes goes for a kick, Athene counters, grazing her face with a sword and deducting 10 points. Damien knows Agnes is holding back her divine power to hide her identity, yet her raw strength is still impressive. Her opponent, disappointed, claims only Damien is worth fighting. Triggered by his name, Agnes throws a mana-infused punch. The girl barely dodges, realizing Agnes is hiding her true power. As they clash, Damien notes Agnes has improved, but raw power alone won't win this fight. He's right. Athene powers up, completely overwhelming Agnes. Agnes knows she can't win like this, but using her real power risks exposing her identity. Realizing Agnes is holding back, the redhead decides to end it. She unleashes a massive wave of mana, defeating Agnes instantly. After her win, she notes she got 42 points but still failed. Turning to our boy, she declares it's time to face the man her father warned her about. Next up, the high-class semifinals. The Sword Emperor Jaligua Haribo faces Javier Joshua, the creepy guy who's one-shotted every opponent so far. Jaligua thinks he can read Javier's speed from watching his previous matches. But the moment the round starts, Javier aims straight for his neck. He's even faster than before, leaving no time to react. Despite a one-slash victory, Javier isn't satisfied. He points his sword at the Emperor, vowing to spill his blood at the winner's ceremony. Next, Damien faces the redhead Athene in the second semifinal. His friends cheer, teasingly calling Agnes his sister-in-law. Damien hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. Athene looks disappointed, docking him 10 points for showing up late. Confused, Damien asks what she means. She brushes it off and asks if Agnes is really his sister-in-law. Since she won't answer his questions, Damien stays silent. Athene grabs her weapon, saying his score depends on his skills anyway. Damien smiles, calling her the mercenary king's daughter. Surprised he knows her identity, she readies her spear, warning him she'll start at just 20% power. She leaps up, unleashing her signature dragon tail slash. The crowd goes wild. Yet Damien keeps his hands in his pockets, casually dodging her fierce assault. Impressed by his confidence, she awards him 10 more points and bumps her power to 40%. Damien dodges effortlessly, thanking her for the points. Closing the distance instantly, he calmly whispers that she isn't strong enough to judge him. Startled, she strikes, but he dodges effortlessly. The commentators are stunned. Damien is literally playing with her without even drawing a weapon. Watching them, Javier realizes both are absolute monsters. Knowing she can't hold back, Athene activates Dragon Thunder, wrapping herself in lightning. She admits she wanted to test him ever since her father praised him, believing only what she sees firsthand. Calling this her final test, she dares him to block it barehanded. The crowd gasps as a massive lightning dragon unleashes its devastating breath. Impressed, Damien decides to show off too. He activates his cultivation technique, the infinite cycle union art. The ground shatters as his first ring ignites. Before Athene can even blink, he appears right in front of her. And calmly asks how many points that's worth, then slams her into the wall, leaving a massive crater. Barely conscious, Athene awards him a perfect score of 100 and yields. Damien is declared the winner. Helping her up, he jokes that he hopes her father's mercenary group won't raid his house for bullying her. Athene laughs, saying that's not how they roll. She then offers a reward for his perfect score. Intrigued, Damien says he can't refuse. Athene points to herself, declaring she is the reward, proposing they marry and raise the next mercenary king. Damien is utterly floored, while Agnes looks ready to explode with rage. Watching her fury, Michael nervously realizes just how terrifying his future sister-in-law can be. Damien instantly shuts her down, refusing to become that troublesome old man's son-in-law. Stunned, Athene angrily docks 50 points from his score. Later, the finals are postponed to the next day. Michael asks Damien what he's been doing for 3 months. Damien casually lists taking requests, gathering elixirs, and collecting cultivation techniques. Watching from the shadows, Javier resolves to defeat him. To gauge his strength, Javier watches him but freezes as Damien walks past. The pressure reminds him of his father, the kingdom's greatest warrior. Javier recalls his past weakness, saved only by someone's kindness. He must win to repay that debt, but seeing Damien's power, he knows it won't be easy. That night, Damien explains his new cultivation method uses an external organ to manage mana, reducing bodily strain. Michael is mind-blown, unable to comprehend how this is possible. Damien assures him he'll learn quickly and promises to teach him. Excited, Michael begs him to keep his word. Damien secretly vows to make Michael even stronger than in his past life to survive the coming apocalypse. Agnes then asks if she can learn it too. But Damien doubts it works with divine power. Leaving Damien to rest for tomorrow, Michael heads out. Meanwhile, Mia relaxes on the roof with the spirits. Walking back, Michael wonders if he can create his own cultivation technique. Suddenly, Javier lunges from the shadows. Michael reacts instantly, dodging a fatal blow, but the blade still slashes his chest. Javier is shocked a middle-class fighter could dodge him. Michael draws his sword, demanding answers, but Javier ignores him, wondering if Michael grew stronger from today's battle. Insulted, Michael challenges him. Javier suspects Michael possesses a danger-sensing instinct, making him deeply envious of such talent. Michael charges without hesitation. Javier wonders if he's reckless or just delusional enough to think he can win, seeing Michael leave himself wide open. Damien prepares to end the fight quickly. Soon, a massive explosion rips through the quiet night. When the dust settles, several mid-tier fighters lie dead or wounded. Mia arrives to investigate and manages to save Michael's life. Blaming himself for only guarding the lodging, a guilt-ridden Damien vows to make the culprits pay. The next day, the Hellion tournament finals finally begin. Damien senses a change in Javier, who seems confident he can win. Already irritated by Michael's condition, Damien tells him to stop showing off while analyzing his mana. As the match begins, Javier strikes with blinding speed, spraying blood into the air. Shocking the crowd, Damien only suffers a minor cheek scratch. Javier is stunned his attack was spotted, while Damien regrets not analyzing his mana sooner. Javier unleashes unseen techniques, but Damien blocks them barehanded, realizing Javier's stolen power feels unnatural. Javier then unleashes the Lion's Roar sword strike, triggering a massive explosion that blankets the arena in thick smoke. Damien instantly recognizes Michael's signature Lion's Majesty sword art. Realizing Javier was last night's attacker, a furious Damien activates the first ring of his infinite art and charges. Javier confidently clashes with him, excited to test his stolen strength. But Damien suddenly appears right before him, telling him to know his place as their blades collide in a spectacular clash. Yet Javier slowly loses ground. Despite stealing the talents of top fighters, he cannot match Damien, wondering what kind of monster he's facing. Damien lands a heavy blow, sending Javier skidding. As Damien approaches, Javier admits defeat is harder than expected, but insists his mission isn't over. Suddenly, the eye on Javier's sword glows as he prepares to sacrifice himself. The crowd watches in confusion as Damien realizes the weapon is a demonic sword. A sudden explosion blankets the arena in smoke, and Javier reveals himself as a Dark Knight of Pandemonium, the Empire's feared dark magic cult. As panic erupts, Damien wonders if Javier is fully possessed, but knows it changes nothing. Javier charges with terrifying speed, barely missing Damien. Still, the blade grazes Damien's arm. Javier loses his remaining sanity as his arm mutates into a monstrous limb. Damien realizes the demonic sword absorbs blood to steal others' abilities. Refusing to back down, Damien fights on, earning praise from the commentators. However, Javier's power continues to surge, rapidly approaching the masterclass level. Drunk on this newfound strength, Javier declares everyone who looked down on him is now an insect, unleashing a devastating technique called Crimson End. Realizing the attack could destroy the city, Damien has no choice. Despite the immense strain, he activates the second ring of the infinite integration to temporarily reach masterclass power. Drawing his sword, he unleashes a massive aura blade directly at Javier. Javier stares in disbelief as the overwhelming power rushes toward him. But before it hits, a cloaked man appears and shatters the aura blade effortlessly. Drawing a purple glowing sword, the newcomer attacks. Damien barely dodges, realizing this foe is a true masterclass warrior. Cursing the Empire's weak security, Damien is suddenly struck by another slash, collapsing in utter disbelief. Damien lies bleeding from his throat, unable to process the blow. Javier recognizes the cloaked man's voice as his father, Gray, who tells him they must escape. An Imperial knight rushes to stop them, calling out to the unconscious Damien. Before the knight can act, Gray swings his sword, unleashing a terrifying strike that splits the arena in half, forcing the knight to defend. Even the arena's magical barriers crack under the force of the blow. Furious and heartbroken, the Emperor orders a total lockdown to hunt down the escaped enemies. After the chaos, Damien recovers under Imperial protection. The next day, a quiet award ceremony is held at the palace. On his way, Damien can't stop thinking about how he was defeated in a single strike. He finally understands the massive gap between ordinary fighters and true masterclass warriors. Still, his only goal is to stop Pandemonium and go home. Entering the palace, Damien is surprised to find the Emperor is the man he met before. When Damien tries to bow, the Emperor stops him, declaring a hero should never lower his head, feeling an inexplicable, deep gratitude. Apologizing for the modest ceremony, the Emperor offers any reward, even if it drains the treasury. Damien recalls a key item in the Empire's possession that could help him grow stronger. He first asks if he can leave once Pandemonium is caught. The Emperor agrees, noting that while their strongest swordsmen are away, 5 other master-class knights are on the case. Unwilling to just wait around, Damien requests treasures to strengthen his mana and body, like rare elixirs. The Emperor gladly agrees. Damien then shocks everyone by making one final request, the sword Hemera. Later, reviewing his rewards, Damien feels much better prepared. He wonders about the Emperor's extreme generosity but focuses on Pandemonium, knowing how their creator, Dorgo, thinks. He figures they are hiding nearby, waiting for another chance to strike. Using his spirits, he hopes to locate their base. Back at his lodging, Athene jokingly deducts 10 points from his score for being late. Damien apologizes, citing palace delays, and she restores his points. She teases that she thought he was getting married. Annoyed, the white-haired girl tells them to stop their weird game. This sparks another argument between the two. Watching them, Damien reflects on the future. Agnes is a first-class paladin with an awakened stigmata, and Athene is destined to be the mercenary king. Together, they could challenge masterclass foes. Still, he must grow stronger. Meanwhile, Javier screams as his demonization worsens. The mages desperately hold the barrier, warning that if the transformation completes, everyone nearby will die. Suddenly, a mirror activates, revealing the weapon master. He calmly notes the Emperor's assassination was doomed to fail. Gray begs him to save Javier, but the weapon master explains the demonization has gone too far. The boy is actually becoming a demon. Horrified, Gray asks if his son is no longer human, wondering if that person could save him. The weapon master angrily warns him not to ask. Before hanging up, he orders Gray to kill his son before the transformation completes, or the Empire will trace it back to them. Once the mirror goes dark, Gray hugs his son, roaring in grief and rage. He demands the mages restore Javier at all costs. Though they insist it's impossible, Gray refuses to yield. He convinces himself that if he offers the Emperor's head to that mysterious person, there might still be a way. Holding him tight, Gray begs his son to hang on. Meanwhile, Damien and the girls arrive at a sewer entrance. When asked how he found it, Damien credits a reliable source. Inside, Agnes seems nervous, prompting Athene to tease her and deduct 10 points. As they bicker, Damien remains focused on the cultists wielding the demonic sword. This time he's ready to wipe them all out. He signals the group and they charge in. Meanwhile, the dark mages struggle to stabilize Javier. Gray demands they use any means necessary, but a mage warns that ordinary mana won't suffice. Gray coldly smiles, noting that high-level knights are conveniently approaching. Right on cue, Damien bursts through the door with his team. Smiling, he announces they're here to clean the sewers. The girls immediately charge. The mages summon a monster, but Athene finds them too weak to even grade. However, she spots Agnes getting hit and laughs, teasing that she should have stayed home. To her shock, Agnes unleashes her divine mana, completely obliterating the beast. Athene realizes Agnes was holding back earlier and awards her 50 points. Distracted, they don't see Gray preparing a powerful ranged slash. Damien warns them just in time. Confused by the attack, the girls listen as Damien explains it's a flying sword technique launching high-speed, invisible strikes. Gray is impressed a mere high-class knight figured it out. Meanwhile, Agnes spots the chained-up Javier. She asks if he's the demon Damien mentioned. Since he can't fight, they decide to focus on finishing Gray. But defeating a master-class warrior is no easy feat. Gray draws his blade, confident he can take all three. Damien warns the girls to dodge, and despite Gray's incredible speed, the trio evades every strike and closes the distance. Athene mocks that his flying sword is useless now. Gray parries her attack, but as he counters, Damien steps in to block. Smiling, Damien reveals they aren't ordinary high-class knights. Enraged, Gray swings wildly, but Agnes appears behind him, blasting him with divine mana. The hit lands, wounding Gray for the first time, before he can recover. The other two charge, forcing him back. Gray realizes they are far beyond high class. As the girls unleash their signature attacks, Gray takes them head-on to shield his son. Hearing him call the demon his son, Damien realizes Gray's desperate motive. Deciding to end them both, Damien charges in. But just as he's about to strike, Javier shatters his chains and bites Damien's sword to pieces. From Javier's blurry perspective, he realizes his father is taking the hits for him. Knowing his dad will die, Javier decides to sacrifice himself. As Gray watches in horror, his son's body dissolves, merging completely with the demonic sword. Damien is shocked that Javier suppressed the demonization just to become a demonic sword. As Gray wields his son's sword, Damien senses the immense danger. Desperate, he orders the girls to attack, hoping to finish Gray before he can unleash its power. But it's too late. Gray strikes while they are midair, leaving them with no escape. Damien yells to brace, but the slash tears through their defenses, sending them crashing down. Gray boasts, declaring he won't stop until the world is destroyed. Yet Damien can still move. He was wearing Hemera, the legendary armor he claimed as his tournament reward. It's so powerful it can block almost any attack. Tearing his shirt, Damien recalls Dorgo making him wear this armor as a death knight. His sword is shattered. Agnes's holy soul saved her, and Athene's dragon blood kept her alive, but both are out. Damien must fight alone. He grabs Athene's weapon and activates the third ring. He has only 1 minute to end this, without wasting a second. He teleports behind Gray. Gray leaps back, swinging the demonic sword, but Damien parries with the spear. Suddenly, Gray teleports behind him. Damien barely dodges, but before he lands, Gray grabs him by the throat. Choking, Damien realizes the massive power gap. He wonders if he'll die here, furious that he hasn't even faced Dorgo yet. Then, suddenly, he wakes up in a familiar dark void. In the distance, his demonic sword, Erebos, calls out to him. Though he feared its overwhelming power, he has no choice but to yield. Grabbing the blade, he unleashes a devastating strike, slicing through the old man effortlessly. Before his foe can even react, half of his body is already gone.